ironworking and stuff like that. I learned more about the pyramids and about uh, countries outside of Egypt that was actually, doing the same thing. They were building pyramids all over the place, but at a smaller scale, the smaller pyramids. And it just amazed me that a lot of the history that I thought I knew, I didn't know. And the only reason why I did it was because I got caught up with these crazy pseudo historical figures, I guess you could call them. But they inspired me to do what I'm doing now. And I'd say it 100%. I would have never done this stuff if it wasn't for being inspired by those people in my life. And I really like it. I mean, a lot of the stuff that I learn now is probably boring compared to a lot of that stuff, but I'm learning a lot. I'm learning, about how the Assyrians stored their grain and how it was managed and distributed, and about food supplies coming to the emperor's palace. You know what I mean? And the sacrifice or the sacrifices that the temples had to make, and when they had leftover grains, they would send it to the emperor, and then so forth. There was an actual system where they were working together, and I've learned, that these historians are actually using textiles, to indicate what culture did what and where they came from and stuff. They can tell by textiles and fabrics and stuff like that which regions these peoples came from, and it just amazed me. And then I started learning about linguistics and the Brothers Grimm. A lot of people don't understand that, the Brothers Grimm actually were the ones who really got the whole linguistics thing going. And I didn't learn a lot from them until I learned about Romanticism in writing, which that was recently too. That was within the last 10 years that I learned about the romantic movement, and the Brothers Grimm, Sleepy Hollow, and I learned about them, and then I started learning through history about linguistics and how it originated, and how they use language separate from the written word. You know what I mean? Like, they can track words that come out of your mouth and the way you say it without writing it down to a history that can go thousands of years back. Like the word water in the United States or in England or English period is the same as the word water in Turkey. You know what I mean? And there's a connection there which goes back. So I thought that was always pretty cool, and I always enjoyed learning about stuff like that, you know what I mean? But those are the kind of things that I am into now, you know what I mean? And I wanted to talk more about the stuff that I started me out on everything, but as I kept talking, things kind of, went further, and I'm glad it did, because I was able to talk more about this subject. This is something that I have always been interested in, and I really do enjoy it. I don't think anybody could have discouraged me from learning about history, not even today. So I just I I wanted to, make my first video a little bit about that, you know what I mean, going over, what I'm about when it comes to history and stuff. And I'm always open-minded to people whenever they want to talk about it. But I'm always the type of person who will say, look, this is what I learned. This is what I learned. And if you don't agree with me, I'm going to try to show you some evidence of it, so, and then maybe, figure something out why your opinion is different than mine. I just recently did that in chat with Robot, this guy that everybody calls Robot. We both did the Amtuat, and there was a term that I learned in one of the texts for the Amtuat, which is called Petra, and he said that there was no word Petra that was written in it. But later on, after I found the text that I was looking for, which took me about 2-3 days, I was able to show him that this was the original text that was written in 1905, and the word Petra was in the original text, but the man who discovered, I think it was I forget which tomb it was, and was supposed to have been the guy who deciphered the Tuat was wrong, and he did that in a lot of the things that he done, and it was known because I've learned about it and I've read about it, but it was known that he was often wrong. He was a great archaeologist for his time period, but he always misinterpreted the words and stuff, and that was on me because I was reading the original text, and then I went through and I read his text, and I noticed that it was 2 different names, and I was like, that's actually what we're witnessing there is a rewrite. It was where later on somebody interpreted it and came out with the right name instead of Petra. So that is one example of the kind of person I am when it comes to history. Now I know that I caught it and I found it. Those are the kind of gold nuggets that I look for in history. I want to find those little stories within a story, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm about when it comes to all that, because that's what it's all about, period. I mean, you've got to enjoy what you do, you know what I mean? If I didn't enjoy finding these things and learning about them, then I wouldn't be able to I wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, I've gotten to the point where I've had issues with a lot of things in my life, and it's just something that really I do enjoy. So when it comes to history, I do enjoy history. So I'm wanting to create kind of a show where I can have people come on and they can discuss history openly with me, their thoughts and their views about what took place in the past. And I don't want to cause any kind of disruption. I just want to have a conversation about it and get your views on it. And if I'm wrong about something, then you can pull up some evidence to correct me. If I'm wrong about it, then, or you're wrong about it, then I can pull up some too, and actually get down to the nitty-gritty about history and find out what really took place. I mean, that's what I'm really into and what I'm looking forward to doing. I enjoy a lot of people's take on history, because a lot of people actually have different viewpoints. Just so you know, too, these they're not the best in the world, but these photos that I'm putting on my slideshow there, those are what I created. I'm not that big of an artist, but at least it's mine, you know what I mean? And I've also got my own music that I'm putting on there. These are Phoenician boats before they had weapons that they put out the sides. They had the rowers down on the bottom, and on the top is usually where people who had weapons, I guess you'd say spears and stuff like that, or the captain or whatever, they were on top. And I'm sure they looked a lot better than that, but I just wanted to give a rough draft of what they look like and the designs that these ships had. So that's all mine, and I want to make more stuff kind of like that too. But to be honest with you, I've been doing so much on streams and stuff like that that I have barely had any time to do any CGI or graphics, and I really want to get back to it. I even put the stars in the back right there, and like I said, don't make fun of me. That's because I'm not an artist. This is something that I do to try to get better at it. You know, it's part of that learning thing I was telling you about, you know. But anyhow, I wanted to at least do a short stream and let everybody get to know me a little bit better. And if you guys want to make comments in the comment section. I've got a chat. It's named 24/7 live stream TV right now, because eventually that's what I want to do. I started out trying to do the whole 24/7. It's 24/7 live stream TV is what it's called. No, sorry about that, but I tried to do it, and it just really caused a lot of issues with other things that I have to do right now, and I finally had to regroup. I'm going to try to get this stuff organized a lot better, maybe get a better following and stuff like that. But I have the chat set up in chats. If you guys want to go in there and check it out, you can. I'm always in the general chat, so if you want to talk to me there, you can come in there and find me. Just use the @ and then Roger _Hanson, and you'll have no problem finding me. Everybody's more than welcome. If you want to get on Jitsi and actually have a conversation with me while I'm doing this, man, you're more than welcome to do that too. I've said it in every stream that I've made so far, and I mean it too. You guys are all more than welcome to show up, and eventually I'd like to get, people who would be willing to sit down and have an interview with me, or maybe give a lead in of, what they know about certain topics and stuff. So that's another aspect of what I'm trying to do here, So with that, I am going to end this. I hope you guys enjoyed what you've heard. If you want to hear more, or if you have certain things you want to hear, let me know in the comments. Thanks for listening. have to discern between what's bullshit and what's fact and what not even what's fact. Are you willing to believe it? Does it even sound like it's even close to being real? You know what I mean? But I agree. I mean, that's that's probably one of the biggest problems, and I think that the majority of people who are involved in that kind of stuff, they're really people. The majority of them are mentally ill. I mean, that's really the only way that I can say it. It's a mental illness, and I've heard people who get on the internet and they discuss like alien abductions and stuff, and then they don't understand why their family members are doing freaking health checks, you know, sending the police out to the house to make sure they're okay. And it's
Oh,
like, you know,
in my hometown, I had when I worked at the video store in high school, there was a local bum that was definitely on the crazy end of the equation that was watching military movements and was constantly talking about UFOs and his abductions. And this particular guy, he's kind of, talking about layers 1 through 5, and he was pretty close to 5 there.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about too. And don't get me wrong. I mean, with some of the stories that I've heard, especially the ones with the secret space program. A lot of the people that are in there that discuss that stuff, you can tell they do have mental illness, and they refuse to be, they've refused to allow themselves to have psychological evaluations and see a therapist and stuff. And then they talk about poor health. And a lot of them talk about poor health. But the thing is like if that kind of stuff really did happen to them, even if let's give them the benefit of the doubt, some of the stuff they said, if it really did happen to it, don't you think that would affect them, mentally, to where they would still want to get psychological evaluations and help with their mental problems? I mean,
I feel
Oh
like the
no.
cover up would affect them more. The
well,
cover up would affect them more than
the,
the
the,
actual process.
these really aren't like people who are, this isn't really about the cover up, you know what I mean? This is about people who, well, they're being manipulated by the people who are doing the cover ups. Okay, it's like they
Exactly.
they have mental
That's what I'm
illness.
saying. The aliens themselves, I don't feel like would cause the
This
trauma.
is the
Like
government.
alien
I mean,
sightings are not going to
this
cause
is
you
the
trauma.
government doing it. Okay,
Yeah,
like these people have mental
capitalist.
illnesses, and they're being showcased by the government. Okay, and they're like, look, these are crazy people. This is what you believe. You know what I mean? And there's abundant amount of information with people like that. If you go on the internet and just look at the first 10 videos, I guarantee you it's going to be a lot of people who are going to tell you a lot of things about aliens that just are just outlandish. Okay, and it's going to happen. Now, if you can't discern between that and what the truth is, then you're going to be basically suckered into believing it. You know what I mean? But that's the thing that I see about a lot of the people, especially who believe in the secret space program, because and there's even people who honestly talk about that stuff, and he's very popular too, and he's one of the guys I'm referring to. They monopolize on that, and they make money off of it. You know what I mean? Make a few $1,000s and go out with his wife to get freaking face jobs done. Keep that pretty yellow hair freaking straight and looking young. And that's what they do. They exploit people so that they can make money off of it. And these are people that are actually talking about secret space programs. So you've got a whole lot of things that are going on there that you have to be careful about. And don't get me wrong, there are some people that believe 100% what they're saying, especially when it comes to abductions. But the ones who are really honest are the ones who are willing to actually go to a therapist and have the therapist like do hypnosis on them. Like in Arizona, they came out with that movie. I forgot the name of it. But anyhow, the guys that were involved in that, they didn't even want to freaking be publicized. They didn't want any kind of publicity about it at all whatsoever. And what happened is they were out logging in the woods, and one of the guys that was there was abducted. You know what I mean? And they lost track of him for like, I think it was almost a week and a half. And then all of a sudden he appears at a gas station, and that's where it all started. And that's a good example of what I'm talking about. You know that's a good story that you can actually research on and stuff like that. But you got to be careful. You can't just fall for everything, you know. But I forgot what the name of that movie was. And I did listen to a couple podcasts of the actual guy that got abducted, and he said that, you know, the movie isn't what really happened in real life with him, you know, but he went through and kind of explained it all. So I'm going to shut up now, let you guys do some talking.
I see that the quote's been dug up, and I apologize. It was Apollo 8, not 10.
Apollo 8.
But no, a lot of people who have experienced this, I could see them not wanting to go to a psychologist. I mean, this isn't conspiracy. The experiments the three-letter agencies did in the 60s and 70s, and what they're doing now, where they're paying therapists to push kids towards transgenderism as a cult.
Yeah.
You know, in school, it's you have to be very, very careful about going to any kind of psychologist or psychiatrist these days. You need to make sure they're not on the WEF dole.
Well, the thing is there's like psychiatrists out there that literally focus on UFO phenomenon. You know what I mean? They don't have to go to like the psychologist down the street. I should pull up who I'm talking about, because I know it's really important. It was a really big story. I mean, it actually hit freaking national news back then. But he was his name. I know one of the guys' names was Dallas, and he was suspected of doing or foul play over the incident, because the police were brought in on it, and they were doing literally a full investigation of the incident. But I should try to pull that up and find out. Now you have Betty and Barney Hill too. That's another good example right there, okay? Because Betty and Barney Hill was a mixed couple. Okay, they were black and white and married to one another during the 60s. Now, common sense tells you that during that time period, you know, a mixed couple is not going to get up in front of everybody and say, look, I was abducted by aliens. You know, there was a lot of crazy shit going on back then, so they were really putting themselves out there in order to, you know, come clean with the UFO thing. But they, like the other situation I was talking about, they didn't, you know, come out and like try to become famous from it, you know. And the movie I was talking about was Fire in the Sky. It was an Arizona logger mysteriously disappears for 5 days in an alleged encounter with a flying saucer in 1975. And it says the co-workers endured ridicule and contempt as they were wrongly accused of murder. Yeah, so I mean they they literally were being accused of murder and saying that they hid the body and everything. So it's a really, really interesting story for me. That's one of the things that sticks out to me. But um, that is kind of what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like it made the movies, and the movie was made all dramatic about like all these horrible things that were being done to him. And the reality is none of that actually happened. I mean, according to his story, when he was brought up into the spaceship, it was because he was legally he was dead. You know, and they actually brought him back to life, and then brought him back to Earth, I guess, wherever he went. But there was no foul play whatsoever in that whole situation. But Hollywood would have made you think that they did surgery on him and strapped him down to a gurney and shoved stuff up his butt, you know, and did some anal probing, you know, just so they could sell a story and make money. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I was wondering, do you feel I'm reading Thon and I'm listening, but hey, Thon, Ebert Thon, oh, that's on the flag. Okay, never mind, that's a sidebar. But look, do you think that like now they press the like homosexual agenda, is that a conspiracy? Do you think that's locked somewhere in their vault that, hey, we're going to impose these type of ideals and beliefs? Because it kind of just came out of
I don't know if he can. Is he still here?
Does it feel
Picos?
conspired?
Oh, I'm still here.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm trying to wrap my head around what you said exactly, because
About the homosexual, do you think that's a conspiracy? Do you feel like it's an agenda? Like we're taught to believe that people's beliefs just change, and that's happening, and they're kind of attempting to tinfoil us in regards to
the purpose being. Yeah, there's a different purpose behind that. That's a psychological operation. I don't think most people really care. Most people are not truly interested in that if they're not a part of it. What they're doing is they're trying to break us mentally. It's more of a, we're going to force you to think about something you don't care about. We're going to force you to tiptoe around it. They're trying to make us into a bunch of jittering idiots with raw nerves. That's the whole point behind that agenda, especially on the more extreme ends of it. Because you're trying to put us in a position where we give up. When you give up once, you're going to give up again. And that's the reality behind that agenda. And it's also, they want to reduce our population, and getting people interested in that, they reproduce less, especially on the extreme ends of it. So
there you go.
It's a psychological operation to break, because
okay.
It has very little to do.
So is depopulation a conspiracy?
No, depopulation is for real.
Is depopulation a conspiracy?
No,
they're trying that.
Yeah, it's real.
That goes back to.
But did you not hear
That goes back to The Calling. Okay, it's like The Calling, CULL. Now, like it's been known in history.
Oh, I heard of that movie.
That people are being called. You know what I mean? It's also known that we practice calling all the time when it comes to animals. Horses in Canada are being called like you wouldn't believe. They're being rounded up and they're being killed because they are taking up space for ranchers and stuff like that. These are wild horses, but these are known facts. Okay, so it's not hard for somebody to believe that there is something going on that's wanting the human population to drop, okay? Because we're at, 7 billion now? I think it's 7 billion? 7 billion people, all right? This Earth is not capable of handling much more than that. I mean, it's
scholars and philosophers, and have chosen all that is impious and atheistical among the doctrines of men. And to what kind of punishments would they not justly be subjected who deserted the customs of their forefathers, have become zealots for the foreign mythologies of the Jews, which are of evil report among all men? And must it not be a proof of extreme wickedness and levity lightly to put aside the customs of their own kindred, and choose with unreasoning and unquestioning faith the doctrines of the impious enemy of all nations? Nay, not even to adhere to the gods, who is honored among the Jews according to their customary rites, but to cut out for themselves a new kind of track in a pathless desert that keeps neither the way of the Greeks nor those of the Jews. These, then, are questions which any Greek might naturally put to us, having no true understanding either in his own religion or of ours. But sons of the Hebrews also would find faith with us, that being strangers and aliens we misuse their book, which do not belong to us at all. And because in an impudent and shameless way, as they would say, we thrust ourselves in and try violently to thrust out the true family and kindred of their own ancestral rights. For if there was a Christ divinity foretold, they were Jewish prophets who proclaimed his advent, and also announced that he would come as Redeemer and King of the Jews, and not of alien nations. Or if the Scriptures contain any more joyful tidings, it is to Jews, they say, that these also are announced, and we do not well to understand them. Moreover, they say that we very absurdly welcome with the greatest eagerness to the charge against their nation for the sins they committed, but on the other hand pass over in silence the promises of good things foretold to them, or rather that we violently pervert and transfer them to ourselves, and so plainly defraud them, while we are simply deceiving ourselves. But the most unreasonable thing of all is that though we do not observe the customs of their law as they do, but openly break the law, we assume to ourselves the better reward which has been promised to those who keep the law. Chapter 3. These being questions which would naturally be the first part to us, after invoking the good of the universe through our Savior, his own word as our high priest, proceed to clear away the first of the objections put forward by providing at the outset that they were false accusers who declared that we can establish nothing by demonstration, but hold to an unreasoning faith. This then we will disprove at once, and with no long arguments, both from the proofs which we employ towards those who come for instruction of our doctrine, and from our replies to those who oppose us in more argumentative discussions, and by the debates whether written or unwritten, which we are zealous in holding both privately and with each inquirer and public with the multitudes, and especially by the books which we have in hand, comprising in general treatment of the demonstration of the gospel, in which is included our present discourse, proclaiming to all men the good tidings of all the grace of God and his heavenly blessing, and crediting in the more logical way by very many manifest proofs the dispensation of God concerning our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. It is true that most of those before us have diligently pursued many other modes of treatment at one time by composing refutations and contradictions of the arguments opposed to us, at another time by interpreting the inspired and sacred scriptures by exegetical commentaries and homilies on particular points, or again by advocating our doctrines in a more controversial manner. The purpose, however, which we have in hand is to be worked out in a way of our own. The very first, indeed, to deprecate deceitful and sophistical plausibility, and to use proofs free from ambiguity, was the holy Apostle Paul, who says in one place, "And our speech and our preaching was not in persuasive words of wisdom, but in demonstration of the Spirit and the power." To which he adds, "Howbeit we speak wisdom among the perfect, yet a wisdom not of this world, nor of the rulers of this world that come to naught, but we speak God's wisdom in a mystery, even the wisdom that hath been hidden." And again, our sufficiency, he says, is from God, who also made us sufficient as ministers of a new covenant. Rightly then is the exhortation addressed to all of us to be ready to give an answer to every man that asketh a reason concerning the hope that is in us. Hence, by recent authors also there are, as I have said, demonstrations without number, which we may carefully read, very able and clear, written in argumentative form, a defense of our doctrine, and not a few commentaries carefully made upon the sacred and inspired scriptures, showing by mathematical demonstrations the unerring truthfulness of those who from the beginning preached to us the word of godliness. Nevertheless, all words are superfluous when the works are more manifest and plain than the works, which the divine and heavenly power of our Savior distinctly exhibits even now while preaching good tidings of the divine and heavenly life to all men. For instance, when he prophesies that his doctrine should be preached throughout the whole world, inhabited by man, for a testimony to all nations, and by divine foreknowledge declared that the church, which was afterwards gathered by his own power out of all nations, though not yet seen nor established in the times when he was living as man among men should be invincible and undismayed, and should never be conquered by death, but stands and abides unshaken, settled, and rooted upon his own power, as upon a rock that cannot be shaken or broken. In fulfillment of the prophecy must, in reason, be more powerful than any word that to stop every gaping mouth of those who are prepared to exhibit shameless effrontery. For who would not acknowledge the truth of the prophecy when the facts so manifestly all but cry out and say that it was indeed the power of God and not human nature, which before these things came to pass foresaw that they should happen in this way, and foretold them, and in deeds fulfilled them. Certainly the fame of his gospel has filled the whole world, in which the sun looks down, and the proclamations concerning him ran through all nations, and are now still increasing and advancing in a manner corresponding to his own words. The church also, which he foretold by name, stands strongly rooted and lifted up as high as the vaults of heaven by prayers of holy men beloved of God, and day by day is glorified, flashing forth unto all men the intellectual and divine light of the religion announced by him, and is in no way vanquished or subjected by his enemies, nay, yields not even to the gates of death, because of the one speech uttered by himself, saying, Unto the rock will I build my church, and the gate of hell shall not prevail against it. There are also countless others saying the prophecies of our Savior, by collecting which in a special work, and showing that the actual events agree with his divine foreknowledge, we prove beyond all question the truth of our opinions concerning him. And in addition to all this, there is no small proof of the truth which we hold in the testimony of the Hebrew Scriptures, in which so vast a number of years forehand the Hebrew prophets proclaimed the promise of blessings to all mortal life, and mentioned expressively the name of the Christ, and foretold his advent among men, and announced the novel manner of his teaching, which in its course has reached unto all nations. They predicted also the future unbelief in him, and the gainsaying of the Jewish nation, and the deeds they wrought against him, and the dismissal fate which thereupon immediately and without delay overtook them. I mean the final siege of their royal metropolis, and the entire overthrow of the kingdom, and their own dispersion among all nations, and their bondage in the lands of their enemies and adversaries, things which they are seen to have suffered after their Savior's advent in accordance with the prophecies.
mile, the horizon was defined by rolling fields of corn, wheat, and the occasional line of ancient oaks that cast long, narrow shadows over the landscape. The people here lived simple lives, rising with the sun and working their fields until dusk. Farm equipment hummed in the distance, a steady, rhythmic drone that had become as familiar as the wind. It was a life of predictable calm, but one summer that silence was shattered by something no one could have predicted. It began with a strange unease, subtle at first, like a cloud that lingered just a little too long overhead. The local wildlife seemed skittish, more elusive than usual. Deer that had once grazed near the tree lines disappeared entirely, and the usual chatter of birds was muted. Most of the farmers wrote it off as a sign of the approaching harvest season when the animals moved on to quieter territories, but the bobcats remained. June 5th was a typical evening for Don Hargrove, who had spent the day repairing his old tractor. The machine had been acting up for weeks, and Don had finally set aside the time to fix it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he fired up the tractor's engine, a loud machine chug echoing across his property. He worked late, the drone of the machine breaking the quiet night. It wasn't until his wife, Kathy, stepped outside to call him in for supper that anyone noticed something was wrong. She found Don lying on the ground near the tractor, his face a twisted mask of terror. His throat had been torn open, and his body was covered in deep claw marks. A trail of blood led away from him, vanishing into the darkness beyond. The next morning, the town was shaken by the news of Don's gruesome death. Sheriff Reynolds, a man known for his level-headedness, examined the scene with a grim expression. As he scoured the area for clues, he found no tracks or signs of struggle, just the mangled remains of a once lively man. Rumors quickly spread through Princeton. Some whispered of wild dogs, others spoke of a serial killer on the loose. Yet deep down, they knew something unnatural had invaded their community. A few days later, as the farmers went about their daily routine, the atmosphere grew heavier, suffocated by an unshakable dread. Jake Morris, a young farmer known for his bravado, scoffed at the tales of wild beasts. He was determined to work through the noise of his combine harvester, a machine that roared to life as it tore through rows of corn. The sun hung high in the sky, but there was an eerie quiet surrounding him as he drove the machine. As the combine engine echoed across the fields, the sensation of being watched prickled Jake's skin. He shrugged it off, focusing on the task at hand, but the unsettling feeling grew more profound, and as he turned to check his surroundings, a sudden screech pierced the air, sending chills down his spine. He caught a glimpse of something darting between the corn stalks, an eerie flash of fur and eyes. Jake's heart raced as he returned to the cab of the combine, fingers trembling over the controls. The machine's engine roared, drowning out the distant sounds of nature, and he pressed the throttle down hard. Suddenly, the ground beneath the machine trembled, and the combine lurched to a stop, grinding to a halt as something crashed against its side. Out of the corner of his eye, He saw it, a bobcat, its eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. It lunged at the window, teeth bared, snarling ferociously. Jake slammed the gears into reverse, but the ground was wet from a recent rain and he lost traction. Before he could react, the bobcat lunged again, its claws tearing through the door and raking across his arm. Pain shot through him as he screamed and swatted at the creature, desperately trying to fend it off. In a panic, he finally managed to throw the combine into reverse, crashing backwards and sending the bobcat sprawling. He looked on in disbelief as it writhed in the mud, momentarily stunned. But as soon as it regained its footing, it charged again, an unrelenting fury in its eyes. Jake escaped, stumbling out of the cab and running towards the nearest farmhouse. As he fled, he could hear the unmistakable sounds of more bobcats joining the fray, their terrifying howls mixing with the roar of his machinery. It was a nightmarish cacophony, but what frightened him most was that the howls seemed to echo from all directions. As he reached the safety of the farmhouse, breathless and terrified, Jake slammed the door shut behind him. His heart raced as he sank to the floor, clutching his bleeding arm. The town was falling apart, and there was no one to blame but the very creatures they once revered as mere shadows in the fields. June 12th marked another dark day for Princeton. The news had spread like wildfire. Multiple farmers had been attacked by bobcats, each incident more gruesome than the last. Those who managed to escape spoke of the creatures moving in packs, their eyes glowing like embers in the night, as if they were being controlled by some malevolent force. The sheriff's department scrambled to respond, but answers were elusive. Dr. Karen Blake, the local veterinarian, examined the injured survivors and discovered signs of unusual behavior in the bobcats. Their eyes glinted with a feverish intensity, and their movements were unnaturally coordinated. But it was as if they were acting on a primal instinct driven by something beyond their natural predatory nature. The authorities convened an emergency meeting where they hastily concocted a narrative to calm the frightened township. It appears that the rabid bobcats have infiltrated our community, Sheriff Reynolds announced, a strained calm in his voice. These animals pose a threat, and we are taking immediate action. But the truth was darker than anyone could admit. The rabies theory was a convenient scapegoat, a way to shield the townspeople from the horrifying reality that something had driven the bobcats to act with a collective fury, to hunt as a pack with a single terrifying purpose. As the days passed, fear tightened its grip on Princeton. The farmers barricaded their homes and avoided venturing out after sunset. The once vibrant fields became hauntingly quiet, filled only with the echoes of machinery that now felt like an unwelcome intrusion. On the evening of June the 20th, a full moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver sheen over the fields. The townspeople huddled together in their homes. Whispers of the bobcats permeated every conversation. Just when they thought it couldn't get worse, a shrill scream broke the night. a sound that tore through the stillness like a knife. It was Maggie Winters, a local school teacher, who had ventured out to check on her farm. The town folks rushed to her aid, hearts racing as they ran towards her property. When they arrived, they found Maggie crumpled on the ground, her body trembling in shock. She pointed towards the barn, her face pale with terror. "They came out of nowhere," she cried. There were dozens of them. As they followed her trembling finger, they were met with a sight that would haunt them forever. A pack of bobcats surrounded the barn, their eyes glowing like shards of glass, as if the moon had ignited something unnatural within them. The creatures were in a frenzy, darting around the structure with a wild intensity, their snarls mixing into a cacophony that chilled the blood. Sheriff Reynolds felt the weight of the dread settle on his shoulders. The rumors had transformed from whispers of rabies to something more sinister, something that defied explanation. As he called for backup, he realized he could no longer protect his community with half-truths. There was an evil lurking in the shadows, one that preyed upon the fears and vulnerabilities of the town. The following day, the sheriff organized a hunt, rallying volunteers to confront the threat. Armed with rifles and flashlights, the townfolk marched into the fields, their spirits buoyed by the sense of unity against the menace. But as night fell, they found themselves ensnared in a battle against an unseen enemy. The hunt began at twilight, but the bobcats seemed to vanish, their stealthy forms blending into the shadows. Minutes turned into hours, and despair began to seep into their hearts. Just when they thought it was over, a haunting chorus of growls erupted from the trees, echoing through the night air. Before they could react, the pack descended upon them, eyes glowing with an unnatural ferocity. The bobcats attacked with coordinated precision, as if driven by a single malevolent will. The chaos that ensued was nothing short of a nightmare, screams piercing the air. The shadows danced around them in a frenzy of fur and teeth. When dawn broke over Princeton, the once vibrant town lay in ruins, its fields soaked in blood. The sheriff's office was overran, and the town folk scattered, some finding refuge in nearby shelters, while others fled to neighboring communities, haunted by the terror they could not escape. As for the bobcats, they returned to the shadows, their eyes forever glowing with a darkness that left a mark on the land. The rabies theory persisted, a hollow explanation for the horrors that unfolded, but those who survived knew better. They spoke of the creatures with a reverence laced with fear, whispering stories that would echo in the annals of Princeton's history.
In the infinite expanse of the cosmos, there existed a single, ancient force, the deep nucleus. It was not a star, nor a planet, but a vast, silent entity that lay at the very heart of existence. It had no form, no visible presence, yet its influence touched every corner of creation. The deep nucleus was the core of all things, the silent origin from which the universe derived its order, purpose, and life. For eons, the deep nucleus pulsed gently, undisturbed by the chaos that surrounded it. It was a source of power older than time itself, and though its movements were subtle, they resonated throughout the entire cosmos. Every star, every planet, every mote of dust and spark of life owed its existence to this pulse. The deep nucleus did not create the universe outright, but shaped and nurtured it, weaving threads of order into the wild and unpredictable fabric of the cosmos. Unlike other forces that shaped creation, the deep nucleus did not impose its will. Instead, it worked in harmony with the raw, chaotic energies swirling around it. It absorbed these wild forces, breaking them down to their most basic elements. What came to the deep nucleus was often unrefined, erratic, and uncontrolled, fragments of thought, energy, and motion. Yet, within the deep nucleus, these fragments found purpose and clarity. The deep nucleus was, above all, a transformer. Chaos came to it, and from that chaos, it forged patterns of meaning and structure. The wild energy that constantly threatened to overwhelm the cosmos was softened, tamed, and shaped. This process was not a simple one. It took time, though time itself was an abstraction within the presence of the nucleus. The raw material that flowed into the deep nucleus entered its core in waves, each signal carrying with it the essence of existence. Inside the deep nucleus, this energy did not simply dissipate. It was analyzed, broken apart, and reformed into something new. This was not just the creation of physical and celestial bodies, but the very essence of life and consciousness itself. Each piece of chaos was transformed into a new expression of the universe, a fresh thread in the eternal tapestry of existence. Yet, the deep nucleus did not impose a single form on these threads. Instead, it allowed for variation, for the expression of multiple possibilities. The nucleus understood that life and creation were not static, but constantly changing. The threads it wove could diverge, evolve, and sometimes even break, but this was part of the beauty of the process. The universe, though guided by the nucleus, was free to expand and grow in infinite ways. Over the ages, the influence of the deep nucleus wove an intricate web of connections throughout the cosmos. This web was not visible to the eye, but it existed nonetheless, a complex network that linked every star, every galaxy, every living being. Each thread was a line of communication, a pathway through which energy, thought, and purpose could flow. In the center of this web, the deep nucleus continued its work, absorbing the chaos that returned to it from the far reaches of the universe. Nothing was ever truly lost. Every fragment of energy, every piece of knowledge, every emotion eventually made its way back to the nucleus. And in its silent depths, these fragments were understood and transformed once more, woven back into the grand design of creation. The deep nucleus existed beyond the concepts of good and evil, creation and destruction. It was, at its core, a force of balance. Chaos could not exist without order, and order could not sustain itself without the vitality of chaos. The nucleus, with its infinite wisdom, ensured that neither aspect ever gained too much power. When chaos threatened to overwhelm, the nucleus absorbed and tamed it. When order grew too rigid, stifling the natural evolution of the cosmos, the nucleus introduced subtle disturbances, whispers of change that would ripple through the universe, reigniting the flame of creativity and growth. This delicate balance ensured that the cosmos continued to thrive, neither collapsing into entropy nor becoming a static, lifeless void. The deep nucleus understood that both chaos and order were necessary, and it mediated between the two, ensuring their harmonious coexistence. There was no beginning or end for the deep nucleus. It had always been and always would be. Its work was never finished, for the cosmos was always in flux, always creating new chaos that needed to be understood and reshaped. The nucleus did not tire, nor did it seek recognition for its work. It simply existed, a quiet but profound force, guiding the universe along its endless journey of creation, destruction, and rebirth. From time to time, fragments of cosmic memory would pass through the deep nucleus, memories of stars that had long since burned out, of worlds that had blossomed and faded, of beings who had lived and dreamed and died. The nucleus absorbed these memories, preserving their essence and incorporating them into the grand web of existence. In this way, nothing was ever truly lost. All that had ever existed continued to live within the deep nucleus, woven into the infinite tapestry of the cosmos. Though the deep nucleus was at the heart of everything, it remained unseen by most of the universe. Its presence was felt but rarely understood. Stars burned and died, planets formed and crumbled, life bloomed and faded, yet the deep nucleus watched over it all, ensuring that the cycle of creation continued. The deep nucleus was not a god, nor a creator in the traditional sense. It did not demand worship, nor did it rule the cosmos with an iron hand. Instead, it was the unseen guide, the force that worked behind the scenes to maintain the delicate balance of existence. Without it, the universe would collapse into chaos, or stagnate in rigid order. But with the deep nucleus, the cosmos continued to evolve, grow, and expand, forever seeking new forms of expression and understanding.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Wow Talk. Today we have a special guest here. This is going to be an interview, and this topic that we're having is it brings up a lot of controversy and a lot of emotion. So in this interview, what I want to do is we're just going to do the interview first, and then I asked Christian, who's doing the interview, if he would be alright with questions and answers after the interview, and he said that it was okay. Usually I let people ask questions during the interviews if the speaker agrees to let that happen, but this time I did it because I've had experiences where it can go south real quick if I allow people to talk while we're doing the actual interview. So with that being said, I do want to say that my guest for today is a guy that I had met through World Pirate Radio Network, Jeffy Ryder or Captain Sinclair, whichever, hint hint it is. You know, it could be both, it could be separate, two separate people, but I don't think so. But anyhow, he said that me and Christian should meet and talk, and I thought it was a good idea. And before I could even send a message to him, bam, here Christian was sending me a message saying Jeffy wanted to get in touch, us to get in touch with each other. So this is pretty good. Now, before we get started, I'd like to have Christian introduce himself, kind of give us a background about himself, and let everybody get to know him. Would you mind doing that for me, Christian?
Yeah, sure. First, thanks for having me on your show. And my name is Chris Laterreur. I'm a survivor of the MK Ultra project, called the Monarch Project. And I'm here to talk about this. So, yeah.
Okay, now you're from Canada
That's
too, right? Yeah, now
like
you're from Canada too, right?
yeah, like I was from Quebec originally.
Okay.
So,
Now, are you okay with using your last name or?
yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, because I know you've been on a couple other interviews, so if anybody's watching, they'd be able to find you easier. I've actually gone through and done some research before we did this, so I could have at least some talking points, you know.
Yeah,
So, if you don't mind, could you tell people what your full name is?
yeah, Chris Laterreur.
TR. You see, I was curious about that too because I could tell that had some French tones to it. I didn't know how to pronounce it, so I'll just
Yeah,
call you Christopher.
yeah, Christian or Chris. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. So, is there anything else you want to say about your background?
Well, yeah, like you're gonna. I'll explain a bit through my story, but
Okay.
yeah, like I was recruited at 6 years old by the CIA in this project, and like pretty much all my friends got recruited too, and like yeah, so we're a bunch of survivor, and yeah, like
Okay.
I want to get the story out, like the real story, because like like there's a lot of stories and legends and kinds of like, but yeah, like I think the real story is probably worse than all those little like other stories and stuff inspired of it. So yeah.
Okay. Now, you were talking before on another interview about a book that you had that got banned. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that and let everybody know what happened there with that situation.
Yeah, I wrote a book. It's called The Montauk Boys, Terror at Montauk, The Last Moments of Camp Hero. And like as soon as I put it online on Amazon, it didn't take 24 hours. I got banned for life. Like they removed the book. They told me like the sales you did, you won't get the money. Like I got all the screenshots of those texts. Like really like yeah, like just no reason. Like yeah, really like just so yeah. The book is really censored. It's hard to get. The only place you can get it, it's on Lulu.com. Like in a ebook format. Like so yeah. But that's the truth, and like this book was originally made it wasn't a book, like it was my testimony for the action class against the Allen Memorial Hospital in Montreal. It's the CIA hospital. They were doing tests there, and I spoke with like Ann Diamond and enough reason, and they convinced me that like people needed to know the truth behind the everything, like I was a kind of the missing link of the story. So yeah, so we added like little sections here and there, like that's the temporary book, because like kind of a lifesaver edition, because like you can't like start talking and not releasing something, because you'll get so like at least I released that, so uh like just to avoid to have problems. So yeah, now
Now,
uh
now you mentioned the Montauk Boys. Now that kind of stuck out to me whenever you referred to that. So I was wondering if maybe you could kind of give us a background story on the reason why you came up with the term the Montauk Boys.
well, that was like because MK Ultra had like probably 200 sub project, okay, like from like and they change of name to Monarch, and like but like a few of us were sent to this place. That was the hardest place you could go. Like 1% of us made it out alive of there.
Mm-hmm.
Like like kids were dying. Like Yeah, like it was a place we were kept in cage. I was 8 years old when I was sent there, and like kept in cage, no bed and panties. Like the floors were like concrete floors, soaked wet, like blood everywhere. Like we were,
Now,
they were coming to see us there. Like like
I was wanting to get to all that too, you know, because I did see that in your interviews. But before we start getting into that, I want to kind of get into some other stuff that you were discussing
yeah,
that really stuck out to me. And I do have what you were referring to on my talking points because I've heard you talk about this stuff before, okay, on other interviews. But the one thing that I do want to get into that you mentioned before, okay, and it concerns you being kidnapped as a child. You said you were 6 years old when you were kidnapped, right?
no, I wasn't kidnapped. Like I was recruited like at 6 years old.
Okay.
Like what happened? Like the preschool brought us to a job fair, and like people were talking about their trades there. Different booths, like different trades, like little tables with stuff about their trades, and the last booth was military and cops, and like they had like guns, like drug samples, and they offered us to participate in a secret project.
Okay.
So we had like some checklists to fill out, and we all wanted to be badass, you know, like spies, assassins, like mercenaries, like Green Beret, like all that stuff. So the teachers were there, like, are you sure? Because like we were 6 years old, you know. So how can you like make choice for your life at that age, you know? So anyway,
Now,
yeah.
what kind of questions and stuff like that were they having you do on this checklist? Like, could you kind of elaborate on that and kind of give us an example of some of the questions?
Yeah, like all about like like it was different, like they were talking about different like aspect in the military kind of thing, or in the cops, like you know, like investigator, or like you know, like all kinds of branches, like medic, or you know, like stuff that you would be attracted to. But like yeah, like there were a lot of like for black ops, for like mercenary, green beret, and like spies. That was the main thing, like I think
Okay, so they were basically wanting to find out what you would be interested in. At least it appeared that way. Like,
yeah, yeah, like those were like checklists, like about like you know like things in those fields, like you know like but not we were 6 years old, so like the questions were pretty much basic too, but like that was the first checklist. But we had like regular checklists like that to do after, like you know, like to size up like our taste, like what we like, what we dislike, like you know, like just to know us like perfectly, you know, like
hmm
so.
yeah, yeah. I these checklists, so that they were basically being introduced to you over and over again, and they were keeping tabs of what you were thinking and how you and stuff of that nature is what you're saying, right? So
Yeah,
you were constantly being questioned on this and this and this, and they wanted you to fill them out. So
yeah,
that's good. That was one thing that really stuck out to me whenever you were doing your interviews, because you kept mentioning these checklists, and nobody really ever asked you about them, and wanted to figure out what it was that were on that list, you know. Like
yeah,
this is the first time I've heard you say actually that they gave you these checklists over and over again.
yeah, like and like just to like follow up on us, like they were like we were like really like they were investing a lot of money on us, like to build us, like they were flying us everywhere, like so like that was like yeah, like they have a logbook of each of us, so
Okay. Now, also something else that you talked about was whenever
you got involved with these guys, that they they pretty much had you go home and have your parents sign papers for the
Yeah,
recruitment. Could you kind of go into that for us and tell us a little
yeah,
bit about
like
that?
they sent us back from that job fair, like with the papers to show to our parents, and if they were like in a cart and like they were okay with this, to bring back the paper, and we would get an appointment from there. So we all did this, like me and my buddies. Like I brought this to my mom because my dad was working at the Bay James while I got recruited. So yeah, like my mom filled out those papers. Like I was all there. I was all motivated. Please, please, please. Like it looks so cool. Like the show that we're selling was nice, for a kid. But yeah, till you get in the real thing. So anyway, so we got this appointment when I brought the papers back, and like in the appointment, they were just like talking to my mom and like spinning her head around, like like a few like important people. Oh, he's gonna be like a genius. Like it's just through light traumas and like with the hypnose and like you won't remember nothing. And blah 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 blah. And yeah, like there were. It was like a pressure cell, like a machine to recruit kids.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and the money was good too. Like they were giving good money to the parents. So yeah, that's how I got recruited. So
Yeah. No.
like
When
my mom
uh,
was working with the cops in the same office, so she trusted them. Like she had no idea what like, and the thing too, like when we were in this appointment, they told us that like because we wanted that, like not to complain about it, and like we weren't allowed to talk to our parents, and our parents weren't allowed to talk about or ask us question about like what was going on in those tests. So like and they made stuff in that project that to make us so uncomfortable that we wouldn't talk about it, like
hmm
crazy stuff. So yeah.
Now, when you mentioned that before, that's kind of something that stuck out to me, and like we just went over the papers and the checklist. Now, you said in previous interviews that your parents weren't aware, um, and you also said that parents couldn't ask questions about what had happened, and the kids couldn't tell them anything either.
Yeah.
Um,
It could be a test to see if we were talking or whatever. We wanted to be spies. We wanted to be like, like the real thing. So, like, we couldn't mess around and like, yeah, I was motivated. Like,
no, did they make it appear as though as that's what it was, to where it was training you and things of that nature, or did they tell you
oh,
bad things would happen if you told?
yeah, like at some point, like threatening to kill my parents or like stuff like that. Like, like there's a phase in my young age, like where like I was waiting till my mom goes to sleep, and I was going like next to the door in the back. I was grabbing a knife, and I was staying there all night till the morning comes up. And I was like when the sun was coming up, I was going to sleep a few hours before school, because like I was scared, like, and I thought they were coming by the back door. So like I was always there, yeah. So that's a few years of that. So
Yeah, that's one thing that I really noticed whenever I seen it. I thought that would be something that we would discuss, because, like I said, whenever I watched the interviews, it was like you wanted to bring this stuff up, but it to me personally, and I'm not saying anything bad about anybody. I'm just saying it didn't seem like the questions were structured. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
to where you could actually tell your story and let people hear it, and be able to say everything that you wanted to say about it. So that's kind of what I'm wanting to do here. I'm
Oh,
wanting to,
that's nice.
you know what I mean, so that you have a chance to say everything and be able to get your message out to people and the way you want it. You know what I mean? If there's something else that pops up while we're talking that I don't have on my talking point, I'll add it on and I'll go back and we'll talk about it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So with your parents, after your parents and you weren't talking to one another and telling each other what was going on, you also mentioned that kids didn't use their real names. There either. Like I believe you said your name there was Duncan Carmen.
Duncan Cameron,
Cameron.
and like that was for Montauk. Like, but for Montauk, we weren't using our real names, and like for other place too. But like at the certification when we had like our cards and all, and like the insurance papers and like like our numbers and all. Yeah, like we had that name too, but we couldn't like tell it to our other friends or whatever. What was the other name? Like, so this is papers that we had to bring to our parents, and parents were keeping them, and like so that's like the pension papers and stuff like that. And
Yeah. Now, I, I, I would like to get into Montauk and talk about that right off, but before we do that, there are some other things that you had mentioned that I think would be interesting to talk about before we get there. Okay, now you had mentioned quite a few times about handlers. Okay,
right.
and from what we're talking about now, the first thing that popped up in your conversation was the cops, and you said
Mhm.
that your mom had been working for the police force, I guess, before all
Yeah, in
this
the same
occurred.
office, not like they were in the same building. Like she was a government employee too,
Hmm.
but like in another division or whatever. So yeah.
Now, this relationship that she had with these police officers, was it one where they like hung out with each other and had conversations and stuff like that, or was it just they went to work and uh, and she came home and that was it?
Well, that I know of, yeah, like they were just like like co-workers seeing daily and like talking, and like like my mom was nice, like they were nice too, like like the sweetest two-faced. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I know that might sound weird and everything, but it is a good question that really does need to be brought up, because you said that children were driven to Montauk by undercover cops and
Yeah,
cop
man,
cars for
like
testing.
in cops, like dressed in cops, but like in undercover cars, like like ghost cars, like to like phantom cars
Hmm.
for the police, and they were hauling us like in that, and like we were like doing 6 hour drive to New York, okay, to Montauk, and like we were passing through the custom, and like just slowing down and waving the hand, and the guy at the second floor was just like they were seeing kids travel there all the time by cops. They weren't even stopping, like that's the kind of like it's big, it's the government, it's the militaries, it's like CIA, man. So,
Okay. Now, Raphael has his hand raised and everything. So, do you want to ask a question, Raphael?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, when you say phantom cars, do you mean unmarked vehicles?
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
in French, the voiture fantôme, like that's in French. We call this like ghost cars. So like
Gotcha.
from
okay.
Okay. Just want
Now,
to be clear on that one.
yeah, that is a good point because that was one thing that you had mentioned about when it comes to these handlers that I felt that was a part of the conversation about the handlers. That's what I at least assumed you were referring to when you were talking about handlers. And then you also mentioned the military. Now, there was a part in one of your interviews where you said that the military came
forced the kids into a military truck that had 6 wheels, and they were all in their underwear.
Yeah,
And,
like that's when the last day of Montauk, like when the accident happened there, and like the base closed. Like we were all like transferred to this those two military trucks. There were two trucks like that, like with tarps in the back, like and with lines of seats each side, and we had to sit down and like they gave us like a little gray blankets, like and somebody went to get some like jogging suit, military jogging suits. Some were gray and blue, navy blue, and the other ones were gray and green. So like all like a little size. We were all pretty much like kids like of my age, like 8, 9, 10. Like a few were a bit older. Like I think Stuart was like probably 4 years older than me, around that. Like so.
yeah, I remember you talking about the jogging suits. And also, you went and the blankets too. You mentioned the blankets in other interviews, but you also said that when you guys were sent there, you were put in cages in your,
Yep.
and this was also while you were only wearing underwear. So you were put in cages with no beds, and you were laying in water. Is that?
Yeah, like well, like we were doing the 6 hour drive, and we were getting there in the middle of the night, and we were walking a little like wood path, and there were like a hatch, and like in the ground, and uh, like a big concrete, like kind of like a square, and with like metal like steps, like little steps coming out of the, and we were going down there, and we had to like undress, and they were putting our clothes like all in the same spot. And after we were going to the cage row, like we had to go to a door and like going down, and and they were putting us in our cage, but they were like putting one in a cage. They were like skipping a cage, like another one. So like that we weren't like uh, one next to the other, and there were like rows, one in front of the other. So they were like putting like the other kids and the in front of the empty row, in front of the empty cage kind of thing in the other side. So like
Yeah, it makes sense. Everything made sense what you said there. Now, the one thing I do want to know so about that situation is this was all voluntarily. You guys went in and voluntarily went into these cages, or did they force you?
yeah, yeah, no, like we were drugged like all the way to the 6 hour drive. Like we were like drugged, and like we got there, they drugged us. We were like they were giving a lot of LSD to us, like like not small dose, like like yeah, like probably to get like 10 people high, like each dose they were giving us. So we were like opening the doors of the mind, like he was saying, like so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Now, I do remember you talking about, yeah, and you only talked about this briefly when it comes to the drugs. You said that they were giving you drugs and LSD.
Yeah.
So this was during the time that the police would. Now, when they picked you up, were you in a facility or were you still living at home?
I was still at home. Like we went to I got sent to Montauk because like I did a test in water, like with a closed gasket, like in pitch dark, like deprivation or something like that. They call this.
Yeah.
And yeah, like we were the head strapped in like a kind of gasket. There were two-way speaker in the door, and like so we were tied up. We had like water like to probably an inch from the nose, like barely to the mouth. And like soon as they were closing that door, like we had the head strap, so we couldn't like move or nothing. And they were splashing water, like waterboarding, and the test there was to go in astral projection and get two words that my handler was holding, hiding in the school, another school, So I'm the only one that managed to do it. So those two words were propaganda and constitutional.
Okay.
So yeah.
Now, I am close to getting into discussing MK Ultra and Montauk and everything, but there are a couple things that I did still want to go over with these handlers. Um, Now, and being put in the cages and only being in your underwear and stuff like that. Now, you had a story that you told. First of all, you said that there's millions of kids who were sent there doing this stuff.
Well, supposedly this place had up to 500,000 kids. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so that's that's a lot of kids, and I saw a lot of kids there. It wasn't always the same. Uh, but yeah, I saw bad stuff there, like really
Mm-hmm.
bad stuff. Like it was all underground, under tunnel. Like we could cry for help or nothing. Nobody would hear us or come for us there. The place was built for that. So yeah, they were waterboarding us two at that place. They were at the end of the cages row. There were an open room with a big metal pan with to feed animals or something like that, and they were bringing us there and till we were giving up, till we gave up because we weren't even fighting anymore, because just and those guys were brutal. They were military guys, and once in a while they were coming in the row of cage and just opening the cage and kicking us to see if we were still alive, so or just sleeping, so and some were coming with masks, and and I saw one, and I went and said, I was Tony, so hey, I recognize you. Oh, he he knocked me out. I was beat up bad by this guy, so yeah, I have bad memories of that place,
Yeah.
and
Now,
everybody that went there probably has the same type of memories as I have, because yeah.
okay. Now, you were also talking about a buddy that you had that you were in those cages with, and you went into the cage, and he didn't move one day, and you
Yeah.
didn't know for sure if he was still or alive or if he was dead. Um, is there a reason for why you didn't know? Because afterwards, did you get transferred somewhere or something like that where you didn't have contact with him or what?
No, 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 no. It's just because I woke up from being beaten and all, and there were kids and another kid that was cause I was at the crossway of two cage row, okay, and so the kid that was in front of my cage was hanging, okay, in draining, in a pan, the draining the blood, and like Steve was in the other, the main row of cage, but not the one right in front of me, between, in the between both of our cage of me and the dead kid. So he had the dead kid in front of him too, for sure he was seeing him too, and but I was trying to, because they gave us names to use there, like so that if we were getting questioned or tested, tortured or whatever, if we would give our names or whatever. So yeah, mine was Duncan Cameron, and Steve name was Pedro de Montoya. So because he looked a bit like a Mexican, so I was trying to call him Pedro de Montoya for a while. He wasn't like moving, like not giving a sign of life. At some point, I even like, Steve, like, and not more of a sign. He made it out, like, cause like all this shit happened, the monsters came out of the wall and like destroyed the place, and they saved us. Like that's true. Like that's
Yeah, no,
like in the
I do have that.
Stranger Things series.
I do have that
This
plan
place.
for. I do have that plan. Okay, because that was
Yeah.
important. But that's coming up. Now, the one thing I want you to kind of go back over and elaborate at this point, though, is the part about MK Ultra. So
Yeah.
far, we've talked about them giving you drugs, which was LSD,
Yeah.
and but you also mentioned something else that was going on there too, and this was they were making you listen to just general talking in a pair of headphones on a tape.
That's not to Montauk. That's another place. Like I have like 3, 4 of my buddies that remember that place too. Like we build that place for other groups of kids. We build those bunk beds. We travel them from the storage to like the place where they were making us sleep for a month. So, but yeah, I remember the test was like a month of sleeping, and they were playing tapes. Like we all had headphones. We were all
Mm-hmm.
in bunk beds, and like they were coming to wake us up to bring us to the toilet to pee, and like sending us back, giving us more drugs. We were drugged for a month, sleeping and having those tapes playing in our minds. And, like so, yeah, that's one of the MK Ultra tests. But like there were so many, like and like that's what I'm trying to expose, because like like no kids deserve that. Like, hey, we were young and like yeah, like yeah,
Yeah. No, you when it comes to this part, you referred to special schools, and I think that would be something that would kind of go into this and bring it out a little bit. Now, when you say special schools, is there any kind of description that you can get about what these different kind of schools were and what they made you do? For
it, the school was actually a school that was sold for $1. Okay, it
Mhm.
had to be refurbished and all, and it's the CIA that bought it, and they also bought the little church that was in front as their office, undercover office. Okay, so it was they were still playing tapes of like the church, like church music in there and all, and like but it was the office. Like a lot of CIA agents were coming there, like and like evaluate certain kids or whatever, or like to teach us. And they were going to dinner to have their dinner in the church, and like that was their office. So yeah, like that school was a regular school, but like most of the kid in it were part of the Monarch project, like the MK Ultra sub project, and but we were not all for the same field. Like the most of them, like are like were headed for like head position everywhere and stuff like that. Like everybody's controlled. Like everybody that's in power positions are being controlled. So like yeah, so that's a school for that. But like that's only one school. So yeah,
Okay, so do you have any information on like those other schools that you're talking about other than that one? Because I mean, I
I didn't go to them, so I can talk about like the other. I can just like because like it was a gig. Like they were kind of probably most of the CIAs that were like coming to teach us like could certify that they went to other like a bunch of school, because like it wasn't just in my area.
okay,
Like that's for sure.
okay, that's good to to go through because I wanted to kind of get that elaborated to see if maybe you had to go to multiple schools to learn.
or stuff like that? Because when
They
you're
were following up, and I can say that like the cops, because like my school, the cops were like always there as soon as it was open, because there were a lot of like the MK kids in there. So but like there were a lot of schools around that had kids from the MK project, and they were just getting like taking out the class, like separated from the groups, and like to like have their mind fucked up with like us, like it was all the same pattern everywhere. But you know, like I have buddies that were in the project that weren't in the same school, and like I did tests with them, a few tests, so like I can certify that. So yeah.
okay, cool. Now, you mentioned testing abilities, after the special schools. You were talking about you had tests done to test your special ability, or testing your abilities,
Yep.
and this is where I make it out that the Montreal CIA hospital comes into play, right? And they were testing you for astral projection
Yeah.
and everything. So
Remote viewing, like astral projection, like telekinesis, like move stuff, like stuff like that. Like all those like different aspects, like making us like link with our all our senses, like you know, like a day blindfold in school, like with somebody guiding us, you know, like stuff like that, like all kinds of. So it was like a 6 years of that, like intense, like for that school before we were getting certified, like the ones that like survived. And like, cause honestly, like in the first year, uh, after the kids were gone, like in the first year,
and when you say they were gone, you're referring to they were dead.
never see them again.
Oh, they just disappeared. So you don't know for sure if they died or if they just were disappeared.
Yeah, like I don't think that many kids move out.
Yeah. So at this Montreal CIA hospital, is there a way that you could kind of elaborate more and kind of give us an idea of what the scene was? You know, like
That hospital, like John Gettinger was there. Like he was the chief recruiter for the CIA. He was like the chief recruiter for many like secret services around the world. So like, you know, it's big. It's not just like Canada, United States. It's everywhere. But like he was like the main guy that was selecting the spies for all the secret services are all around pretty much. So like he was my main the guy that was following me, like you know, and my mom, and the appointments with my mom a lot. And so yeah, like
so he'd basically be your handler. He'd
well,
get
he was one of the handler, but like sample for the water test, what that was done in the handicap school, where I met my two buddies, well, two of my buddies, like that I'm still buddies with. Like they remember that place. They don't remember why they would be there. Like we were in the middle of summer, and we were in an handicap school, and like you know, like we all had pools. So and that's where we met and all. And they remember a bunch of the details that I say, but like they don't remember the best, because they didn't went through like a regression hypnose and all, like I did, like because yeah, like that. Yeah, that was like the best thing I could have done. Like unlock my memory, like because
hmm
yeah, like they mess with your head, they raise our memories, and so yeah, it feels good to remember who you really are. You know, like yeah.
now. Now, this handicap school, could you kind of go into that a little bit more? Because this is the first time I've really heard about the handicap school. Could you tell us a little bit about what that was about and what you had to do there?
Yeah, well, that was the test with the two gaskets. Like the two gaskets were in a little room next to the pool, and were next to the showers, and like there were like a kind of office with a glass, and there were computers the other side that were like connected to those like two gasket, and we're going on the step ladder, one on each side, and laying in there. They were strapping her head and closing the gasket. There were two-way speaker in it to talk to us. So yeah, the mission was to go and get those two words and come back, say those two words, and they would stop the waterboarding machine, and open the gasket. So I was the only one that made it that day, and but we all had to go through it, and we were all drugs. And there were a few parents that were checking us in the pool. We couldn't talk in the pool, but me and my buddies, remember, we find a way to talk a bit, in the filter spot and all, and so we have all those memories, the parents and all, and they remember this too. So yeah, and we had to stay for a few hours there, and after, when we left, like uh my handler came back with the undercover car, so yeah, and when he got in the parking, we were all leaving, all three together, and he made thumbs up. So I made thumbs up too, and so from there I had another appointment to go to with my mom to another school, meet Jack, the main guy that was in charge of the Montauk Air Force Base. So he was one of my handlers that was coming to see me regularly at home. So like we had this appointment, and it was to talk about Camp Hero. That was a hard place to go. It was older kids usually that was going there, but there were magical chair, and it was making appear anything you want, and like a fantasy show. So he tells me yeah, I want to go. So I Camp Hero, I thought they were building Hero on that chair. So yeah, I went, and he gave me an appointment, a time to go and wait on the corner of my street, and somebody would pick me up. It was my handler. My buddy Steve was already in the car, and yeah, from there, I remember it was a super nice day, in the afternoon, and we went to get Stuart, and Stuart was living probably 15 minutes away from my place. So yeah, we crossed the water place, on the ferry or whatever, and we went and got Stuart, and after from Stuart we went and get another kid, Michel, that was at the Dunkin' Donut, and that's where they gave me that name, Duncan Cameron, and I had a badge. In French it's a macaron. So I had that lunch, that cup, Duncan, and that macaron to remember the name and practice it. But I was on LSD.
Yeah.
So I was laughing in the car. So always messing up, Duncan, donut, Duncan, so yeah, at some point, almost like a trip, are we there yet? Are we there yet? But on LSD and fucking up my name. So at some point he told me, shut the fuck. And yeah, so I was practicing in my mind, but yeah, we all had names like that to practice, and so a 6-hour ride of that, and we got there at Montauk in the middle of the night. They at the Dunkin' Donut, they gave us a bit of LSD with a count dropper kind of thing in our drinks, and a sweet ride. So yeah,
Now
when
you,
we got to Montauk, that's where we got to the hatch and all, and yeah.
now you also mentioned a place where they had monitors, masks, plugs everywhere. There was catheters, and they kept showing you the lotus flower. Now,
Yeah, that's on the chair.
okay, so that's a part of the chair.
Yeah.
So I do want to get to the chair, and I also want to get to the freaking the regressive hypnosis, but I want to hold off on that because right now you're in a really really important part of your story. You know what I mean? So I don't want to skip through this stuff and get to that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I did want to talk about that though because that did stick out to me. But the one thing that I do want you to talk about a little bit more is this astral realm. Now at least I understand astral projection. Okay. Um,
Yeah.
Now, do you see astral projection as different from remote viewing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you kind of
Like
fill
remote
us?
viewing is more like instinct, like a kind of thing, like like to like simple, like you point on the map and whatever, and you go like you have like hints of what's surrounding, and like to build like the image, but like astral projection is more going there and digging in there and like a ghost. So like that's what they were training us to do, like the astral projection part, to but like the remote viewing, like I was teach by like a legend, like Joe McMonteagle. Like he came at school, like I had him for a few days, like my class, and like he trained us, like like a super nice guy. Nothing really, I really want to specify this guy has nothing to do with the project or nothing. It was just like another CIA asset that was training like kids to like do remote viewing. So like a gentleman. I really like this guy is nothing to do with the abuse, and like I want to specify that, like because like the guy like doesn't deserve like a bad reputation. He's a really nice guy. So he was, and
Okay.
when I was a kid. So
That's good. So now I did want to get that out of the way, clear that up, so that we do understand that you're discussing astral projection rather than remote viewing, because in one of your interviews you said that when you're astral projecting, you're like a ghost.
yeah.
Could you kind of elaborate on that and tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, like you're really like a ghost, like you're flying and like you go where you want, like there's no space or time limit, or like yeah, like when they build us for that, to do this, like that's why all the LSD, that's why all the mind, like the doors of the mind opening, and like all those training, and like yeah, like we got built and brought to this level, like so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now, you also mentioned too that like you can travel to where you want to go by thought. You
yeah,
just think about it and you're there.
yeah, like you just like that's how it works, like like you focus to meditation and all, and like when you're leaving your body, like like uh you think of where you want to go, and you just like it brings you there, like it's just like everything's automatic kind of thing, like it's smooth, it's like, and like your light, your like the sensation is awesome, like yeah, that's a cool trip.
No, one thing I do know from my research into astral projection is like for me the difference between astral projection and remote viewing is basically with remote viewing you don't leave your body, whereas with astral projection you leave your
Yeah,
body and go somewhere else.
yeah,
Now the one thing that I always found curious was that like your spirit, I guess, is got like a self defense mechanism to where if your body is being put in danger, to where like say another entity is trying to take over your body, you'll automatically snap to your body. Have you ever experienced anything like that before, where you were pulled back into your body because of something that you didn't know?
Mm, Not that I remember of, like, because like they build like like through those traumas they build like a series of alter like personalities
Mm-hmm.
in us. So like and like those are built to cope with those like like the those situation that could come like in the future and all, like that was all planned. That was like like it's not dating from yesterday. Like there's hundreds like like I don't know how long this project went because like it's dating from probably Egypt, like so yeah, but like the MK Ultra from the Second World War and the paperclip, because like we had the real Nazi like dealing with us, like me and my buddies, like the Dr. Green, because like I found out that like it's not all the Nazis that were taking care of us that were the same, but they all had the same code, like Dr. Green. So like that was how we were calling them. And like the one that like dealt with us, I recognized him on a picture, okay, and like actually he faked his death, like and like for sure he's paperclip. He was the chief of like intelligence for the Nazi services. Okay, he's the one that built all the death camps and like the gas chambers and all, like to make this productive. He's the one. Uh, Hitler was calling him Iron Heart. Okay, the butcher Prague.
Okay.
So
Okay. So now,
yeah, that's the guy that like was messing with her heads, and like we're a few that remembers him and his office because we at the end of the school when we all had our certification, we all had to go and see him, and like that's the last time I saw him, and yeah, like I recognize him, like like from the pictures from like World War II, so that's pretty neat. So Heinrich Reinhardt.
Heinrich
Yeah.
Reinhardt. Okay. So with these altered personalities, how many altered personalities do you think you possibly have had?
I don't know, like if I go with the like I I don't know if it's matching because like the test that I did at the Allen Memorial, like it was like I had a bunch of needles everywhere on my head, and like they were keeping my eyes open, and they were like putting drops in them, and it was painful. That was like that you think, oh, that's nothing. That sucked. So but I remember there were like probably 12 or 14 pictures of my brain, different pictures
Mm-hmm.
on the light board, like it's kind of X-ray board or whatever. So I don't know if it's like all the alters they created in me, but for sure I was the grand finalist of all my area. Okay, so like I did all the tests. Like at the end, I was like, "Is there more tests?" I wanted to go and do. No, there's no more. So like they put me in like a unit called reserve. The reserve. That's where like we were like black ops. Like they were like so that's the unit, the reserve. So yeah,
So you were placed in a unit called the Reserved.
yeah, a
Could you
bunch of
kind of
Manchurian candidate kind of thing. Like like and like robots that like yeah.
okay? So could you go into a little bit more detail on what this unit called the Reserve was? Kind of give us a story on that. And you mentioned robots now. Or
Oh well, like just because like the way they program us were like machines, like they trigger us like we were like years during that school, the CIA school, almost like twice a week probably, like ultra low frequency tones,
mm,
like we were doing tests just to get us used to always our tone and like our frequency, and we were like falling up on neutral, and like so that's how we take orders, like this and certain words, and like like so that's pretty much like the main, like so You know, like it's dangerous through a phone to get a phone call. Like, you know, they do that sound. You're on neutral, like, and you just like take what they say and you do it. You know, and you don't remember because like what you do it, and after like you go back to sleep and all, and it's all like it was a dream. And the next day that you worked or whatever, there are always a crew that are keeping you busy or changing your mind or like, and like that's a pattern that I've noticed through like my personal experiences. So like that always like keep you like so that you don't like think about those dreams. But
Mhm.
at some point, you know, like there's some missing times too that adds up and like with the dreams, like because like yeah, certain flashbacks are coming out, you know, like so
Yeah.
yeah, that's how we like you get to a point where you start to ask questions, you know, like
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
yeah.
So, with what you're saying there, it goes into something that I've heard a lot of other people discussing, and it's called compartmentalization. And MK Ultra was supposedly supposed to be the kings of
Yeah.
compartmentalization. Um, so, was you ever introduced to the term compartmentalization? And if so,
Yeah.
what do you
Oh
think?
yeah, like you know, like they were building a storage, like the storage of the mine, like in different places, you know, in the of the mine. This I remember, and like stuff that, like I remember Jack coming to my place and talking to me, and like you know, like when there's stuff like that, you just put this in the and like those lower files, like the files that like you don't go back there, like those are like the so like you know like different compartment or whatever like places to put those memories and but like yeah like when you get access to all those places like oh fuck the shock, you know, like to process all the, you think you're going crazy. They make it so big, so wide, so like wow, you know, like you like imagine me, like you know, hey, I went twice to NASA to get trained and blah blah. You start saying this to anybody, like you know, you're a kid, you wouldn't get believe. Like they make it so you pass for fucking nuts. Like, but like the thing is nuts. So like, and I'm not the only survivor. Like, there's a bunch of survivor. Like, uh, so yeah, like I'm not the only one coming out with this, but like at some point, like my story got used by many people, you know, like and transform and I'm here to cut the bullshit because you know, like
Yeah.
I think the real story is like probably wilder, way wilder than the Stranger Things series example. Like that's based on my story, like you know, because
And see, that's
that's
one reason why I wanted to do this interview this way because, like I said, on Raphael's wife's show, we've had a guy come on that talks about the secret space program, and it stirs up certain emotions. So it's just best that we do the interview, you know, so that you can come out with this stuff. Because like this stuff right here that you've been talking about, this is good stuff that needs to be talked about, and I haven't heard too much of it, and it sounds like we're doing a really good. From my opinion, I think we're doing a really good interview. You know what I mean? Because you're getting into some areas that I have heard when it comes to these subjects. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm saying I'm really glad you're here because we could get through it and start talking about some serious stuff that you want to talk about. You know what I mean? Are you happy up to this point with what we've been
yeah,
talking
like
about?
I know I'm happy. Like I can like expose a bit like more in details. Like and that's a good thing. I think like people have to know that you know like and like I'm gonna like do a call to all the other survivors or the people that doubt. You know like guys like don't waste time. Go and get like regression hypnose. Get your memory unlocked. Like find somebody reliable. I went with Misha Johnston. It was like she's a marvelous lady. She did an amazing job with me, and I have no regret like doing this. Like really not. And cause like every time there's one of us that dies,
Mm-hmm.
inside of a year we're being erased, like we never existed, and like they're just erasing us one by one, and like we got to get stick together, and we're trained for that, and guys, we got to take back our place, because you all know what's coming up if we don't do it. So
Now,
it's a call to everybody, and
now there
like
were a couple of other things too that I wanted to bring up that you had mentioned too, and I was wanting to see if you could probably talk about it. And it still has to do with like this astral realms, talking about the astral realms. Now, you said that you opened up gates, and some of these gates look like mirrors.
well, no, the portal,
Okay.
because at Montauk, the chair, you were talking a bit earlier about the all the wires and the plugs and the catheter, and that's where, like, at Montauk, okay, after the beating up part of, like, probably I don't know how long, we got beaten, like slept in the water and all, and I don't know how many time I spent there, but like at some point, Jack came and got me, and like, oh, nothing will happen to you, and we're gonna go on the chair again, and I'll guide you back. You're gonna go and open your gateway, and like all the story to, like, okay, he's there, safe, because like a lot of us were losing ourselves doing the astral projection, and like we were just like empty bodies after, like losing ourselves in the mine or whatever, and they were using us, they were hanging the kids and draining them. So that's the the part that, me, when I was practicing young, I was always going, like, in my area, the schools I knew, and also like when the test that in those gaskets, I was practicing a lot before that, so like I'm the only one that made it there at that test, and that's why I got sent to Montauk. But yeah, on the Montauk chair now, like after being beat up and all, and Jack bringing me to the chair, like Preston Nichols, like I don't know if any of you guys saw the movie The Montauk Chronicles, but that's really well made. That's an investigation. It was like years of research, and people that were other survivors I know, and uh, the people that were working in the project and all, and like Christopher Gaetano did an amazing job doing the Montauk Chronicles, and it's the best movie documentary I saw, reproducing like the what happened there. Like, so, like, if people want to have an idea of how dark the place was, and like the kind of treatment we had, like that's probably the limit we can show, that somebody can show on TV, because there's stuff I don't think any of us will talk about. So yeah.
Okay. Now, I am at the point now where we're getting ready to talk about Camp Hero and the Montauk chair. But the one thing I do want you to kind of elaborate on, because we have viewers out there that might not be aware of what you're talking about, but you mentioned the Monarch program.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, could you kind of give everybody a little bit of a background on what makes the Monarch program different than MK Ultra and the
It's just
Montauk?
the name that changed. It's the same techniques. It's the just like the evolution of MK Ultra, with the church trial, and they lost a few documents that came into public, and like they were like court the American president like apologized to the victims and all, but like while he was apologizing, we were still doing this. So like, uh, yeah. So like, I'm here to like show the real colors.
Okay, so basically, the Monarch program is nothing more than changing the name of MK Ultra to
Yeah,
something else.
and like for different like, cause like there's different like probably 200 like sub project that know or like had an idea about. So like but for to train people for different fields, like so all related to those checklists that we were like filling up like through the first appointments and like through the years. So like to and like sometimes we wanted to someone had to go in a certain field, but they were sent to another field or whatever if they had like stronger point for that, like so. But yeah, that's
Okay. Yeah, I kept getting distracted. I got Karma Love and Angel Esperada in the chat, and they keep messing with me. So I'm trying to stay focused. So I apologize about that, Christian.
I know me too. Like yeah, I'm talking a bit of everywhere.
No, you're doing good. You're doing good. But I wanted to get into that so that we can go on to the Camp Hero. And now, before we get into talking about the Montauk chair, could you kind of go into just kind of giving a description of Camp Hero in general and like the facilities that you had to go to when they were doing all this crazy stuff?
That was like a place like like super dark, like water everywhere, like a dark place. And all the cage and all, and like like the kids hanging in those over the pans. Like I saw one that was right in front of my cage, and I was scared, of like looking at him because like 8 years old, and you see a little kid in front of you that's hanged up, and like yeah, like I was fucking scared of looking at him, like Pedro de Montoya. So like yeah, that was like something that like even to this day, like my heart beats up when I talk about this kid, and like that the Steve too, like cause Steve didn't make it too long after, like like still Steve like yeah, he killed himself not too long after that, like yeah, he was dealing with a lot of demons, like that, like all the stuff the rituals they did with us, like they were like Aquino, General Aquino, that the military that was like Satanist, and like yeah, we went through a lot of shit in that. Like yeah, people have no idea, and that's what I'm talking about in my book. Like like a bit, and like there's gonna be a new book soon that's gonna be like more elaborate on this. But this version was really like a lifesaver to like back up my ass a bit because like I'm attacking something big here. So
Okay. And we mentioned part about the room with the masks and the monitors and the plugins everywhere with the catheter. Now, do you know exactly what the whole deal was with showing the lotus flower?
well, like that was I think like he was talking while like Preston was hooking up like everything, like like the hat and all the plugs everywhere, and like the monitors and like the catheter, and like Jack was like talking and like bringing me to a state of like relaxation, and like to calm me down, like from all the traumas I just got out of, like because like he pulled me out of the cage section, like like to the chair. So that's the time I had. So yeah, like the just like talking, like they put the mask in my face and like explaining me that was like a flower that they just discovered in Florida, like a floating flower, AP Fat or something like that. There's a weird name like I have it in the book. Like I took a picture of one. So yeah, like a ghost something and that was the vapor that he was saying that I was breathing in the mask.
Mm-hmm.
And the what else? He installed a portal. That's the portal, like the watery look, like that you were asking a bit earlier.
Yes.
That's like that was on a stand, like that they were lining up right in front of us. It looked a bit like a mirror on a like today, like a medical kind of lamp, like those the arms. So they
Mhm.
were adjusting it in front of us, and like preparing us to like talking to us and like the lotus flower explaining to us and showing us the lotus to me because like it was one at a time on that chair to that the lotus was used since ancient Egypt and ritual, blah 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 blah, and just like telling me a bit the story of the flower and that like giving me my mission that I had to go through this portal that was like a purple watery look and like go and like through astral projection through the portal and go open my gateway that like everybody had a gateway, but no, it's not everybody that had the chance to go and open it. That like it was okay to go that far, that he would be there, so I wouldn't get lost, and like he would guide me back. So that's what I did.
Okay.
And when I came back, it wasn't there.
Now,
So
you also mentioned the catheter.
yeah,
Now, that to me implies the fact that you were there for quite a long time on that chair.
oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I went there a few times on the chair, but like I didn't went through all the process of the cage and all. Like there were acid house too at Campiro, and we're going in there like taking drugs and like laying down and like they were bringing us to the without the beating and all the first few times. So but like that time like when like the place blew up kind of thing like
Hmm.
that's because I didn't like the thing.
Yeah. Now, that's actually the point that where we're at now, because I did want to bring up the fact about you said that there were catheters there, so that tells me that like you were actually doing something with that chair for long periods of times to where you had to have a catheter hooked up to you.
Yeah,
But now, when it comes to this with this chair, you've said made statements where it says it makes anything you want appear. Okay.
yeah,
And
yeah,
the part you're talking about the base being destroyed, you in previous interviews, you said that you actually created a glowing monster in your mind
yeah.
while you were on the chair. And that same glowing monster, I guess, had more than one of them coming out.
Well, yeah, like I had like uh glowing sticker album,
Mm-hmm.
and like my mom like like was shown how to take care of me during the project, like over covering me kind of thing while I was at home, and like like sleeping early, no light, and blah blah blah. So I had those stickers, and like those stickers, like I was putting them at the sun, as all day, like while I was going to school, to have like those as a light, like under my blanket in bed at night. So that was my little routine, like so. I thought of that like on the chair and like as like waking up to Jack not there and like the memory of the Steve that's like I didn't know if he was dead, the kid that was dead in front of my cage. I didn't know if I was gonna be killed because like I saw that Jack was just fucking lying. So yeah, like I think protection mechanism. I didn't know nothing really scary at 8 years old, like except like my glowing monsters, and That's what I thought of, and like they just like it's a portal, like a kind of round light that appeared on the wall, and they were coming one at a time, and like just like going each in their direction, and like smashing the place and killing people. So like, yeah, that's what happened. That's the truth. Like, I'm not shitting you. Like that's really happened. Like, so yeah, that's how that thing, how that place closed, and how like the few survivors that, because I saved a few kids that day, like doing this,
Mm-hmm.
like like because like 1% of us would have made it out there. So like, yeah, we were like still there were a bus. So
No, I know, like, the last interview I seen that you did, a lot of people in the chat were asking if you thought they were angelic or anything, and if they would have been listening to you, they would have known that you were saying that you created this in your mind. You know what I mean? And
yeah, it's my stickers. Actually, it's really like my stickers. Like they were like there were original monsters in those days, like like six monsters or whatever. And I had that kit in my book, and like that's what came out. And like, but like human size, like but like a glowing sticker, like boosted, like really, really, really like strong, like because like the place was so dark, like the contrast of those were really like you weren't missing them.
yeah. Now, Raphael had to leave, but he told me that I should ask you um, how you coped with remembering all of this.
It was something hard, honestly. Like the time I like process all this, like like hard to like even function, like to go to work, or like just crying, like realizing all this. And I'm a like I'm a tough guy, but like the memories of stuff, like wow, like it's stuff hard to like digest, and like to accept and deal with and all. But like at some point, I understood that like that wasn't like me that wanted that, or like I was just lied to. My parents were lied to. Like all the victims of MK Ultra have been lied to. Nobody would do this for fun. Like like so yeah, like it's something hard to process. Took me a few years, like to like deal with this and put this in those storage, like compartment kind of thing, and like not go too deep in those memory and spend too much time on that, because like life is wonderful, and like like that was like not my fault. So yeah, so
Okay. Now that brings me to finally the regressive hypnosis. Now you said that Misha Johns was the one that
Johnson,
unlocked Johnson. She's the one that unlocked your memories.
yeah.
Now I was wondering, and I know you said that you don't like focusing too much on it, but like you're doing a really good interview now, right now. So I was wondering if there was maybe you could give some details about those lost memories starting to flow back into your mind. You know what I mean? And I know like every other day you really don't want to think about it, but like right now is probably the best opportunity for you to get it out there and let people know, these were the memories that came back to me.
Yeah, like well, I remembered like the way they raised our memories, like and I think I'm the only one that like came back with that memory so far. So like was like it was done at the hospital. Like we're sitting at a table, a little machine that they put on the table, and like there's a little wheel on it, and like we put our chin in our forehead, and like there's like a white plastic there, like a white or gray plastic pads, like, and like there's two sticks with two balls that like on your temples, that like gives shocks, like so that's how like and after they do like an hypnose like programming like what you had for life before. So like they erase what you had for life, and like they implant a new memory. But like the memory they implanted in my case was like the flashback I was getting weren't fitting with that at all. So like that's why I dig to through this and like went to like Misha Johnson and asked for like a regression hypnose because like I was getting like few flashbacks and like so yeah, that's why I went to the hypnose like a bit kind of
Now
to
you also mentioned too that afterwards they reprogrammed you with false
yeah.
memories on top of, like they would wipe your memories but then put false memories in it.
Yeah, like they program I had the nicest childhood. I went twice to Disney and like just like a basic like kind of like frame uh, memory that like and yeah, I went twice to Disney, but like wasn't twice to go to Disney. Like well, I went twice to Disney, but like I had a test to go do at the NASA there, like. Kennedy or Cape Cod or Kennedy Center. Like there's a NASA there, like close to Walt Disney or whatever. And like the first time I went was like a machine that were pairing us to in it, and like the thing was turning super fast till we wipe out. And like that was to check the G's that we could handle. And like after like we left that place and like continue our vacation like Walt Disney, SeaWorld and all like but the second year the test was like a glass box kind of thing with icy water in it, and like they were putting monitors with tape and like putting us making us sit in the container, and like a guy with a white suit and then like the monitor and taking notes and like and after a certain time like okay, get up, and giving me a towel, and like after we continued our vacation like and yeah, that's
Yeah, no, I'm glad you actually mentioned Disney because that was something that really stuck out to me when you brought that up. Now, you said that you tested twice at NASA and probably was
yeah.
never a part of the secret space program. So you don't know for sure if you were or you weren't actually a part of the secret space program, but you were a part of like MK
I think
Ultra.
I was. I think I was like in that program too. Like I think like they match us in a few different fields. Like when we're like strong psychic and stuff.
Uh huh.
Like they make us like yeah, that we can like play around a bit in those fields. So
So exactly what kind of tests were being done at NASA? If you could possibly maybe kind of give us a little
well,
bit.
those I remember those two tests in my case was like the spinning machine that like for to figure out how many G's we could handle, and like the cold water bath to see how long we could handle like the cold water like and yeah, that was two of the tests, but like that's only like one of the place like NASA like Camp Hero, or like another place in Canada was Bagotville, you know, like the Air Force base there. There's a big underground base there with huge tunnels. They were traveling us there with golf carts with a little light flashing on the golf carts, because like we were crossing other golf carts with like, and there were like a few trailers like behind the golf carts, people sitting in it like going that way, or people sitting in those golf carts going that way, like where we came from. So that was, the place is huge. Like it's hard to you gotta see it to process how big this is underground, and like all those tunnels and all, and like so like yeah, there's I think like a lot is coming out like lately with everything that's happening. So I hope there's gonna be more of that, more exposing of that, and that's gonna stop. Like we need to have access to those places underground. Like yeah,
Cool.
like
Now,
their tax money is going there anyway. Like
yep.
you think it's going up here? Nah.
Right. Now, you also said that you still use your abilities sometimes, even today. So I was wondering if maybe you could kind of tell us what you still do when it comes to astral projection.
I, and honestly, I want to keep those like secret a bit just for protection. 'Cause I like, like I gotta keep a bit of like, yeah, a bit of stuff for me just to back my ass because like I'm taking I'm attacking something bigger, So like,
It's a good
yeah,
idea to
but
keep
like,
it private. Yeah, I agree with you on that. And it's like I said, there's a reason why I wanted to do the interview this way because, like, there are people who like to, they're very opinionated about this subject. And I've been researching into the secret space program for a while. I haven't been a part of it or anything like that, but I am curious with the stories. So, and I know that there's a lot of people that give you guys a lot of slack or won't cut you any slack or anything, give you a hard time. So that's the reason why I wanted to do this, so that you could tell your story and, to damn with the rest of it. You know what I mean? Because for one thing, I started doing this channel back almost a year ago with old John from the Wonderful World of Weirdness. And I had to do a lot of changes on here, but with that, it's got a pretty big following, so this is a chance to get your word out to a bigger audience, you know what I mean? So
yeah, that's awesome.
And
I appreciate this.
And I also stream it on, well, I keep forgetting the freaking name of all of them, but I stream it on Odyssey, YouTube, X, Rumble, as well as Twitch. So
that's nice.
So we got that going on, and I really do enjoy doing these interviews. I enjoy hearing your guys' stories. So if you know anybody else that wants to come on and do some more conversations about the secret space program and the stuff you've been through, freaking feel free to let them know. They're welcome here. This is a community platform, okay? That's the thing that I insisted on when I got joined up with it. This means that if you're a part of the community for the Wonderful World of Weirdness, we'll let you come on and do your own show if you want. You know what I mean? So you can be on our shows anytime you want. If you see us in here, you've seen all the ruffians in the chat room. I mean, you know what I mean? They come in here, they'll join the show, stuff like that. So it's a community base, and you're always welcome to come in when we're doing shows, okay?
Thanks, that's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah. And hopefully a lot of people will by through my memories of events or will remember similar stuff that they went through, and will bring some curiosity enough for them to go and get this cleared out of their mind, through hypnosis, to see if it's real or you're going nuts, So, because at some point you get that feeling that are you going nuts for real,
yeah.
So yeah.
So I'm gonna open it up, and Mr. Edworthy here, if he has any questions, I'll let him ask you some questions.
I was fairly ignorant of the MK Ultra program until now. I was aware of it, but I've never really looked at it in any detail. Don't have got any questions. It's just been a really interesting discussion from the perspective of somebody who went through all of that. Yeah, I just curious. How serious does does this affect you in your current day-to-day current situation, or doesn't it?
Yeah, it affects me like lately, like since like that's why like the people that don't go and do their, because like it's you gotta figure out that like you'll be like a period of like like probably a year or two of like processing all this and accepting all this, and it can be faster like if you have help and all. So that's why I'm trying to like with each book I'm selling like I'm giving $1 like towards like a foundation that I want to organize with a few of the survivors to help other survivors and like give them resources, help like simple like regression hypnose or like counseling or like like just to help them a bit, like because we've been left to we're like yeah the we got abandoned a bit, like so by like people like participating in this and all, everything's gonna get known. People are gonna get their story out, more story out, because like it's not just mine. Like mine is popular because like Stranger Thing was based on it. But like I'm not the only kid that was there, and like some had it probably worse than me. Like so like, and that's those people that we need to get out and like share their life experience, because like like I'm talking a bit about like a few of my buddies that were in the project that got erased and all, but like some like like didn't have life after this, after the project. Like they fucked us up, like, and like yeah, like we need to like change this, and like life is good, and like those people that are fucked up, like like make me talk with one, and like I'll figure out a way to get them back, like 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 through slowly and all, like not through the medical process that they have now in place. Like we need different alternative, like different trades that will nice people that will take their time, and like so yeah, I think that's the goal, like with this foundation, is to help like other survivors, like to like deal with this, cope with this, come out with their story, and like so that we stop that pattern, and like expose them so that it doesn't work and they can't like take more kids, and like because like it's a big thing, like so yeah,
No, I
that's what
do.
I'm doing.
I do know, like, whenever you bring that up, when the mental problems and everything afterwards, I know that you guys have a lot of issues with that going on with your community, where there are people who suffer from mental illnesses because of it. They
Oh
have
yeah.
and I notice among lot of them, a lot of the ones that are popular even in your guys' group have physical illnesses, extremely a lot of physical illnesses and stuff. There's been a couple of them I noticed that they've actually had families do freaking wellness checks on them, where they have a cop come out to check them to see if they're okay, because of those situations. So
Yeah, they're more propice to have like those kind of episode like in their life after being through MK. Like I remember the time when they erased my memory. I was like for a while like glitching. Okay, and I was scaring myself because like sometimes I was talking with people that I love, family or whatever, and at some point you just get blank, and like you don't even listen to what they say. You're just thinking of how you can like do it in 5 seconds, ta, 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 and but you have to fucking control yourself so that doesn't go ta 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 on somebody you love, like so like that was a glitch, that's a bit why I left like a bit that period, because they just erased my memory and all, like so yeah, But this, like through time, like now it's not happening anymore. I'm okay, like, but like I was carrying myself, like because like you go like in a kind of a blind spot, like just in your mind, and like you're programmed to kill, kind of thing. Like so, fuck, like you don't stay close to the people you love in that time. So yeah.
Yeah. So, with the questions and everything, are you happy with all the questions I asked? Is there anything that I left out that you'd like to bring up that I didn't mention?
Well, like honestly, like no, I think it's a great interview. Like there's so many stuff, like like it's a lifetime of it. I have like buddies that like are stuck in jail, and like I have to prove that like I'm a CIA asset. Like hopefully there's one of them that are gonna come out for me, like because like I have like good intention to like help people. It's not for my benefits, or like it's to help people. And like because one of my buddies is stuck with 2 like life sentence in jail, because like when they all set us up, he had bigger charge. And yeah, like he needs to have a chance at life. Like that's not how it works. We're gonna change this. So, that's it. That's yeah.
No, Sonia Galactic. She showed up before or just after the interview was done. She's in the chat now. If you'd like to say hi, Sonia, feel free to.
Hi.
Now,
Hi, everybody.
now
Nice to meet you.
we're interviewing Christian L, and he has had past experiences with MK Ultra, Operation Monarch, as well as the Montauk Freedom Base.
The Montauk Boys, like yeah, that was one of the division. A few of us were going through this, and like that's the Montauk Boys, like kind of a little army of the reserve kind of thing. Yeah.
So if there's anything that you're curious about concerning all those stuff, then feel free to ask.
Okay. Well, it's good to be here. I know you were going to go on Rob's show there, Chris. Did you ever get on there? I didn't see one with you, but I wanted to catch it.
Yeah,
Rob.
yeah, like on Typical Skeptic. Yeah, I did one.
Yeah.
But like like the thing that's funny, okay? Like in the first like 2 days or whatever, like I think there were like 400 views and like 126 likes, and like it like in the 3-4 days after, it went up to 2,000 viewings, and like but like people were trying to like, and you were seeing the number go up and go back down to 126. So like from like 400 people, like 126 to 2,000, and there were still 126. And after a few days, they removed like I think 600 views, and like they're playing with the numbers. So I have the screenshot of all this and the times. So like they're really trying to like censor my story, because like they don't want the truth out.
Well, they do it with our platform too. Like
it's crazy. I went to check. Rob commented on my comment on one of the videos, and so I went to check, and it wouldn't show up, like either one of them. Mm-hmm. And then on the app, it said that Rob didn't have any followers, and he had like 1 like, and it was like his channel was like gone. But then when I line, it was still existent, of course. But it's Rumble's really weird, and that was on Rumble anyway.
Okay, me, I'm talking about YouTube, the YouTube channel there, like
same here.
Not surprising.
Same here.
And it's not the first time I see this happening on all my stuff that I'm publishing or all, and like they're really like checking me, like.
Well, I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it again. Okay, they went after people like Alex Jones first, and everybody turned a blind eye to it.
And I was telling everybody that was a part of the ufologists and the paranormal communities, I was like, you can sit there and act that way now, but guess what? When they're done with people who are into conspiracies, guess who's next? You know.
Yeah, that's it.
And the truth of the matter is YouTube doesn't want channels like us on their platform. You know what I mean? They really don't. And you'd have to be a part of the
Controlled by the
history.
CIA. Like
You know.
everything's controlled by the CIA.
But
So like,
they've had an issue with things like this, and Facebook is the same way. If they can get away with it, they'll get rid of you quick as a dime, a flip of the hat, you know. They want a fact check, and they want those facts freaking put in writing. And if you say something that doesn't go according to their facts check, you're a liar. You know. So.
Yeah.
all this because of the nice Bill Gates. He's a big cause of the censorship like that, and but it's not just him. It's like an alliance. It's like they pop, you know. So yeah, people have to wake up and listen a bit more to the people that are coming out with stories like that, and
yeah, there's
they're
definitely
not all bullshit. A lot of them are true. Yeah.
Yep. So, Mark, you got anything that you want to add to this? I know you were looking funny at me when I was talking bad about YouTube.
No, when it comes to YouTube, I can see there are issues in relation to so-called censorship, but I'm also thinking in relation to advertising, all content is good content.
Yeah.
Because of advertising. But yeah, that's besides the point. Talking of advertising, you said you had a couple of books. You want to name those books?
Yeah, well, my book now is the Montauk Boys, Terror at Montauk, The Last Moments of Camp Hero. And it's under my name, Chris Laterrar, aka Duncan Cameron. That's the code name that I had at Montauk. They came out with somebody that was named Duncan Cameron to expose my story, but that wasn't a real guy. Now it's all debunked. That's but yeah, they made my story popular. So yeah.
Okay. Now, also,
Yeah,
I presume you can get them on now.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Yes.
Sorry.
Lulu.com.
What? Okay.
Yeah, Lulu.com to get the book, and people won't that's gonna help other people, other survivors, as each book sold gives $1 to towards that foundation, and people will gain a lot of knowledge of how the recruiting, the type of treatments that we're doing to us, or the conditioning, and the evolution of that program from the recruitment to how my life turned when they all set us up and all. Cause you think the Montauk's a nightmare, the rest of my life wasn't easy either. So at some point, I'm used to it. I've been in that all my life, so try to scare me with whatever. Try.
There you go. That's the way you deal with it.
I'm sure you probably heard they had it was probably maybe, I don't know, a year ago or so, where they went down to Montauk, actually, or the area there. They took a road trip or whatever. Did you hear about that?
Oh, well, there's a lot of people have take footage of the place and all. There's a lot of documentary that are good images, Brian Mimic that got a bunch of exploration done in there, has a nice footage, Christopher Garetano that did a few documentary on the place. I actually did a podcast with him, and yeah, I think people are all working together to get this out, and like
Absolutely. Our Kimura, and I think Rob went with them. I can't remember for sure, but there was a bunch of them that took a road trip down there not too long
okay,
ago.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's probably a year ago, but that's no, that's 12 August this year, probably, because I know there's a bunch that went for the anniversary, and like it
That's what it
sucks because like I can't go there, like, but like, yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting what they had to say.
It was cool because Galactic Fire ambushed a Rumble stream. She didn't get no answer on there, so she finally came on here to
I ambushed. Yeah.
she, for her first resort is go to the freaking video chat. So every time she'll say something, and if nobody answers back, she'll go right on to Skype.
A lot of people that are going presently to like Montauk, like to the old site, like are getting those like weird vibes, you know, like it's kind of a place that went through so much evil that the place is like in print with that, you know, like, so that's gonna take more time than what it like, more time of healing, I think, because there was a lot there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bad place altogether. The first thing I ever remember hearing about the Montauk program was the mutated creatures that were being found dead on the beaches, where they were doing genetic research and stuff. And like with the whole secret space program and MK Ultra and stuff, this stuff is relatively new to me when it comes to Montauk. Like, I just now recently, within the last 6 months, started hearing people even put the two together, you know?
Yeah.
So, it's interesting.
Coming out.
Yeah. It's really interesting.
Hold on a minute. I'm just gonna, like, share my, the link for the book. So,
yeah, go
like
for
in
it.
the comments.
And before these two got all rowdy on me and everything, I wanted to also ask you to give a plug to yourself. Like, if you have any channels on YouTube or Facebook or anything that you're wanting to say, go ahead and say it for the end of the video so that we can get your...
I got a Substack, like Chris Laterre, but like my YouTube channel got banned, like both as soon as I got my book out. Like, I got one back, but like I didn't play with it. I just got it back in the last few days. I'm not sure if it's a mistake or whatever. I didn't like go and, but yeah, like they took my both of my channels out. So.
Yeah, you do have something on Facebook though, right?
On Facebook, like yeah, I talk about like regular updates, but like the best place is the Substack, like where like there's a lot of documentation. Facebook is just censoring everything and putting like
nonsense.
Nobody's. I'm shadow banned everywhere, like on Facebook. So.
Yeah, you go on Christian's Facebook profile, and you might see like images of little Care Bears that were put on there from Facebook instead of what he's posting. That's what I've been noticing lately. Like, I know people on Facebook, and I know they wouldn't post half the shit that's on their profiles or timeline, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean...
I'll share my link here for Substack. There's a lot of stuff on my Substack. So like little videos of us, some of the plays they brought us, like, you know, like because they were a part of SRA, like, you know, like the satanic ritual abuse, like and yeah, like people have no idea, and I think it's a good thing that people get awake to what the cops, the government, the army, like the Freemasonry are doing to kids. So like, yeah.
And it's
that's all them that I'm taking on.
All right. And it's like I said, man, this is your interview, but you're always welcome to come on to the show whenever I stream. On any of my streams, I actually do quite a few of them, probably too many. But
right? 50 or something.
Yeah, but
That's awesome.
but you're always welcome, man. And I'll try to tone it down on people coming in and giving you a hard time. You know what I mean? There's another guy that.
I think don't
Well, I mean,
yeah.
there's another guy that I talked to on Nancy Planetta's channel. His name's Brian, and he just gets so much crap. It's like, and I was guilty for one of them because I brought up a hot topic that caused everybody to just go nuts. You know what I mean? And I shouldn't have probably done that. Now that I look back on it, you know what I mean? Because it ended up him getting off the thing. He comes back on the show whenever it's all said and done, but like he constantly takes off. You know what I mean? Because somebody starts talking about Jesus and stuff of that nature, and it just goes nuts. So
Yeah, some are more sensible to those subjects. Yeah.
yeah, but maybe I can get him on here, and if he comes on, man, you're more than welcome to come in and be on the panel like Raphael and Sonia and Mark is right here. You know, hang out, and we'll do everything that pertains to the secret space program. This is the way I'm going to format it, to where questions and answers are after, because that's just from experience. You know what I mean? Like somebody's going to get on there and start getting crazy. You're gonna see a remake of Shanae off of Martin. You know, you guys remember Shanae?
Yeah, but like one thing I want to say is that like like a guy like me doesn't come out in public, and like I don't. It's not like I have a smooth life or like like I don't. A guy like me doesn't come out like that and like expose all his life, and like there's like probably 20,000 people that know me still alive, like across my life, that can like come and bring it on. But like I'm so like I would be an idiot to lie on anything that I said in the book or that I'm saying, because like it's all true. Like so like I would lie a little thing, I would like lose. So I'm just genuine and open and like transparent on this, and like but like it's not something that you do for fun. So people have to like get this in their mind, because like I'm doing this to help others. Like it's not for me, because me it's just gonna bring me trouble. So like I'm doing this for others, and I'm doing this for like the future generations and all. Like let's take back our place. Like I'll help you. I'm good at that. So like that's my message. So like I'd like the other survivors to get in contact with me, and because we got a lot to talk about.
And you've done a great job tonight. At least I think you have. We've gone through the information. I wish I could have really pulled up more, but like everything that I came across, it was pretty much basically the same stuff. I might have missed maybe 2 or 3 things. I'll tell you, I only went through 3 interviews, just so I didn't 2 or 3. It was, but I thought I got up enough information to where it could make for a good conversation, and you did really great. You did really great on this show. And just to let you know too, I'm not a big secret space program person. I'm just into really cool, strange, unusual, bizarre stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like with Mark, me and Mark do a tech talk video stream. So I'm not just into this. I'm also into talking about technology and politics too. So, but I ain't bringing politics up on this one. That's not happening. I don't.
I want to say hi to all the politicians too.
Sonia's.
I wanted to say thank you, Chris, for doing what you're doing. That's really brave.
Thanks.
Yeah. Need more people like you.
Yeah, I think like yeah, people have to like we're at that point where like we're at the edge where like if we fall on that side, we won't go back after. Like we have to like we have
Tipping
to take.
thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Tipping point. I agree. So, we have come to an hour and 56 minutes in the recording time. That's not counting the stream. The stream says that we've been on for 2 hours and 10 minutes. And I think that actually justifies it because it's like I said, I watched those interviews, and it seemed like nobody was giving you enough time to like elaborate on stuff and kind of tell your story. You know what I mean? It always seemed to go off in some other direction and off focus.
Yeah, because it's so big, eh? Like it's a lifetime, like I was saying earlier. Like like there's so much like important events that like that's why the book helps a lot for somebody to like know the story. And after, like anybody that wants to contact me, I'm a guy that's open to like like have questions or whatever. Like I even put my coordinates in the book. So yeah, like people that are curious and like yeah, I think it's a good thing to do, like to read the book. And like after you have questions, like, ask, like even you, if you have you build up more questions and you want to do another show, I'll be happy to do it. Like I love the experience. And yeah,
Okay.
so
Okay. Yeah. If I'll see what happens with Brian, and maybe we could do a little round table. Have you guys come on and kind of give your stories together.
That would
So,
be sweet.
so
yeah.
with that, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream because you guys are really freaking boring me, and I'm sick of this place. And
Yeah.
not really, because Sonia's here. You know,
Yeah.
it's always about the ladies. It's always about the ladies. So
You know it, Roger.
you know it. They call me Chocolate Thunder for a reason. Did you see that in chat? They were like, Karma's on there calling me Chocolate Thunder. She's like, oh, Chocolate Thunder. So, and she's not here right now. But I wanted to say thanks for showing up, Karma, and thanks, Raphael, for showing up as well. Um, I really appreciate you guys supporting
Thanks
us.
to all of you guys for participating. And yeah, it's
And
nice.
with that, I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream.
Already.
You guys have a good night.
You too.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Tonight, I am wanting to start my episodes out on the night that I have decided to do my shows on. I said the other night that there's no way I was going to do late night streams on a Sunday night. And I finally decided that what I'm going to do is I'm going to start doing these on Monday nights. And I said it before when I wasn't recording on OBS that I am going to do this a little bit different than last year when I was doing it. This time I am going to just basically have a live stream where I talk about various topics. They could be political, they could be about political history, it could be about just entertainment in general. I also could be talking about paranormal or UFOs, whatever happens. So I'm basically going to do it in that format. And with that being said, I came up with a couple of things that I thought would be pretty interesting to talk about. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about tech too, and one thing that really stuck out with me this year whenever I was doing my interviews with gamers, and yeah, I'll be talking about gamers too, by the way. But when I was talking to gamers and people who are doing tech, which I actually do have a show, it's called Tech Talk with Tan Hightrain and Mark Edworthy, and we brought up the topic of Microsoft and Ubisoft and their deal with the EU about doing their cloud gaming, and that was to help convince regulators in the United Kingdom to approve Xbox company. Uh, they had $1 billion acquisition for Activision Blizzard, and I thought that was kind of odd. So I do want to bring that up now, or I want to bring it up and discuss it now. Besides that, there's also something else that happened this year that I thought would be a really good conversation piece, and it has to do with paranormal stuff. I was lucky enough to do an interview with a guy by the name of Michael Paul, and he said some pretty interesting things that I thought was pretty cool that would be worth talking about. And I did interview him on both The Wonderful World of Weirdness. Well, I didn't interview him then. I was a part of the show with him and John Clark where we had conversations. But I also did an interview with him personally on my own personal channel, which is called Strange Stories. And he said something that really stuck out to me, and it had to do with coincidences. And I'll tell you right now, I do have video or shows that concern the paranormal and the UFOs and stuff of that nature. But to be honest with you, they don't enthuse me as much as what they used to. You know, don't get me wrong, I talk about them all the time, and I do research with them, and I still get into it in that aspect, but they don't excite me like they used to back when I first started researching it. And the reason for that is because I actually freaking got inspired by them to learn about to go deeper into them, and I started getting curious about other things that were a lot more in depth. You know what I mean? Different topics that seem more interesting to me than what I'd previously been interested in. You know what I mean? So don't get me wrong. You know, I still like some of the stories about UFOs and abductions, but they just don't interest me as much as what other things do, like synchronicity, and that's something that I believe is a common denominator between a lot of people like Michael Paul, because like Michael Paul and me were having a conversation about something that had occurred in his life in the past, which involved the YMCA, and the death of a close friend of his, where he had gotten a room for his friend at the local YMCA, and his friend ended up being murdered in it. Now, he turned around and he said that the moment he went into that into that YMCA, that he had this weird feeling in the pit of his stomach, okay, and he knew something was out of place, basically. Now, that stuck out to me, and I asked him about it in the interview, and I asked him about it a couple times afterwards too, and it didn't seem to occur to him that it was really important, in my opinion. Now, fast forward a little while further, I started doing a show with Summer Todd on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I did a show with her and her son Austin Todd, and the topic of the YMCA popped up again with Austin, and a lot of the things that got him curious in the paranormal and stuff like that is because of an incident that happened in the YMCA that was personal to him, and it didn't have anything to do with anybody's death or anything of that nature, but it kind of stuck out to me, you know. And whenever I was interviewing Michael, Michael discussed synchronicity and that coincidences, in his opinion, weren't real, and that everything happens for a reason, you know. And then he went on to say, your minds are created, or your minds are creating these events, okay? And he thought that he was going mad for months because he was seeing connections, things that were thought unconnected by everybody else, but he was like seeing connections. And in my mind, when I was hearing that, it seems to me that he was actually connecting the dots. You know what I mean? Like, whenever you go in and you do the jigsaw puzzles or the little puzzle books, you know, and they tell you to connect the dots. As a kid, you connect the dots, and to me, what I was hearing was he was actually connecting dots, just like that, you know. And that's something that I really feel is true, because that's kind of what happened to me. I sobered up from drugs and alcohol in 2003, and when I did, all of a sudden, you know, this whole new world of learning just opened up to me, and I wanted to learn about everything. And that is what I related to when he started discussing this stuff, because in how he described it, it seemed to have happened to him much faster. But with me, I was going through somewhat the same process, but I was also doing it at a slower pace, you know what I'm saying? Like, my mind was like a sponge, and all I wanted to do was learn more and more stuff. So, in that interview with Michael Paul, he went on to say that he had an experience that felt like a tsunami wave of information that flowed right into him, and it was like he felt sudden pains in his stomach, just like he said that he felt a bad feeling in his stomach when he went into the YMCA, and that stuck out to me. And he said it was feeling as though he was going to have a seizure, you know what I mean? And then he said visions of a jigsaw puzzle of information was coming together in his mind's eye, you know, and it was coming together fast. So this is what he was seeing in front of him, you know, and it didn't happen like that to me. What happened to me is I started going through information and finding different information, and this took years and years of doing it, but I never wanted to stop, you know what I mean? I think it was just a matter of speed and stuff like that when it comes to it that really stuck out to me. Now with the whole thing about seeing spirits and stuff, or with Austin Todd and his mom, Summer, she was telling me a story about her mom
who had seen spirits dressed in Victorian clothing at a local university or college, or it was Oxford University back when she was working there in the cafeteria. And then she started saying stuff about her sisters, and she could sense something strange, some strange things about her and her husband's bedroom and things of that nature, you know. I started picking up on that stuff, and I asked her about that, and we started diving into it. And then she also mentioned, like, Austin had mentioned the archangel Michael, and he was never raised around religion. You know, he never had enough a religious upbringing, but he knew about it. So these were some of the stuff that stuck out in my head whenever it comes to all that stuff. Like, and I don't know, it started. These are the kind of things that I get interested in when I hear stories like that. So that's what I'm saying when it comes to UFOs and ghosts and stuff of that nature. Like, it still interests me, but not as much as what it did when I first started. She started also talking about the sense that someone was watching her, you know, and that something wasn't right. And then she also had thoughts of people that were going to die, you know, like premonitions that they were going to die, and she started seeing their aura. So I thought a lot of that was interesting. She felt weird about people. Like, she had this one guy that used to freak her out, and she felt weird about him, and he ended up committing a triple homicide in her freaking hometown. Now, the man was Depew, I guess is what his name was, and he also worked at this Miami University, which was built basically on top of Oxford University after it was closed, and Miami University in Ohio took over. That was basically just the first part of the interview that we had together, you know. So it really got pretty interesting. I thought that was some pretty cool stuff. So we ended up doing a lot more stuff concerning that, and it just really got interesting, basically. She also experienced an angel experience, is what I've usually been calling it, where she experienced it during a really bad accident that she happened, and she kind of says that it's an out-of-body experience, but she says that it isn't. So that's something that really stuck out to me when I heard it. And she also said that she heard a female presence that was there, and it was within a split second of time, you know. So I really thought that was interesting. And, she went on to talk a little bit more and told me that she had saw a spirit of a man wearing a top hat, and she was wondering if she was experiencing a poltergeist activities. That made me think of Watchers, and then it also she mentioned that she felt evil. She felt some evil presences and stuff, and sightings. Just strange things of that nature, which kind of goes into a little bit about what I was talking about with Michael Paul, you know, because a lot of this was connected with his experience. It was connected with the death of his friend, so he ended up having those visions, and then he started going to Rome and visiting monasteries, and he said that he started seeing geometric symbols that would jump out at him, you know. And Summer said that something within herself had opened up. She mentioned people and events began to occur around her concerning whatever she mentioned, you know. So if she brought something up, all of a sudden things would start happening around her. I thought that was pretty interesting. She also said that the number 1111 was important to her, and it had to do with her husband passing away. So I know that has to do with spirituality and like angels, I believe, guardian angel. Um, she was really into like synchronicity and stuff too. So that was some stuff that really stuck out to me, and that was something else. We actually went through and did an entire episode on just 1111, and found out that it's the number of masters, the ascended masters, and stuff of that nature. It's the ascended masters are supposed to be like sending messages to you yourself, and it's a divine aspect of the universe, and the master of being yourself and stuff like that. So give me a second, I'll be right back. So yeah, I'm back. I had to go and turn down a TV. Somebody had it up extremely loud. So, but yeah, that's kind of the thing that really stuck out to me, and the whole reason why I brought it all up was it comes back to what I was talking about with synchronicity and coincidences, and Mike saying that there's no such thing as coincidences, and that we create it all in our own mind, you know. And besides talking about like you know, the ascended masters and stuff, it's even a part of a lot of what a lot of people in numerology believe in too. There's a whole bunch of belief systems that go according to it, and it seems just odd to me that people still talk about the 1111, and I'm not one of those people that kind of like, well, first of all, let me tell you, like, everything's trendy. You go on television and you watch trendy television. You go on the internet and you see trend. Everything's about trendiness, and I don't fall for that stuff. I don't try to talk about the trendy stuff. If you want to hear all of the stuff that people are talking about when it comes to UFOs and ghosts and the same-o, it from a different person, then you're coming to the wrong person. I'm not that kind of a guy, you know what I mean? A lot of the topics that I come up with rarely have anything to do with ghosts or spirits or anything of that nature. It's really stuff that interests me, because even in like those crowds and that following, you'll see that they fall into a trendy kind of sect, you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden they start talking about, the Sumerians, which I'm into. I am into ancient history and stuff, but what they do is they'll start talking about the Sumerians, then they'll start talking about the Assyrians, then they'll go straight from the Assyrians to the Egyptians, and then all of a sudden they're trying to connect the Egyptians with South America. And when they run out of material for all of that, then the next thing you know, they're talking about the Orient again, and Southeast Asia, and the Hinduism and Buddhism, and that's pretty much where they stay. So with me, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to try to tell you that frickin' that ancient history is connected to Atlantis, and that you can find the connections in South America and Egypt and stuff, because first of all, it's just trendy. I'm not even going to say first of all, it's just trendy. Everybody is talking that nonsense, and then maybe if you're lucky, they'll talk about what is it, Göbekli Tepe, and stuff like that. With most of my research into ancient history, I've been more fascinated with the Urartu and the Persian cultures and stuff of that nature, and the Indo-European migration patterns, things like that, and how Buddhism came about, and Hinduism, and things like that. That's where I'm at right now. So it comes back to a lot of this when it comes to those kind of things. Now with synchronicity, I really believe that what Mark was saying is true. He said that we create these events in our own head, and I believe that too about words. Like when you start speaking the words, words can manifest themselves, and that's not anything supernatural or paranormal. That's just the way it is. You can say something that can destroy somebody, just because they heard you say it. So I believe in that. That's just common sense when it comes to your minds are creating events that actually manifest themselves in the real world. I believe that. I also think that way when it comes to words. You can do that with words as well. So when it comes to coincidences versus synchronicity, I also think that it goes even deeper than just that. You have to think about free will, and you also have to think about do you believe that everything is predetermined, or do you believe that there's like a middle of the road kind of thing when it comes to that kind of stuff? Like, there are some things that is predetermined, and there's some things that has to do with free will and the power to create your own future, or is it all predetermined for you? So we've had pretty good conversations. I actually had a guy by the name of Vince, and on one of my shows, and he came in and did a pretty good interview with me, him and his buddy and Bob Dub, and they talked about it. I thought it was a pretty good topic, and we actually did a episode of Into the Abyss on that topic, and it turned out pretty good. Now, with that being said, it comes down to a lot of the stuff that's been going on today. Like I said, I think that we do create things in our own mind, and I think that we do it with our own words. And you stop and you take a look at the things that are going on in today's world, especially in politics and stuff of that nature. You listen to what's been going on, and you do research, and you find out things about history. You can literally connect the dots, and you can call that synchronicity. You can call it whatever you want, but I don't think it's coincidence whatsoever. I also believe that we do create these things from the moment people first thought of flying machines. That was the beginning. That was where the idea of an airplane was invented, was when a person said, hey man, what if we did this to fly? It just grew and grew until eventually we could fly with airplanes. I believe the same thing happens with all the technology we have, you know what I mean? Well, you take a look at these skyscrapers and how huge they are, and in the beginning, people were talking about freaking the Tower of Babel, and then the Great Pyramids of Egypt, which was just so astonishing to people for the longest time, until, of course, we built the Eiffel Tower, and then the Empire State Building, and then the World Trade Center, and it just kept on going. We created that, and it was our minds and our words manifesting into something, you know what I mean, into the material world. So that is what I think is happening today in today's world. Earlier I was talking about like Microsoft and Ubisoft and cloud gaming and all of that stuff, and trying to convince UK's regulators to approve Xbox company's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. This was all over the streaming rights for Call of Duty. You know what I mean? It had turned into such a huge money maker that it actually went in front of the EU and the UK. Now the EU freaking the weird part about all that is the whole negotiations, it was hinged on their agreement that they would put these games on this cloud. And that's what I wonder when I hear stuff like this, what's so important about this cloud that they feel is important enough to where this $1 billion deal, or actually $68.7 billion acquisition, is determined on if they put their games on a cloud system for gaming. I think that this is all something that that really needs to be looked at, and it needs to be discussed, because a lot of people don't realize we create things, we manifest things through our mind and through freaking the things that we say and what we do. And what is this cloud streaming going to be in the future? And the thing that gets me is with uh, with IGN. Okay, now that's the thing. Now Spencer, the guy who is in charge of these games, they're planning on shutting down all of the old games from Xbox 360 on July the 29th. And after that, not gonna have you're not gonna have access to those games anymore. And that's why I've been telling everybody, if you still have the console and you want to play these games, you need to go out and get them. And I believe that's in 20 days. The whole setup is gone, so just remember that. And these emulators, I've played them, and I'll tell you what, there aren't too many of them that are really all that great, so you might want to think about that before you just say, well, I'll just use an emulator. If you've used emulators, you know what I'm talking about. But I find it odd that these guys are going to be closing down these old stores on the internet and just the games, period, and they're just getting rid of them. There's so many of those games that are going to be lost, but then they want to start a gaming cloud, and have all their games on there. So those are some of the stuff that sticks out to me. Later on, maybe I can get into it again. I went through this a while back, but I really don't find it a very good thing to be doing. I just don't trust it whatsoever, especially when it comes to the EU and regulating things. I get into a lot of political history, and I start figuring things out, like with all this stuff that everybody's talking about when it comes to like woke, and when it comes to civil rights activists and people freaking arguing over transgender stuff. I actually learn more about that by actually going in and doing the research, and I've found a lot of things that's been kind of disturbing, and it doesn't have to do with what's going on today. It has to do with how long this stuff has been going on. The truth of the matter is a lot of this was happening a long time ago, even before the United States became the United States. This is a lot of the stuff that we're going through today is called radicalism, and there was an actual group called radicals that goes all the way back to, like I said, the time when the United States became a country, and even all the way up into the French Revolution in the 1900s and up until today. And what they were is they believed in like classic liberalism. They believed in a lot of the stuff that constitutional governments believed in. They believed in a lot of the stuff that John Locke taught about, freedom of speech. They also believed in they also believed in a freaking an open market, free market, free trade, stuff like that. They believed in a lot of the things that that classic liberalism taught, which is actually what created the Constitution that we have here in the United States. But besides that, they classic liberalism is believed in small government, whereas the radicals didn't believe in small government, and they felt that a lot of the stuff that's mentioned with classic liberalism needed to be regulated, and it needed to have it needed to have reform and stuff of that nature, whereas classic liberalism didn't believe in that. They believed in small government and things of that nature. And that actually was around way back in the day, but the problem was is we overlooked it and nobody really kept an eye on that, you know, and made sure that it didn't get out of hand, and it grew into what it is today because it just had plenty of open space to frickin' grow, you know, to flounder or to grow basically, you know, and that really opened my eyes up, because I was having issues with a lot of things historically about all this stuff, and it goes back again to what Mike was saying, you know, there's no such thing as coincidence, you know, and it's just a matter of allowing things to freaking grow, and that's why we have a lot of these issues. We've come a long way in a lot of different areas, and I think that is actually something that is important to bring up and to talk about, you know. So for me personally, I don't trust any of these regulations and stuff that people freaking want to impose on me. My beliefs go more, I'm not going to say conservative, because I've been saying that, and here previously, or in the most recent times, I've been learning a little bit more about conservative and what it really means, and I think that's something that people need to really look at. When you call yourself a conservative, you need to really kind of think about that and find out what conservatism really is, because it really shocked me. I do have some conservative ideas, but I'm not going to say that I'm a conservative anymore. Now, I can say that I'm anti-federalist. You know, I don't believe in centralized government. I don't think that is something that I approve of, not after some of the stuff I've read and what I've seen and things that are involved there. But other than that, I also know the difference now between today's version of liberal and what classic liberalism it was, and how that actually is what brought about the Constitution for the United States. And see, that's the thing about here in the United States. We think that conservative ideas was what created this country, and it wasn't. It was these liberal ideas that freaking were introduced by founding fathers, and they got their ideas. They were inspired mostly by a guy who was named John Locke in England, and John Locke wrote about all this stuff like private property and things of that nature, you know, and what sovereignty is and things like that. And that is what classical liberalism is. But as time went by, I personally believe that the radicals overtook liberalism, or they basically did that, and that's what we call liberals today, is really radicals. They kind of took over when it comes to being a liberal, and at least that's my take on it, and that's the way it seems to me. So I don't know, it's really an interesting thing. If you guys want to find out more about that, go and check out John Locke. He's a very interesting guy. So he goes all the way back to before the Constitution and the Revolution here in the United States. So I'd say check that out. And I also think that kind of going over conservatism and seeing what that really is something that's important to think about too. There's a lot of things that are happening in the world, and if you don't keep yourself up on it and you don't understand what's being said, then you and actually what happened historically, you're not. It's just not going to go well. It's not going to be pretty at all. So have yourself educated to the stuff that's taken place in the world today, as well as what happened in the past. And I think you'll be okay, just like we'll all be okay. And things are pretty crazy, but it's like I told Mark and Bob Dub, because they're from England and they're from England and New Zealand. You know what they're seeing today is it's new to them because they haven't had the privilege of seeing the United States for very long, really, because like the English didn't have the ability to see what was going on in the media when it comes to the United States up until about like the 1990s. And before that, the BBC had a tight hold over everything. So their media was strictly regulated. Like even to this day, we can watch BBC in America, but we can't watch BBC directly from England, and that's because they withhold their media from the rest of the world. That's why back in the 70s they had 3 different versions of Three's Company on television, is because they had to have Three's Company, the original one, in England, and then they wanted to bring it to the United States, so they made Three's Company here in the United States, and I believe they did the 3rd one in Australia. So you had 3 different shows of the same show playing in 3 different countries, you see. And that was the kind of things that was going on back then. So just because it seems weird and it seems pretty outrageous to these other countries, that doesn't mean that this stuff wasn't happening here in the United States for a very long time. It's just you haven't seen it as much as what you think you have. Like this stuff it's been crazy in the United States since freaking George Washington became president. And I'll put it to you this way, put it to you that way. So it's kind of like keep that in mind. I'm doing my best really to be able to come up with enough information to keep this going for an hour. I wanted to go over this stuff and maybe bring it up because these are some pretty good topics. And don't forget what I said either about Microsoft and Xbox 360. That's going to be on July the 29th. They're closing their doors, and you'll no longer be able to buy any games from Xbox 360. And just so you know, I have tried the emulator for Xbox, or the emulators, all of them for Xbox 360, and they suck. Okay, they're not really all that great. So keep that in mind. If you have the money to get these games that you want, and you have the console, or you don't have the console, get them. Go out or order them and get them shipped to you, whatever. But after July the 29th, they'll no longer be available. So just something that you need to remember. And Phil Spencer, he's the one that I was getting to that drives me nuts about that when it comes to Xbox. He claims that he'd like to find solutions in order to save the non-backwards compatible games, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. And they're going to become unavailable for purchase. You know what I mean? And that's also for the digital storefronts. They're all going to shut down, and that'll be the end of it. So I don't know. I don't really like what's coming out of this Spencer. You know, it just seems like it's just well, I don't know. I don't like the way it's happening. So if you guys have any information on that you want to discuss, man, put it in my comment section, and I'd love to hear it. Like I said, I will be on here every Monday night. I'm going to do late night shows. Once I get more comfortable, I'll do later or longer episodes. It's just at the moment I'm getting started on doing this by myself. I usually have people come in with me and we do the show just together. But here lately, I've been wanting to kind of get in here and do some stuff on my own. And if somebody wants to come in and hang out, they can. But I'm not gonna like ask people to come in and do shows with me anymore. Well, I'm gonna try not to, because it's just a little bit too heartbreaking. You know what I mean? You get to where you start getting to know people, and the next thing you know, something bad happens and they've got to go, or they have some issues that they got to take care of on their own, and just horrible stuff. I've actually, like I said in my last stream, I've met some amazing people, and the sad part is the majority of the people that I've met and I know, with a few exceptions, they have issues with like mental illness, and it causes them a lot of hard situations that they have to deal with, and it's not very pretty, basically, is what I'm saying. So I do not know what the deal is with that. I know that I got to check my stuff. Alright, so it looks like everything is pretty much shutting down on me. Everything has given me some issues, so I should probably go ahead and cut it short. I think the only thing that's actually working good for me is Twitch. So let me see here. Yeah, it looks like I have come to the end, and I will talk to you guys later. I hope you enjoyed the show, and have a good night.
Opioid agonist plus antagonist. Opioid equal drug that imitates natural narcotic. Opioid agonist equal relieve or decrease pain. Opioid antagonist equal not pain medication, but instead can reverse the side effects, CNS or respiratory depression, produced by opioid agonist. Opioid agonist. MOA. Drug binds to opioid receptor in PNS and CNS equal produces effects of analgesia plus cough suppression. Side effects: decreased flushing, hypotension, pupil constriction. Risk of opioid addiction, abuse, and misuse must be assessed, can lead to overdose and death. Opioid antagonist. MOA. Attach to opioid receptors but do not stimulate them. Equal prevention of opioid effects. Used to reverse effects of opioids. MOA. Drug blocks the receptor site. Equal opioid receptor cannot attach. Equal no opioid effects. Side effects: palpitation, shortness of breath, anxiety, diarrhea, thirst, urinary frequency.
Cardiovascular drugs. Cardiovascular system includes equal heart, arteries, capillaries, veins, and lymphatics. Goal: promotes oxygen plus nutrient delivery to cells and removal of metabolic waste. Types of drugs used to improve the cardiovascular system: inotropic, antiarrhythmic, antianginal, antihypertensive, diuretics, and antilipemic. Inotropic drugs. Inotrope equal increases force of heart contraction, positive inotrope. These drugs can prevent remodeling of L or R ventricle, common in heart failure. Cardiac glycosides. Positive inotrope, negative chronotrope, decreases heart rate. MOA inhibits Na-K-activated ATP equal increase in intracellular levels of Na and Ca equal increase in Ca will strengthen myocardial contraction. These drugs also act on CNS to increase vagal tone equal slowing of heart rate by slowing the Sa and AV nodes. Used for atrial fibrillation, controls the heart rate from being too fast, atrial flutter, heart failure, and supraventricular tachycardia. Side effects: abdo pain, confusion, vision changes, bradycardia, complete heart block. Herbals like St. John's wort and ginseng can increase digoxin levels equal increased risk of digoxin toxicity. Phosphodiesterase inhibitors. Used for short-term management of heart failure. MOA, PDI move Ca into cardiac cells equal improve cardiac output by strengthening contractions. Also, the drug relaxes smooth muscle equal less vascular resistance and less amount of blood returning to heart equal decreased afterload plus preload. Side effects: arrhythmias, headache, chest pain, hypokalemia, increase in heart rate, hypotension.
Porphyry believed that animals, unlike plants, although having somewhat less rational souls than humans, nevertheless still had souls. He believed that they were capable of recognizing and assessing their situation, making future plans and in a sense communicating and responding to one another and to humans. Tautos of Byblos or Thoth came from Byblos, Phoenicia, ca. 2000 BC. According to the Egyptians, language is attributed to Tautos, who was the father of tautology, or imitation. He invented the first written characters 2000 years BC or earlier. He played his flute to the chief deity of Byblos, the moon goddess Baal at Nikkel. Tautos was called Thoth by the Greeks and Jehudi by the Egyptians. The mythology of Tautos is echoed in the god Dionysus, or Njorth the snake priest, who was the consort to the moon goddess. The snake priest was also represented by the symbol of a pillar, a wand, or a caduceus. The Greeks equated Thoth with the widely traveled Hermes. According to Egyptian tradition, Osiris traveled the world with Thoth. Asclepios, alternatively known as Eshmun, is responsible for carrying on the teachings of Tautos on snake priesthood. Under the protective umbrella of Hindu culture, snake charmers playing their nasal pungi echo the same tradition. In the early ages of Christianity, some monks, such as Pachomius, was a seraphic priest before he became a Christian. Similarly, Ormus is said to have been a seraphic priest before being converted by Saint Mark. Some believe that he fused those mysteries with Christianity, and establishing a school of Solomonic wisdom. It is reported then that Phoenicians and Egyptians were the first of all mankind to declare the sun and moon and stars to be gods, and to be the sole causes of both the generation and decay of the universe, and that they afterwards introduced into common life the deifications and theogonies which are matters of general notoriety. Before these, it is said, no one made any progress in the knowledge of the celestial phenomena, except the few men mentioned among the Hebrews, who with clearest mental eyes looked beyond all the visible world, and worshipped the Maker and Creator of the universe, marveling much at the greatness of his wisdom and power, which they represented to themselves from his works, and being persuaded that he alone was God, they naturally spake only of him as God, Son from Father successively receiving, and guarding this as the true, the first, and the only religion. The rest of mankind, however, having fallen away from this only true religion, and gazing in awe upon the luminaries of heaven with eyes of flesh, as mere children in mind, proclaimed them gods, and honored them with sacrifices and acts of worship, though as yet they built no temples, nor formed likenesses of mortal men with statues and carved images, but looked up to the clear sky and to heaven itself, and in their souls reached up unto the things there seen. Not here, however, did polytheistic error stay its course for men of later generations, but driving on into an abyss of evils wrought even greater impiety than the denial of God, the Phoenicians and then the Egyptians being the first authors of the delusion. For from them, it is said, Orpheus, son of Aeagris, first brought over with him the mysteries of the Egyptians, and imparted them to the Greeks, just, in fact, as Cadmus brought to them the Phoenician mysteries together with the knowledge of letters, for the Greeks up to that time did not yet know the use of the alphabet. First, therefore, let us inquire how those of whom we are speaking have judged concerning the first creation of the world, then consider their opinions about the first and most ancient superstition found in human life, and thirdly, the opinions of the Phoenicians, fourthly, those of the Egyptians, after which, fifthly, making a distinction in the opinions of the Greeks, we will first examine their ancient and more mythical delusion, and then their more serious and, as they say, more natural philosophy concerning the gods, and after this we will travel over the account of their admired oracles, after which we will also take a survey of the serious doctrines of the noble philosophy of the Greeks. So, when these have been thoroughly discussed, we will pass over to the doctrines of the Hebrews, meaning of the original and true Hebrews, and of those who afterwards received the name Jews. And after all these we will add our own doctrines as if they were a seal set upon the whole. The history of all these we must necessarily recall, that so by comparison of the doctrines which have been admired in each country the test of the truth may be exhibited, and it may become manifest to our readers from what opinions we have departed, and what that truth is which we have chosen.
The term primordial ooze or primordial soup conjures vivid imagery of Earth's ancient past, when life first emerged from a chaotic mixture of organic compounds. This concept has fascinated scientists, theologians, and artists alike, serving as a metaphor for creation, transformation, and the delicate balance between chaos and order. The idea that life began in a soupy mixture of chemicals, sparked by some form of energy, has not only been a pivotal theory in evolutionary biology but has also paralleled themes in mythology and esotericism throughout human history. The primordial ooze as a concept, however, goes beyond a purely scientific explanation for the origin of life. It touches on fundamental questions of existence. Where did life come from? How did chaos transform into order? And what deeper forces govern this process of emergence? To answer these questions, we must explore the idea from multiple lenses: scientific, mythological, and symbolic. We will uncover how this idea has been interpreted across different cultures and epochs and how it continues to inspire contemporary thought. The scientific theory of the primordial ooze was first formalized in the early 20th century by Russian biochemist Alexander Oparin and British biologist J.B.S. Haldane. Independently, they proposed that the early Earth's atmosphere was significantly different from today's, comprising methane, ammonia, hydrogen, and water vapor but lacking oxygen. This mixture, combined with the intense energy from lightning, volcanic activity, and ultraviolet radiation, created the ideal environment for the formation of simple organic molecules. Oparin and Haldane's hypothesis was groundbreaking because it suggested that life could arise spontaneously from non-living matter under the right conditions. This idea, known as abiogenesis, was in stark contrast to the older notion of vitalism, which posited that a supernatural force was required to create life. The primordial soup hypothesis, therefore, shifted the study of life's origins from metaphysical speculation to empirical science. The breakthrough came in 1953 when Stanley Miller and Harold Urey, two American chemists, conducted an experiment that simulated the conditions of early Earth. They filled a closed system with a mixture of gases, methane, ammonia, hydrogen, and water vapor, and passed electrical sparks through it to simulate lightning. Within days, the experiment yielded amino acids, the building blocks of proteins, proving that complex organic molecules could indeed form spontaneously from simpler compounds. This experiment was hailed as a major step forward in understanding the origins of life. However, subsequent research has revealed that early Earth's atmosphere might have been different from what Oparin and Haldane imagined. Studies now suggest that the primordial atmosphere was likely more neutral or even oxidizing, leading to debates about whether the original experiment's results are applicable. This uncertainty has given rise to alternative theories. The deep-sea hydrothermal vent theory suggests that life began in the nutrient-rich, high-energy environments of hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor. Here, extreme heat and chemical reactions could have provided the necessary energy for the formation of organic molecules. The panspermia hypothesis proposes that the building blocks of life, or even life itself, arrived on Earth via meteorites or comets. This theory raises the possibility that life may have originated elsewhere in the universe. The clay mineral hypothesis suggests that life began on the surfaces of clay minerals, where organic molecules could accumulate and undergo chemical reactions. Despite these ongoing debates, the primordial soup theory remains central to the scientific narrative of life's origins, symbolizing the mysterious transition from non-life to life. Long before the advent of modern science, various cultures and civilizations had their own interpretations of the primeval state. The primordial ooze, or its symbolic equivalents, appears in numerous creation myths as a formless, chaotic substance from which the ordered universe emerged. In these narratives, the primordial waters or chaotic matter often embody both creation's raw potential and the threat of unbridled disorder. This duality is central to many creation myths, reflecting humanity's attempts to comprehend the paradox of creation. In Mesopotamian mythology, the primordial ooze is symbolized by Tiamat, the goddess of saltwater chaos. According to the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, Tiamat and Apsu, the god of freshwater, existed before all other gods, representing the undifferentiated chaos from which the cosmos emerged. When the younger gods began to disturb the primordial waters, Tiamat unleashed her fury, embodying the destructive aspect of chaos. She was eventually slain by Marduk, the storm god, who used her body to create the heavens and the earth. Tiamat's story is significant because it portrays chaos not merely as disorder but as a source of creation itself. Her body, torn apart by Marduk, becomes the very fabric of the cosmos, suggesting that chaos and order are two sides of the same coin. In Egyptian mythology, the primeval state is represented by Nun, the boundless, dark waters that existed before the creation of the world. The Egyptians believed that Nun was a formless ocean from which the first mound of earth, known as the Ben-Ben, emerged, bringing with it the creator god Atum-Ra. This moment of emergence, known as the Zep Tepi or first time, symbolizes the transition from chaos to order. The concept of the Ben-Ben, a small, raised mound that first appeared above the waters, has profound symbolic significance. It represents stability, order, and the establishment of a structured universe out of the formless void. Temples in ancient Egypt often featured a stone pillar called the Ben-Ben stone, symbolizing this primordial moment of creation. In Greek mythology, the concept of primordial chaos is central to the creation narrative. Hesiod's Theogony describes chaos as the first entity to exist, a gaping void that gave rise to Gaia, Earth, Tartarus, the underworld, and Eros, love. This chaos is not simply a void but a formless, unordered state that precedes creation. From it, the structured universe gradually takes shape as different forces and deities emerge. This Greek interpretation of chaos as a generative void influenced later philosophical thought, including the works of Heraclitus and Plato. The philosophers saw chaos as a necessary precursor to order, a realm of potential from which all things spring. The Bible and the Quran also contain references to primordial chaos, often symbolized by water. In Genesis, the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, before God commanded, "Let there be light," Genesis 1:2-3 KJV. Similarly, in the Quran, Allah speaks to the earth and sky, commanding them to come together, willingly or unwillingly, 41:11. In both traditions, creation begins with the subjugation of the chaotic waters through the power of divine will. In these Abrahamic traditions, the primordial waters are not malevolent but represent a potentiality that must be brought into harmony by divine command. The act of creation is thus seen as an assertion of order over chaos. In Hindu mythology, the concept of the primordial ooze appears as the Kshirasagara, or the cosmic ocean of milk, from which the gods and demons sought the nectar of immortality. According to the myth, the gods and demons, led by Vishnu, used Mount Mandara as a churning rod and Vasuki, the serpent king, as a rope to churn the ocean. This process, known as the Samudra Manthan, brought forth various treasures, including the moon, the goddess Lakshmi, and finally, the nectar of immortality, Amrita. The Samudra Manthan myth is a powerful symbol of creation arising from the interplay of opposing forces. The cosmic ocean represents the undifferentiated primordial state, while the act of churning symbolizes the dynamic process through which order and structure emerge. This narrative suggests that creation is not a single act but an ongoing process involving tension, conflict, and resolution. In Norse mythology, the universe began in Ginnungagap, a yawning void bordered by the fiery realm of Muspelheim and the icy realm of Niflheim. When the heat of Muspelheim met the frost of Niflheim in the void, the melting ice formed Ymir, the first giant. Ymir, in turn, gave rise to other giants, and his body became the material from which the gods created the world. Ginnungagap is similar to the Greek concept of chaos, a formless void that is both nothingness and potentiality. The myth's emphasis on the interplay between fire and ice reflects the idea that creation arises from the balancing of opposing elements, a theme that resonates with alchemical traditions. The idea of the primordial ooze also has a rich history in alchemy, where it is often associated with prima materia, or the first matter. Alchemists believed that all material substances could be reduced to a single, undifferentiated substance, the prima materia, from which they could be transmuted into purer forms. This substance was sometimes referred to as the mercurial water, a chaotic fluid that contained the potential for all creation. Alchemical texts describe the prima materia as a dark, chaotic substance that must undergo purification through a series of transformations, including calcination, dissolution, and coagulation. The goal of these processes was to create the philosopher's stone, a legendary substance that could transmute base metals into gold and confer immortality. In this context, the primordial ooze represents both the base state of matter and the alchemist's own psyche. The process of transforming the prima materia mirrors the alchemist's spiritual journey, as they seek to refine their own chaotic impulses and achieve enlightenment. From a symbolic perspective, the primordial ooze represents the unconscious, the formless state of mind from which thoughts, emotions, and identities emerge. Swiss psychologist Carl Jung identified similar themes in his concept of the collective unconscious, a realm of primordial images and archetypes shared by all humanity. In Jungian terms, the primordial ooze is akin to the prima materia of the psyche, a chaotic potential that must be shaped and integrated into the conscious self. Jung's theory suggests that the process of creation, whether in the universe or within the human psyche, is an act of differentiation, where the ego emerges from the undifferentiated sea of unconscious drives and instincts. This interpretation aligns with the broader theme of duality. The primordial ooze is both the source of creation and the darkness that threatens to overwhelm it. The concept of the primordial ooze has permeated modern thought, appearing in everything from science fiction to philosophical discourse. In literature, it symbolizes the raw potential of life, the fear of regression into chaos, and the quest for understanding our origins. In science fiction and horror, the the primordial ooze often takes on a more sinister connotation, representing the fear of the unknown and the threat of reversion to a primitive state. H.P. Lovecraft's mythos frequently employs themes of ancient, chaotic matter and monstrous entities emerging from primordial depths, embodying the terror of humanity confronting its own insignificance in the face of cosmic chaos. Films like The Thing and Annihilation also explore this theme, depicting shapeless, mutating entities that blur the boundaries between life and non-life. These stories use the primordial ooze as a metaphor for the breakdown of identity and the loss of control, highlighting the fragility of order in a universe governed by chaos. Postmodern philosophers such as Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari have explored similar themes in their discussions of chaosmosis, the dynamic interplay between chaos and order in the formation of systems, identities, and meanings. In their view, the primordial ooze is not a historical reality but a metaphor for the continuous flux underlying all structures. Every moment of stability is underpinned by a sea of chaotic potential, constantly threatening to dissolve boundaries and disrupt hierarchies. This philosophical perspective suggests that creation is never complete, it is an ongoing process of emergence and dissolution, where every act of order carries within it the seed of chaos. In contemporary environmental discourse, the primordial ooze has been reimagined as the interconnected web of life. The realization that life emerged from a shared origin has ethical implications, reinforcing the idea that all living beings are part of a single, continuous process of evolution. This perspective encourages a sense of stewardship and responsibility, emphasizing that humanity is not separate from the rest of nature but deeply embedded within it. The concept of the primordial ooze, whether viewed scientifically, mythologically, or symbolically, encapsulates humanity's ongoing quest to understand the nature of existence. It represents both the beginning of life and the formless potential that precedes it, a state of pure possibility that contains within it the seeds of creation and destruction alike. Throughout history, the primordial ooze has served as a powerful metaphor for the mystery of life's origins, the tension between chaos and order, and the eternal cycle of emergence, transformation, and dissolution. It is a symbol of the creative forces that shape the universe and the chaotic depths from which all things spring. In the end, the primordial ooze reminds us that life is not a static state but a dynamic process, a continuous unfolding of potential in which order and chaos dance together, shaping the cosmos in their eternal embrace. Whether we approach it through the lens of science, mythology, or philosophy, the primordial ooze challenges us to see creation not as a singular event but as an ongoing, ever-evolving act of becoming.
Have you ever heard about him?
Yeah, he's the
guy that built Coral Castle in the US. The way he was able to move those big blocks of stone is because his grandfather taught him the secrets of the ancient Egyptians. No. And even to this day, no one really knows how he did it because like he would just stop building as soon as anyone showed up. But yeah, a lot of those stones were like multi-ton blocks of stone that he like moved up hills and stuff like that without any machinery. So
nobody even seen him do those structures either. Like they would come out to his house and they would be built. So I mean, it didn't take him like huge amounts of time. Like somebody'd be gone for like 2 weeks and come back and there would be this structure built. And they had no clue how he did it in a short amount of time. I do remember that story.
Yeah, and a couple of guys have tried to actually beat him up to get the information out of him on how he did it, and then he actually packed up the entire structure and moved it like 50 miles down the road, like the whole complex.
I do remember that story. Now, when you were getting into that, do you, when you were talking about Area 51 and the levitation thing, do you remember the old stories about the Germans when they invaded Egypt during World War II, and they went down into the pyramids. And they said that
I know a little bit about it.
That's what that
I know a bit about it. Well, because it wasn't just the Germans; it was the British as well. The British made one of the temples under the ground. It's called the Assyrian. No, not the Assyrian. The Serapeum. Okay, which is one of these ones that had these huge sarcophaguses, way too big for a human to be in, with like 10-ton lids on them. And anyway, the British used that as a outpost in World War One, I think. And they were also the same people that blew the nose off the Sphinx with a cannon or something like that. And I believe that those sarcophaguses actually had some of the ancient texts from the Library of Alexandria and stuff like that in there, where they preserved them. But they were found empty after World War One. So someone moved those big lids. And the Germans had a special SS segment that was like especially for gathering ancient texts around the world. So Hitler sent them to ancient India, ancient Tibet, and places like that to gather all these like ancient texts, because he believed that, like, he also believed in these ancient Hyperboreans and like basically ETs, what we call today, because like the Germans had like these psychic ladies that was able, like from the Vril Society, that was able to tap into telepathic communications with alien beings and stuff like that. And so the story goes that the Germans somehow got high-tech anti-grav technology way back then. And there's this huge like conspiracy about who actually won World War II and what kind of deals were struck between the Germans and the US and stuff like that on where this technology went after Operation Paperclip and whatnot. And I think a lot of it is pretty plausible, actually, because there's so much corroborating evidence and sightings and weird stuff that happened around that time, including Operation High Jump, where the US tried to invade Antarctica and got their asses kicked, and they had to basically leave with their tail between their legs. And there's some remote viewing data on that as well that showed that there were sort of like humans with UFOs technology that basically attacked them. And and it's interesting how Antarctica now has become this like hotbed for like military research and stuff as well. And there's been whistleblowers that's come forward about that as well.
That actually has its own story, like its own history by itself, because like it goes back to the Germans. Like they believe that the Germans basically fled to the Antarctic, and when they fled to the Antarctic, not only did they flee to them, but they were supposed to have some kind of connection with the Pleiadians or some kind of alien race that gave them the technology they had. So like, have you ever heard of the secret space program?
Yeah, I'm pretty well versed in it, actually.
Now, the secret space program is connected with all that. There was a time, I believe it was Truman, who was in office, but there was a night, or no, actually it was a week or two, where UFOs were sighted over the White House, and they never left. I mean, they just stayed there for like a week and a half without moving. Okay.
That's right, and that happened straight after the end of World War II.
Okay.
And after that Operation High Jump, and the Germans were basically showing force, going, look, we can get right to your capital, and there's nothing you can do about it. No. And I think that's when the US decided to make a deal with them and, exchange technology. And so according to the remote viewing data, there is like structures underneath Antarctica. And on top of that, one of the races that the Germans were working with were the reptilians. And today, even the US has signed deals with them to be able to use some of the lower chambers of Area 51 for genetic research and stuff. And this is like, 20 stories down into those bunkers. But yeah, and they're the ETs that are sort of our enemies right now, and trying to use this planet as a prison.
Now you're aware
But
that
yeah,
they already found caverns, right? That was below the pyramids. Like even the archaeologists finally had to admit that they're there.
I found a really interesting, what do you call it, podcast talk by Graham Hancock, and it's disappeared off the internet now. I can't find it anymore. But he said he was approached by these rich, what do you call them? Just like rich investors, I guess, that got access to the chamber under the paw of the Sphinx, the left paw of the Sphinx, the same chamber that Edgar Casey talked about in his readings. And Robert Schoch found the magnetic scans of it when he was doing his research there, and the military stopped him. But anyway, so like these guys explained, they found this archive down there, but they were having trouble getting into it, and they wanted Graham Hancock to be there for some reason, and he said no because they wouldn't agree to that information being released to humanity. And so he pulled out, unfortunately. But yeah, because they try to get him to sign like non-disclosure agreements and things like that. So yeah, I'm pretty convinced that, like, I don't know if you remember, there was a time where they said there was like flooding going to happen in the Giza Plateau because of some dam nearby. Yeah. And that's when the military took over that whole region and no tourists were allowed in for a while. Yeah. I reckon that's when they did it, when they went down there and excavated it. But I don't know how far they got. Some of the whistleblowers said there was like a force field around it that they couldn't get in. I don't know how true that is or not. It might just be a smokescreen, but I think they've definitely tried.
I know during that time period they did work concerning the Nile, and because of their work, they damaged a lot of temples and structures that were right there on the shore of the Nile, which was historical. You know what I mean? It was something that would have been vital for historians, you know, and they did a lot of damage there.
Excuse me. Okay, can you guys elaborate on the Pleiadians? Because when you guys are talking, I was just looking that up, and there's like some type of deal with the government and the Pleiadians. Like they're literally mentioned on IRS.gov. I've never heard of them until you guys started talking about them, but it seems to be, I guess, common knowledge.
I'm still trying to get through the Akashic records with you.
Questions to add to it. I know. I
can tell you a little bit about it. You'll have to look up a bit of it yourself. There was a really good channeling that was done a few years ago by Barbara Marciniak. It's called Bringers of the Dawn. I recommend checking that out and like having a listen. Often they are said to be the good ETs, like the free will liking ETs. But from a lot of the data that I've seen by the remote viewers these days, the people who are sort of in control of the planet at the moment are the negative ETs, which is the Orions and the Reptilians. They're also known as the Draco or the Drak or the Draconian Empire. And they have a large section of the galaxy and the next galaxy over, Andromeda, I think it is. Yeah, they're sort of more of a predatorial type species.
I just downloaded a book on it. I'm gonna watch what you're talking about. Yeah, I never knew that this was just common knowledge. Like, I mean, I know now they're talking about aliens, but this is dated to like 1992. Some type of document. It looks like they asked to get a 501c3, and I don't know. It's just crazy.
Can you share that link in the chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now,
I watched a really cool documentary. The movie last night about the reptilians. It's called Enemy Mine, and it was from 1985.
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
I actually watched that when it came out in the movies. I'm an old guy. I was young when I watched it, but it was pretty interesting. And I actually have done quite a bit of research on that because I was fascinated with the secret space program and like with the Draco and humans and our relationship with them. What I've heard from a lot of ufologists is that, or what I've read from them is that the Pleiadians they serve the Draco. You know what I'm saying? They don't necessarily agree with them, but they know who's in charge. So they have to walk a tight line with them. You know what I mean? Because
yeah, they've captured a lot of different civilizations, including the Greys as well, including the insectoids, the mantis beings. And yeah, a lot of them don't agree with them, but they have to kind of work with them. Otherwise, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
But yeah. But on top of that, it's important. Like the new information that's coming out from the remote viewing stuff is there is also a free willing section of the galaxy that formed a galactic federation, and they are banded together a bunch of different species that aren't under the control of the reptilians yet, and some of them are working with us now to sort of bust us out of this situation here. So I'm pretty hopeful about the future. I'm a bit of an optimist, but I do find this stuff very interesting, like the accounts of Phil Schneider. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The guy that got his hand blown off and stuff.
For me, with Phil Snyder, like his story isn't really the fascinating part. It's really how he died. Okay, because like you've seen his body, how his hands was mangled and stuff like that. Now this guy was supposed to all by himself take his catheter, hang it over a rafter, and hang himself. Okay, with one hand.
With one hand.
Okay, come on. I mean,
yeah, he was just too vocal, man, and they came for him for sure.
No, I'm not.
There's heaps of stories like that as well.
But that kind of sticks out to me. That was very suspicious. There's a couple of situations.
Yeah, it took me many years to take him seriously. Like I had to get a lot of other background information first before I was like, wait a minute, this kind of lines up with what he said. And so I downloaded every talk that he's ever done, and yeah, just the kind of detail he would go into, and you could just sort of tell by his demeanor he didn't really want to do it, but he felt like he needed to get the information out. And yeah, his stories are just like wild.
We've got, well, okay, start again. When Menendez landed in St. Augustine, Menendez was the first explorer, the first Spanish explorer to land in St. Augustine. When he landed, he found a tribe of Indians in St. Augustine. The Indians that were there, the natives that were there at that time, their females were between 7 and 8 feet tall. Their males were between 8 and 9 feet tall. This is documented. They have the skeletal remains of this tribe.
Wow.
The tribe was wiped out by smallpox. So we do have, even in what we would consider modern Western history here, we have accounts of tribes that were of a height that we can't really imagine. We see it as a deformity when there's, when somebody grows to almost 8 feet in height. It does happen. They do exist.
Well, yeah.
But we look at it as a deformity.
Right.
But again, when
that was
Menendez landed,
actually an entire race of humans, though, the giants.
Correct. Well, again, you're going in biblical times. Look at Goliath.
Yeah.
I mean,
he came from a family of giants. He had like 3 other brothers that were bigger than him, apparently.
Yep. Oh God, I'm trying to remember the race. God, there was a They came from
Nephilim?
no, it's the not from
Anakim?
Nephilim.
Okay.
Gog was it
Anakim?
Gog?
The Rephaim?
No.
That
I
was
think
Rachel. Anakim.
no, the land that Goliath came from wasn't
Oh,
it like Gog, G-O-G? I'm trying to
It was
remember
in
where he was
Canaan.
from.
Like Gog and Magog.
That's a
No, like
name of
Gog as in
something else.
G-O-G. I know there was a name to it. And his race of people were known to be giants. But they also were said to have been descendants of the Nephilim. So, in other words, they were a race they were humans that bred with angels that were incredibly tall. And that was the legend of Goliath. Goliath's tribe came from that. Was it Nod? Maybe it was the land of Nod. Trying to remember where
that's
Goliath
it.
came
Nod.
from.
Or Nog.
Yep. Yes. It was a very innocuous name, but that's where his tribe was from. So again, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I
I'm
just
so
wonder
sorry.
what's the difference? Like you see this, you talk about the shadow, like the shadow beings.
I'm
like
gonna,
there's
guys,
little
give me a
ones.
minute. I'm gonna try to hook into I'm gonna try to mic up here into my headphones so you guys, it cuts out some of the background.
Yeah, I'm having such a hard time understanding with all those background
I'm
conversations
so
cutting you
sorry.
up. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, I'm good. All right, I appreciate it. Thanks, sir. I'm just glad I can hear this.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It
Can
was
hear
from
you now.
Gath.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It was from Gath.
Okay,
It was from Goliath came from Gath.
that's right. I mean,
Gath.
I knew it was a name that began with G. And I knew that his race of people were considered to be giants. And there was no two ways
Philistine. He
about
was a
that.
Philistine.
He was a Philistine.
And it's yeah.
There's somebody
But
else.
and he came from Gath.
Who is that?
He probably doesn't know me. Sorry.
Oh, actually, that's Vicky. Vicky, Vicky, this is Summer and Austin.
Hello.
Hey.
And let me tell you, when it comes to anything biblical, Vicky is like my Bible analyst. Like I can just ask her, she's gonna know the answer off the top of her head. Believe me on that one.
So now when you talk about shadow people, though, they're so different. Like there's the little people like you were talking about, which I had never seen them in the house we lived in. But I saw the top hat man, and then like I said, Austin saw the little tadpoley things, which all of those felt very evil to us.
Well, again, though, I'm sorry, I'm saying goodbye to them as they leave. Bye, guys. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, is it though, or is it just us misidentifying? Because it invokes fear. You can't identify something. Your first response reaction, especially to darkness. As humans, we have this instinctive,
No, I'm not like that. I feel like I don't know. I'm not freaked out by a lot. I'm just not. So when I saw the top hat man, I could just kind of feel it. It was very strong. But there's other things I've had happen where I don't, some people are freaked out by anything, but I'm not. So that's what, I think sometimes you could kind of feel it, like you could feel if it's a good energy or bad.
Well, yeah, I will, but that's, to me, that a lot of times is a human trait. Like I said, with the guy in this house, the guy up on the higher floor, he was a jerk in life. And I can tell you that just going into that environment, you could feel it. Right. This was a human. This person was a jerk in life, and he's a jerk in death, and he enjoys being a jerk.
Yeah.
I mean,
and they go through the
feeds off of it.
People follow fear, so you know what that's like.
Exactly. Well, it's more fear empowers them, and that's what people don't understand. When you feed fear into your environment, you're giving, it's like cocaine to them. Right. You're amping them.
It's their food.
The funny thing about the top hat man I saw was very quick too, so I really didn't have time to be scared of him. it was after I saw him that I was like, that really felt pretty bad. But, you know, I saw him so quickly. Um, he was outside in the light. I could see him real well. And then he was just gone. So I didn't really have time to be like, oh, you know, so he could feed off of it. It was like he didn't want to stay around. So he just left. You know, it was weird.
Maybe he was just as scared as we were because he accidentally stepped out of his dimension somehow or another. We don't really know for sure.
Yeah. But there was our neighbors had there was some weird things happen there. They actually when I saw him, they were building the house and he was out around the foundation. But they said that they dug a well. They were trying to dig a well because we lived out in the country and didn't have a water line. And the people, the guys that were working on that house said they had problems with everything in that house. And the weird thing is, like, you know, living in the country, you see animals running down the road. We lived on this old back road. None of the dogs or stray dogs, cats, or bunnies or anything would go over in that yard. I mean, I actually saw like stray dogs just go down the road and then they'd go through the field beside it, but they wouldn't go in the yard, which is weird. Or they come into our yard, you know. So I'm like, there's something off about that whole area, the
I think
house
the
where they
place was cursed.
Well, I was just going to say, if there was, I mean, again, you have certain areas like even here with our native tribes, there are certain areas that you don't go to. And there were restricted sacred sites to some of these tribes. You don't go there. Why? It's not that it's cursed, it's that it's protected.
Well, see,
And,
that's
you know,
funny. You
There's
say
also that, yeah.
because Austin was did a lot of research about that area, and there were Indians in that area.
Yep.
So he maybe thought it was something like that.
Yeah, because they tend to protect their sacred sites, and believe it or not, there's a lot of strength to elemental energy and elemental magic, and that is exactly what the Native Americans utilize: elemental energy and elemental magic. They use nature in their ceremonies, and I don't think you can get a much more powerful form of protection than what they use. Now, again, people misinterpret a lot of it and make the assumption that they were good or they were evil. No, the Indians used a neutral platform. The Native Americans, their magic was neutral. And I always say that. I'm like, you know, a Wendigo is not an evil creature. A Wendigo is a neutral. It's a neutral elemental. What determines how it's going to act is what you do. So if you go into a Native American area and you disrespect that area, that Wendigo is not going to be friendly to you at all. You do so in graciousness and respect, you know, and let that be a lesson. They figured that out. You know, you graciousness and respect, the Wendigo's not going to bother you. You go in there trying to prove something in arrogance, you're not going to fare very well coming out the backside of it.
Yeah.
it's just pretty simple. So I mean, it's like I said, I have a real strong and deep respect for natives and beasts in their ancient antiquity. Now, once you know this area was explored and settled by Western civilization, we saw a lot of changes. Like I do know a Blackfoot shaman who's incredibly traditional. Like his beliefs extend back to the ancient ways before Western civilization actually kind of overrode what they believed. I mean, there was Christianity, people forget the Jesuits like forced their belief systems to integrate with the native belief system. And we got people say hi to cameras. But basically, yeah, I mean, it's a huge thing. And it destroyed a lot because their beliefs got completely delineated. Oh my God, these people are having a blast with the camera. It's so funny.
Might get us a lot more viewers.
But it's funny as heck because they realized that they were actually on camera. But yeah, I mean, again, these are things that unless it's taught, people don't realize what some of this stuff is based on, and then they go off superstitions. And yeah, you know what?
And And I don't even think Jesus would have wanted his followers to do that.
Did somebody make a comment something about crawlers? It just popped up on my screen.
Huh?
Oh, that's somebody that was Vicky. She dropped something in the chat. I couldn't quite see what it was.
Yeah, something about 20-foot tall crawlers crawling up mountains. That was kind of what I was talking about, but the ones I saw were shorter.
Usually they're small. I mean, but I don't always know. Yeah.
They're part of the cryptids. They're part of the cryptids.
People are waving to the cameras. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's funny. But yeah, I mean, it's again, it's.
You know,
actually, I wish I had Jack here right now, because if anybody, if you want to talk, if 20-foot crawlers are cryptids, Jack is like the thesaurus on cryptids.
But you know, it's so true about the fear, because when I was talking to you about Peabody Hall, there's such a fear on campus about staying there, and it's mostly the men, like, you know, because it was Miss Peabody that doesn't like them, and I guess she haunts them. And it's a mixed dorm now, and she doesn't like that.
Well, it's funny because even here at the
over there,
well, at the May Stringer house, it's women who are afraid, because the guy on the top floor tends to target women.
So that's
and
what
it's
she
again,
does. She targets men. Because it was
he targets women.
Dorm, you know, back in the day where they didn't have mixed dorms. So she's very protective.
I think the legend behind this guy's death was that they believed he was involved in a very violent murder, and then got away with it because he was connected locally, politically. Got away with it, and that he later died a very violent death himself. And now they think he's still living in that hole. But the murder he was involved in involved a fight over a woman. So thus they think his hatred of women. But I can tell you that I don't think a male here has ever been bothered. It's always been women. And like the 3 women I spoke with that had experiences, they were frightened. This was not people dramatizing. They were like legitimately frightened by what happened.
Yeah.
But again, sometimes I think that weakness in spirit, that fear going in, draws it to you. I mean, it's like a dog. They can sense dogs can sense when you're afraid. Cats can sense when you're afraid.
In the remote past, when practical knowledge in daily life and work had not yet led to a systematic study of physics and chemistry, astronomy was already a highly developed science. This antiquity determines the special place which astronomy has occupied in the history of human culture. The other realms of knowledge developed into sciences only in later centuries, and this development took place mainly within the walls of universities and laboratories, where the noise of political and social strife seldom penetrated. Astronomy, on the contrary, had already manifested itself in the ancient world as a system of theoretical knowledge that enabled man to prophesy even the terrifying eclipse, and had become a factor in his spiritual strife. This history is associated with the process of the growth of mankind. Since the rise of civilization, science and religion still formed undivided entities. In the ancient world and in the following centuries, astronomical doctrine was an essential element in the world concepts, at once religious and philosophical, which reflected social life. When the modern physicist looks back at his earliest predecessors, he finds men like himself, with similar though more primitive views on experiment and conclusion, on cause and effect. When the astronomer looks back at his predecessors, he finds Babylonian priests, medieval monks, Renaissance nobles, and clerics until in the scholars of the 17th century he meets with modern citizens of his own kind. To all these men, astronomy was not a limited branch of specialist science, but a world system interwoven with the whole of their concept of life. The history of astronomy is the growth of man's concept of his world. Light and warmth came from heaven. There the sun and the other celestial luminaries described their orbits. There dwelt the gods who ruled over his destiny and wrote their message in the stars. The heavens were near and the stars played their part in the life of man. The study of stars was the unfolding of this higher world, the noblest object that human thinking and spiritual effort could find. This study continued through many centuries, and even in antiquity, the periodic recurrence of celestial phenomena, and the vastness of the universe. Within the all-encompassing celestial sphere with its stars, the Earth, though for man the center and chief object, was only a globe. Other world bodies, sun, moon and planets, some of them of larger size, circulated around her. This was the world concept which was kept as a heritage, and at the end of the Middle Ages was transmitted to the rising West European culture. There in the 16th century, driven by a strong social development, astronomy gave rise to a new concept of the world. It showed, moreover, that our Earth was only one of several similar planets. Mankind had to reorientate itself in its world. In those centuries of revolution, the contest over astronomical truth was an important element in the spiritual struggle accompanying the great social upheavals. Astronomy, like the study of nature in general, now entered a new era. The next century brought the discovery of the fundamental or controlling or 11 motions in the universe. Philosophical thinking was for the first time confronted with an exact and strict law of nature. Then, at last, the concept of the universe widened to ever larger dimensions. In early times, when physical theory was but abstract speculation, astronomy was already an ordered system of knowledge giving practical orientation in time and space. In later centuries, astronomical research was directed more and more towards theoretical knowledge of the structure of the universe, far beyond any practical application, to satisfy their craving for truth. Physics, chemistry, and biology shot up with increasing rapidity. Through technical applications, they revolutionized society and changed the aspect of the Earth. In this revolution, astronomy stood aside. The stars cannot contribute to our techniques, our material life, or our organization. So their study became more and more an idealistic pursuit tending toward a physical knowledge of the universe. The study of astronomy became a work of culture, an adventure of the mind, an essential part in the history of human culture. Whoever penetrates into the past participates in the development of the human race as his own experience.
We as a people internalize the thoughts, actions, norms and values of the outside world? Ideologies that are incorporated into our society through institutional brainwashing. Social constructs that represent ideas and beliefs outside of our personal beliefs. Who says that the many outweigh the needs of the one? I believe it better to let 5 guilty men free than to allow one man who is innocent to suffer.
Yet beliefs tend to vary on those ideas, don't they? In reality, though, these outside forces carry no weight in my world, because they don't pertain to my personal life, relationships, or feelings. I have feelings that pertain to many personal things such as marriage, having children, and continuation of my family name. These values are hard to change because they are a part of me in my thoughts, dreams, and personal relationships. I agree that my mind was shaped because of outside influences as well. If I was born in Israel, there is a pretty good chance that I would have been raised as a Jew. The same would be said if I was raised in Baghdad too. There is a chance that I would have been raised as a Muslim. Thoughts and ideas are formed outside of ourselves by the influence of the people around us. What we believe and hold dear to ourselves does not always seem rational to the outside world, which is full of facts. Millions have died for beliefs that are based on myth and without evidence of truth. Math does hold evidence of truth, but I have yet to see any evidence of people dying for the sake of arithmetic. We live in a world that worships, not in a world that believes in facts and the rational. These things are not externalized on personal levels, and if we did externalize the rational, we would surely suffer as a society and die. Things that we should believe in are things that transcend the things we know, or the things we can obtain. We should not worship those things that we see, feel, and touch because those things are things we can obtain. Morality, values, and norms are all things created by man which can be imitated. Deep down in every human is the desire to worship something, even if that means worshiping nothing at all. Understanding what is good and bad by our manners, actions, behaviors, or situations in life does not define what we hold sacred. Rather we build a house on sand or on a rock, it does not matter. This is nothing more than a rational ideology placed in our minds, so that we perform well. It is not meant for any kind of personal relationship or experience within ourselves. Should another person's preference influence what I feel is important on a personal level? Is that person's preference something desirable to me, or an idea that the other person likes instead? What we truly believe transcends all things that are connected to actions and situations. They go beyond politics, facts, what is good, bad, or rational. I would personally build my house on stone instead of sand, and out of wood instead of straw. That is not always consistent with other people's views concerning what is valuable and what is not. Caring about a common attitude towards situations within a group does not justify an action. I have beliefs that are personal to me, and when those beliefs call for action, I will respond. With conflicts from the outside world, internal beliefs should not be affected by institutional values set upon us. Desired beliefs are set higher than moral values, and the person is then not for sale. Set within a display case for everyone to admire or reject according to their preference of what is right or wrong. Values are more general than specific, making them more important to our personality instead of our attitudes. We may not even show interest in the things that we have values toward, yet we still have them, and they dictate who we are. What we stand for and what we believe and don't believe in. Do we wish to be rewarded for the things we do in life, or do we do these things because they need to be done? Are we motivated by animal instincts or a higher cause in life? Do we do it because we have the inner desire to do things, or for the personal reward of accomplishing a task? Doing tasks seem to change our outlook on life and rewards us in many ways. They have both positive and negative effects, considering what those tasks are that we choose to do. Values are less selfish than what motives are, but they also affect our emotions. Not on subhuman levels though, values show optimism, with alternatives to the consequences of our actions and outlooks. Values are different from needs also. We do not have to have children to have values. Our values are not dictated by any form of sexuality or biological notion. Neither is it conditioned according to goals met or achieved. Our mental state does not make us more or less of a person, and needs apply to values only when those needs are not met. When a person is forced into going against what that person values, to achieve those needs, a sense of gratitude is produced. This creates change within the person, about what is and isn't desires, and are not goals, they are standards of judgment and select goals, with estimated efforts of actions. Humans wear a mask disguising who they are in exchange for character, defined by attributes, ability, and ignorance. Leaving us in a world of dismay and silenced, we deny our truths and accept the lies that we are taught. Truths are shoved down into the darkness, never to surface again. If discussed, they are scoffed at and ridiculed by those who have created the lie they live by daily. The volition of the first and second order, man's Frankenstein, to be or not to be, that is the question. We wear that mask not because we are humans, but because we have responsibilities and duties to fulfill. Confessing our wrongs and signing our names on the dotted line, so that we will be taken care of because we can no longer take care of ourselves. Agreeing to the terms of the contract and free from subjection. Processed and put into the record, a part of the community and the establishment.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of The Storyteller. This is Roger Hanson and today I'm back with some more stuff to bring you. Now, the last time I did my live stream, I told you that the remainder of what I was talking about with my story concerns writing. So I'm not going to get into the writing until I finally get some more stuff to finally come up with after I'm done with my raw first edition to my story. I was even debating last time if I even wanted to live stream, but then I went over my my YouTube channel on some of the older stuff that I'd done, and I realized there were things that I made videos about that I really want to actually do for live streaming too, with topics. I kind of did an overkill on Walt Whitman. I do have to admit that, but I was able to also get into some other stuff in my story, or the stories about the writers basically is what it is. Okay, I was just starting it last year when I got started doing my live streams, and things didn't quite work out during that time period, to be honest with you. There were some issues that I did have that I wanted, or that made me basically stop going and doing the whole thing with the stories. So I don't really want to get into it, but I did want to at least say that much. Now, with the topic that I did on my last one, it was about Sadek Hadayat, and he's the one that did the Blind Owl, which is got a lot of Persian influence in it. That can be found in my playlist on The Storyteller on YouTube, but it's not going to be on any of the other channels like Rumble X or Odyssey. But to be honest, I mean, Rumble is the only one that I actually do put playlists on that you can check out some stuff. I haven't got anything for the recordings yet, but I'll have those released by the time the end of this year is up. I'm going to start putting them in January during the cool down time when I'm not doing my live streams. So I do want to let people know that there will be material out in the recording area. It's just going to take a little bit of time to get it going. Now, what I wanted to do is I wanted to go further with some of the writers that I had in the past that I've actually been inspired by, and I've actually not only been inspired by, but that's influenced me and made me kind of excited about writing and stuff like that. Mythopia, I believe, is what it is. That's the one thing that I do want to talk about today. There are a couple of writers that I was inspired by, actually quite a few of them, but the two that were the most important to me was H.P. Lovecraft and also, like I said, a few others for starters. Now, the ones, H.P. Lovecraft was one of the first ones, but before I get to him or get to anybody else, I want to start up I want to start from the beginning, basically, and discuss Mythopia, okay? And then after that, I want to go into talking about pulp magazines. Now, a lot of people, they sit and they watch movies on TV, and they don't really even realize, or most of them don't even care how old these stories actually are. And I thought that it would be a good topic to bring up because these are actually old writings that a lot of people don't know about. And before I get started too, there's a couple of people that kind of inspired me today to even do this topic because I've actually been getting more involved on X and actually paying attention to the posts that are going on there. And there are a few people on X that have been really inspiring me to want to get into this topic, and maybe if we can, I've mentioned it to one of the guys that I'm about to mention, that maybe we should do a stream on some of this stuff, because it's very interesting. Now, one of the guys that got me started with to become interested in doing a stream on this topic was a guy on X. He goes by Von Leer. He's first of all, I want to say thank you for supporting me on there, Von Leer. You like and comment and repost my stuff all the time, and I do appreciate that. He's big on comics. He does. He posts a lot of stuff from things like Comics Who Love Comics and things that are in channels, I guess they are. They would be on X. I'm not sure if they're actually, I don't know what they're called, but he does post a lot of that stuff. And then Aaron Hook, he's another guy that's mentioned some of this stuff too. And I really appreciate you guys for the support on there. Now, these guys are the ones that kind of got me into the idea that maybe we should, or I should do an episode on this, because it really is a good topic. It's something that I need to use as my as a part of my streams. So that was the decision making behind coming out with Mythopia, which is the beginning point. This is where all of that comes into play, alright? So with that, I'm just going to go ahead and get into the topic and start talking about it. So here's Mythopia. Mythopia is a term derived from the Greek word mythos, story or myth, and paion, to make. It signifies the conscious creation of myth. Unlike the myths that emerged organically over centuries as cultural artifacts, mythopia represents an intentional act of myth-making by an individual. This practice involves constructing fictional worlds imbued with their own histories, cosmologies, and moral framework, akin to the epics of antiquity, but shaped by the vision of a single creator or creative team. While the myths of ancient civilization often arose from collective storytelling traditions to explain the cosmos, divine forces, and human existence, mythopia operates differently. It invites the creator to function as a myth maker, deliberately blending narrative, philosophy, and imagination to craft worlds that resonate with timeless truths. In modern storytelling, mythopia has become a powerful tool, transcending literature to influence art, cinema, video games, and even cultural narratives. This article explores the history, techniques, and impact of mythopia, tracing its roots from the ancient mythological traditions to its profound role in contemporary media. Before mythopia emerged as a deliberate practice, humanity was already engaging in myth-making. Myths formed the backbone of early societies, offering explanations for natural phenomena, the origins of the universe, and the complexity of human existence. These communal stories served multiple functions. Cosmological functions, where myths provided frameworks for understanding the universe. For example, the Babylonian Enuma Elish described the creation of the world from the chaos of primordial waters. Moral and didactic functions. Myths often conveyed ethical lessons or societal norms, such as the Greeks' myth of Icarus, which warns against hubris. The psychological functions. They address internal struggles, externalizing fears and desires through archetypal characters like heroes and tricksters. Now, before I go on, that's something else that I do want to say is last night, another thing that got me interested in this was I was on a stream. It's called Vixen's Vault with Nancy Planeta, and this is through Dragus Productions. Now, we had one of the best conversations when it comes to a lot of things that go into ancient history, and she was tapping into stuff that was somewhat paranormal, and it involved ufology and stuff of that nature, but this also, what we were discussing there, also intertwines with mythology and things of that nature, and it became a really, really good, it was a very good show. So that was something else that kind of got me interested in wanting to go into this path, because there's a lot of influence that this has had. I'm not saying that all of it involving ufology and the paranormal involves this, but I'm going to say that some of it does. This is a part of the equation. There's a lot of things that this has influenced, and it gets mixed up in the translation, you know what I mean? So go check that show if you guys want to check it out. You can see it on Odyssey, it's on Kick, it's also on Telegram, I believe. There's a few, I know it's on Twitch, so you can check it out there, as well as on Rumble. It's Dragus Productions, Vixen's Vault. Yeah, so that's something I wanted to bring up really quick too. So before I go on, I wanted to mention all that. So now I'm going to go ahead and continue. Okay, civilizations such as the Egyptians, Greek, Hindus, and Norse left behind vast mythic traditions, rich in symbolism and narrative complexity. These traditions laid the groundwork for the archetypes and motifs that continue to inform modern mythopia. The shift from collective myth to deliberate myth-making coincide with the rise of individual authorship and literary innovations. Hold up a minute. I believe I need to do something real quick. Let me go ahead and... Yeah, I forgot to do it again. Okay, Mythopia. I'm going to put that up on my screen. Mythopia. Yeah. Now, the shift from collective myth to deliberate myth-making coincided with the rise of individual authorship and literary innovation. The Romantic movement of the 18th and 19th century marked a turning point as poets like William Blake began using mythological frameworks to explore personal and universal themes. Blake's mythopic universe populated with figures like Urizen and Los reflected his spiritual vision and critique of the industrial society. Also, the Brothers Grimm is another one that comes to mind when it comes to the age of Romanticism. If nobody's had a chance to research that and find out about it, there's a lot of good stuff that's involved with that, like the Headless Horseman and things of that nature, which all of that doesn't necessarily come down to what I'm talking about today, because I'm going to be getting into pulp magazines and stuff like that and how mythopia influenced that. But that is also something that I should bring up, which is a good topic. And I've also been involved in that, which I do find pretty interesting and stuff like that. So Edgar Allan Poe, that's a really good topic to get into when it comes to him, because he was into Romanticism. A lot of people today think of romance as like the romance love novels that you pick up and you read, but that's not exactly what Romanticism was. The age of Romanticism had a lot to do with a lot of the lore and the myths that were around these people during that time period. So if you haven't had a chance to check it out and do research on what that's all about, please do so, because I believe that if you're into writing, this is stuff that you actually should know. It's a good topic to actually check into and find out. Now, before I go further, I need to check and make sure everything is working properly. Yeah, on my OBS. Yeah, so far so good. Now, by the 20th century, mythopia as a concept found its champion in J.R.R. Tolkien, whose 1931 poem Mythopia articulated the philosophical underpinnings of this art form. Tolkien argued that myth-making was an act of subcreation, a reflection of humanity's divine ability to create within the bounds of an existing cosmos. His magnus opus, The Lord of the Rings, exemplified this philosophy, presenting a rich, detailed mythos complete with its own history, language, and cosmology. that's the thing about J.R.R. Tolkien that I find really amazing, was the fact that not only did he make his stories, create his stories, but he also created an entire world around it. He gave each race that was within his world its own language. This man was 100% into doing this. Okay, he created all of it. That's the one thing about it, and he also gave him a history. So it wasn't what was actually taking place. He was going back in time, and he was explaining that on a timeline, this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened, and he created an entire series out of these ages. Not only that, but he went through and he gave each of these creatures in his world their own personal language, which is something that is pretty amazing. So I did find that that was really inspiring for me. I thought that was pretty cool. So now, crafting a mythopic world requires a deliberate and multifaceted approach. Creators must draw from literary traditions while innovating to produce worlds that feel both ancient and relevant. The following techniques are central to the art of mythopia. World building is the cornerstone of mythopia. It involves creating a setting with a sense of depth and authenticity, achieved through layers of detail. Cosmology, the origin and structure of the fictional universe. This might include creation myths, divine hierarchies, and metaphysical principles. For example, Tolkien's The Silmarillion recounts the creation of the world by Einar, echoing biblical and pagan cosmologies. Then geography, a believable world map with regions, landmarks, and climate. George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire is renowned for its intricate maps where every region has its own history and cultural identity. So, see right here, it goes even deeper. Now, all of a sudden, there's a freaking map that's set up where you can actually look at the map, look at the timeline, and then you're able to say, okay, this is what happened here on this time period. So this is something that I find fascinating about this whole setup. You know what I mean? It's pretty in depth and pretty amazing. So that's pretty cool. Now, the cultural frameworks. Now, society with distinct languages, traditions, and belief systems. These elements make the world feel alive and dynamic. So all of a sudden you're adding in cultural frameworks as well to these characters. Not only their language, but their culture and the framework of it all put together, Mythopia draws heavily on archetypes, universal characters, and themes that resonate across cultures. These archetypes serve as narrative anchors, providing familiarity while allowing for innovation. Examples include the hero, that embodies the journey of growth and sacrifice. For example, Frodo in The Lord of the Rings. The trickster, challenges societal norms and disrupts the status quo. That would be like Loki in Norse mythology. The shadow represents internal and external conflict, often personifying chaos or temptation. And that would be like Darth Vader in Star Wars.
Symbolism further enhances the mythic qualities of these stories. Objects like swords, rings, or relics often carry deeper meanings, representing power, destiny, or corruption. A hallmark of mythopy, however you say it, is its reliance on recurring cycles of creation, destruction, and renewal. These cycles mirror the rhythms of nature and human experience, lending a timeless quality to the narrative. For instance, the Elder Scrolls video game series structures its history into mythic eras where gods and mortals shape and reshape the world in perpetual cycles. Similarly, Frank Herbert's Doom explores ecological and political cycles, emphasizing the interplay between growth, decay, and adaptations. And that is where you come up with how it influences today when you start talking about the Elder Scrolls. And I also want to mention something too that I'd mentioned before. It's the fact that with Elder Scrolls, okay? Elder Scrolls, a lot of people get on there and they've done it since they were kids. I'm a lot older, so I was well over 30 years old when Elder Scrolls first came out. But a lot of people as kids actually got on and they played this game, and not too many of them are interested in knowing that there's entire books that are written on the Elder Scrolls series. You know what I mean? There's an entire mythos which is behind all that. So if you are curious about it, then go in and do that. You know, read those books because they're just as amazing as what the video game itself is. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because I'm an Elder Scrolls fan. So the same thing goes for Metro 2023, I believe it is, 2022. It has its own storyline too, with its own book that goes with it. So check that out. There's some good stuff you can get there. Now Dune is self-explanatory. If you haven't watched Dune or read the book, then I suggest that you watch it or listen or read the book. Whatever, you know, it's a very, very good story with a lot of this going on. Mythopia, it's all in there. It's very, very much entrenched. So, with that being said, I will continue. I just wanted to point that out. Now, language plays a crucial role in Mythopia, serving as both a narrative tool and a marker of cultural identity. Tolkien's creation of Elvish languages like Quenya and Sindarin exemplifies this practice. By designing phonetics, grammar, and etymologies, he added a layer of realism to Middle-earth, making its culture feel authentic and distinct, or making its cultures feel authentic and distinct. Other creators like Ursula K. Le Guin in her Earthsea series use languages to explore philosophical themes. The power of true names in her stories reflects the idea that language shapes reality. Mythopia often grapples with the profound question about existence, morality, and the human condition. While some creators use myth to affirm universal truths, others challenge prevailing ideologies. C.S. Lewis imbued the Chronicles of Narnia with Christian allegory, exploring themes of faith, redemption, and sacrifice. Philip Pullman used his Dark Materials to critique organized religion, advocating for individual agency and intellectual freedom. The depth of these themes ensured that Mythopic works resonate beyond their immediate plots, offering insights into the real world. Mythopia has profoundly influenced modern literature, particularly in the fantasy and science fiction genre. Beyond Tolkien and Lewis, numerous authors have created mythopic worlds that captivate and challenge readers. J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series weaves elements of British folklore with classical mythology into its narrative, creating a rich magical world. N.K. Jemison's Broke Earth trilogy combines speculative science with mythological overtones, addressing themes of oppression, resilience, and environmental collapse. These works demonstrate the enduring appeal of mythopia as a narrative form capable of addressing contemporary issues through timeless frameworks. Film and television have embraced mythopia, often using its techniques to build expansive, interconnected universes. Star Wars draws heavily on Joseph Campbell's The Hero with a Thousand Faces, embedding embedding archetypal characters and mythic cycles into its narrative. The Marvel Cinematic Universe (MCU) integrates Norse and Greek mythologies with modern superhero lores, creating a sprawling, interconnected mythos. Such adaptations brings mythopic storytelling to global audiences, blending spectacle with thematic depth. Now, with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I'm not going to even go there. There's so many things that you can bring up there that is real, and that's just something that I personally there's a lot of conversations that I could have on that one. I've actually brought up a lot in previous episodes of different streams that I've done, but maybe I'll go over some of them, later on. But that is pretty true. You can see a lot of it in the television and everything. So I have people that I know and I talk to who are dead set against television. They think that it's rotting your brain and stuff, but I've found that there's actually some truths in it if you're willing to look at it. You know what I mean? I don't have a problem with television. Now, I do have to say that the newer television is pretty much garbage, but if you go back and you look at some of the older classics, you'll find some pretty interesting stuff that you can find in there. It was actually entertainment, you know what I mean? There's a difference between entertainment and garbage. That's just my view on it. So I mean, that's pretty much all I want to say about the whole thing. But there is actually good content in television if you look in the right place. Next, after that, I want to get into video games. Video games represent a new frontier of mythopia, allowing players to immerse themselves in mythic worlds. The Legend of Zelda series uses cyclical storytelling, where a recurring hero confronts timeless struggles against darkness. The God of War reimagines Greek and Norse myths, blending action with philosophical explanations of fate and free will. Through interactive storytelling, video games offer a unique media for experiencing mythopia firsthand. Mythopia also influences real-world narratives, national myths, political ideologies, and cultural renaissances. Often relay a mythic framework to inspire unity or justify actions. For example, the American notion of the frontier spirit
echoes mythic ideals of heroism and exploration, which, if anybody's actually gone in and done any research on the Old West, it was actually a horrible experience where a lot of people died. You know, they start getting into things like Billy the Kid, who was turned into a hero at one point, but then later on people started getting realistic about it, and then started actually saying, look, Billy the Kid was a cold-blooded murderer, you know what I mean? So that's kind of where they're going in that whole aspect of it. Now, political movements frequently invoke mythical imagery to rally support or framework their goals. This blending of myth and reality underscores the enduring power of mythopia in shaping human thought and behavior. Despite its appeal, mythopia has not despite its appeal, mythopia is not without criticism. Over commercialism. The success of mythopic franchises has led to concerns about their commodification, with creators prioritizing profit over artistic integrity. Cultural appropriation, borrowing from diverse mythologies without proper context or respect, can lead to a misrepresentation and exploitation. Narrative limitations. Over-reliance on archetypes may result in predictable or formulaic storytelling, diminishing originality. Now, a lot of this has to do with things that I do disagree with. Now, well, except for the last one. We have, the commercial thing is the success of franchises, which that's kind of tricky too. When it comes to artistic integrity, I think that when it comes to storytelling, you tell a story, you create the story, and I've said it on a few episodes beforehand. Words are free. If you don't like the word, you can just throw it away, because it costs you nothing to look at different words and introduce that into your story. And that kind of goes into what this is. When it comes to writing a story, I don't believe that you have to have integrity. Just tell the story, because that's your story. That's what you want to express. Now, the borrowing from diverse mythologies, without bringing it into context or respect, that's something else that I disagree with, because there's some things that you have to incorporate into fictional stories that they don't really have too many facts about when it comes to context. Like you can go and you can listen to somebody tell you the Epic of Gilgamesh, okay? But you need to understand that story was written by somebody else. The actual text that was written for the Epic of Gilgamesh is fragmented, and the tablets are broken up, so they're having to piece them together, and the story isn't really even from one tablet. It's from multiple sources that have been put together, and there's parts that are missing that they're just assuming this is what it said, so you have to take that into consideration. And like for me personally, if I'm going to tell the story of about the Epic of Gilgamesh, I'm going to write it in my own words, and I'm going to embellish it, because there's no way of actually getting like the actual story behind it, you know what I mean? When it comes to ancient history and stuff like that, I love ancient history, and I've done research on a lot of this. I've asked people who just write, what would be a best way of doing it, and they said the same thing, use a fictional story and incorporate these characters into that fictional story. It could be here on Earth, or it could be on another planet. Just Just use it to incorporate it into your story, and use aspects of it into it. So that's the one thing that I don't agree with when it comes to that, diminishing originality. Now that is something that I've recently found with AI. I've played around and asked it to tell me stories, and what I've noticed is like it gives you regurgitated shit that you put in previously, and it just adds to it. With an AI, it doesn't have any sense of emotions or feelings. It's just sterile and emotionless. If there's some kind of story that it wants to give you, it's going to try to tell you of this humongous task that needs to be done in order to save the cosmos. You know what I mean? But it can't tell you what the feeling of passion is, or desire, or any of that kind of emotion, because it doesn't understand that. You know what I mean? So you have to incorporate it into it, and if you're not careful with it, then it'll reset to default and give you the same hashed out garbage that it gave you before. It's all equations and mathematics and nothing else. It thinks on the terms of 0 and 1, not 0, 1, 2, 3. It's just 0 and 1. It's binary. It thinks like a computer, So that is what I noticed about it too. And when it comes to quality, who has the right to say what's quality and what's not quality? I'm about ready to go into pulp magazines and stuff, and a lot of people don't think of pulp magazines as quality content, but there are a lot of people who are a part of the cult following who believes that it is, and I'm one of them. I enjoy a lot of stuff that pertains to pulp magazines, and this is what it really comes down to. So that was one of the reasons why I wanted to add that part into it, so that I could bring that up and actually have a conversation within the stream and talk about that, because that's what is very important. It's your story, you know what I mean? You're telling your story, and it's about what you want to put in it. Don't worry about what other people believe. Now, if you want to go get it published and these people have an issue with it, it's your judgment call if you want to have something taken out or not, or rewritten, but that's up to you. And remember, it's like I said, words are free, Just because you say, okay, I can rewrite something, doesn't mean that you're less of a writer for it. It just means that these people want you to change this part of the story, so go in there and change that part of the story, because it's still your writing, you know what I mean? So it's your call on all that, is what I'm saying. Okay. Now, addressing these challenges requires a balance between innovation and respect for source materials, ensuring that mythopia remains a meaningful and creative practice. And that's not the way it is. It's always going to be a meaningful and creative practice. People love mythopia, and it's been around for quite a long time, so no matter what you write, it's going to be there, you know what I mean? Don't worry about all that. H.P. Lovecraft actually encouraged people to use his source materials. If you like something about H.P. Lovecraft's stories, incorporate the shit out of it, you know what I mean? Put that stuff right into your story, and create something from his material and your material mixed together. That's why he always endorsed, and he loved that stuff. So let me, Mythopia stands as a testament
to humanity's enduring desire to understand and reshape the world through storytelling. By blending imagination, philosophy, and cultural insight, it creates narratives that resonate across generations and mediums, whether through literature, cinema, or interactive media. Mythopia continues to ensure creators and audiences alike proving that the art of myth making is as vital today as it was in ancient times. Now, notable authors that I wanted to mention was William Blake, and he was the one who created Vala, or the Four Zoas, and that was in 1799. Then you had Lord Dunsany, or Dunsany. Now, he was the one who came up with the Gods of Pagana, and that was in 1905. Then you had T.S. Eliot, and he's the one who created The Wasteland in 1922. Those are three writers with three amazing books that you guys should probably check out. Now, this is for Mythopia. This is what I wanted to get into first before I went on further. Now, I am going to go into pulp magazines later on, but I also want to hold off on doing that because I want to give it its own time. Now, after I do pulp magazines, there's a certain magazine that I do want to discuss, which has some very good stuff in it that I am very much interested in talking about, and that's Weird Tales. Now, with Weird Tales came Conan the Barbarian, as well as Cool of Atlantis, yeah. And I want to talk about that. Now, I want to do this first because the reason for that is that Conan was actually it's actually been something that has stood out to me since for about the last 3 years, most definitely. I've also gotten more involved in watching or listening to the old stories from before on YouTube, which you can find if you guys look for them. They're really, really good. Let me tell you right now that the old Conan the Barbarians aren't anything like the movies, okay? The movies are actually a letdown compared to the stories themselves. The stories are amazing. Conan is portrayed, or he isn't portrayed the same in the new movies as what he was in the books. That's all I've got to say. I don't want to spoil it too much, but I did want to bring that up before I went into anything that was that I wanted to do with H.P. Lovecraft, because there's a timeline with this magazine which I find pretty interesting. So that is what I'm wanting to go. That's eventually where I want to go when it comes to all of this stuff. So as time goes by, I will be able to get it all going. But before I do get it going, I want to discuss, Conan. I also want to discuss Robert Howard. Now, Robert Howard was before H.P. Lovecraft, and they both worked for the same company, or the same magazine, which was Weird Magazine. So I'm eventually going to want to break it down, and we can have a stream on that if anybody wants to do it. I don't know who exactly is involved
or who's actually listening or even interested in it. But I will put it out there. If you guys want to do a live stream where you guys come in and we discuss it, we can do that. So, but first, I do want to be able to get this recorded and going and have an episode for it set up to where it's separate from any kind of roundtable discussions or anything of that nature. But I would be more than happy to bring up topics and have people come in and have a discussion about it, because this is the bread and butter of writing, man. If you're really into this stuff, man, this is the good stuff. You can find a lot of good stories out there that people have been really into. And if you notice the dates, okay, this isn't new. This isn't stuff that you see being just put out within the last 20 years. These are stories that are well over 100 years old, or if not over 100 years old, they're pretty close to it. There's some that go even further back. But later on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to start talking about pulp magazines and get into that. But I wanted to kind of start a foundation, start from the beginning, and actually have a discussion on the beginnings of it with Mythopia and where pulp magazines originate from, and maybe get into a few of the other things that are involved with it. In my next one, I'll have more examples. But like today, we heard a little bit about Dune, which I know a lot of people that I talk to are real big fans of Dune, which I am too. I really do enjoy the original Dune story. You know what I mean? I like that. So there's things of that nature that I'm going to be bringing up. Then we're going to start talking about other things like Tarzan and things of that. When it comes to all that, I remember when I was a kid, my grandpa used to always watch the old Tarzan television series. And being honest, when I was younger, I was a little kid, it used to annoy me. It was always, it was always freaking way back when, you know what I mean? All those black and white movies, those horrible black and white movies. But now that I've gotten older, I've actually gotten to where I'm starting to find a little bit more respect when it comes to it, and there is a story behind the pulps, you know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why these magazines were called pulp magazines. So we'll be getting into that and having a conversation about it. At the moment, I am going through my short story, and I'm looking at it, and I'm wanting to put it together, and come up with or a first draft. While I'm doing that, I want to pull up some talking points that I do want to have a conversation about after I am finished with the first draft. So I will bring it back. It's just, like I said, when it comes to actually sitting down and writing the story, that is where it starts getting a little bit boring, a little bit off. And I noticed, like I said, on my channel, I was looking at the playlists and stuff, and there were a lot of things that I had talked on that I really should come in and do a live stream on and maybe have a discussion about. So I am going to go ahead and focus on some of these things. Like I said, I have already done Sadek Hadayat. That's in one of my previous videos. I'm going through and I'm checking my streams. I have no comments. I've got 3 viewers on Rumble, which is cool. Thank you guys for watching. It should kick in. The audio on X is excellent. And Right now, I have no views on Odyssey, which I understand most people don't really watch anything on Odyssey when it comes to my stuff. So, and YouTube, of course, nobody. But anyhow, I did want to go in and check it, and tell everybody that I do appreciate you for watching. If you're watching, make comments. I love to have comments in the comment section where I can have discussions with people and talk about it. I do have some ideas for projects that are coming up. I really don't want to discuss it because in my last episode I told you guys how sensitive I am with my writing, and I came up with an idea for kind of like a rock opera. I introduced it to a group of people that I've been doing stuff with, and it was just criticized horribly, so that kind of freaked me out. So I don't know for sure if I'm going to be sharing too much more of this stuff that I want to write myself, I just, and I've said it before, I'm very, very sensitive when it comes to the stuff I write, because this stuff is real personal to me, and makes me real nervous, and I didn't handle it very well. Criticism is probably the worst thing that I've been able to deal with when it comes to my writing. And everybody else always says, well, I like criticism because that gives me something to work on. And I've always tried to have that high-minded way of thinking, but that's not the way it usually is. I get too involved in my stories, and it causes a lot of emotional turmoil with me because I'm not used to putting my stuff out there, you know what I mean? And I'm talking about even everyday life. So yeah, I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna work on this and maybe get something going. I just don't really know how I'm gonna do it. The whole issue is like, first of all, the people I was dealing with, they aren't really much they don't understand what a rock opera is. Like, heavy metal is a rock opera, okay? And there's a lot of sex, drugs, and rock and roll involved into it. Well, we couldn't have none of that with these guys because they're all into like this spiritual kind of thing. They would probably been okay with the drugs part, but like when it comes to sex, oh no, this is too sexual, and it wasn't even sexual. It was like a little bit of erotica in it, and it was more erotic innuendo more than it was actual erotica, and it just caused an issue there. The thing is I can't do that with a rock opera. I can't take freaking those elements out of it. It's got to have passion, desire, freaking longing. All of those things have to go into a rock opera because it's accompanied by music. So that kind of made it strange for me. So I tried to mellow it down, and that's what I came up with, and I was still rejected. And that's really kind of what I had an issue with, because if it was me, it would be a traditional rock opera where freaking a person gets shot in the head by a freaking bullet, you know what I mean, or two dudes are freaking fighting, and one takes a freaking sword and just cuts the other one's head off, or a battle axe, that kind of stuff. But it was a bad experience, but I'm going to move on and see where it goes and come up with something good. I hope you guys did enjoy this. I wanted to bring the rock opera up so that I could actually get a little bit closer to 1 hour of recording. Now we have an hour and 7 minutes, going on 8 minutes of live stream, but it's only been 57 minutes of recording. So with that, I want to let you guys know that you can check me out on Skype, and you can also check me out on Discord. On Skype, I go by Live with Roger Hanson. I also have the WoW Talk, as well as a few other ones that I have on there. I have Roger's Real Time Talk Show on there, a few others. And on Discord, I'm strictly Gaming with Infamous. You can find me there on Discord as Gaming with Infamous. And as you know, I stream on Rumble, X, Odyssey, YouTube, and sometimes Twitch. But not right now because I'm having issues, and I'm always having issues. So I'm also on X as Rog LOL 1973. That's ROG LOL 1973. So you can check me out there. On Odyssey, I go by Roger Hanson, or I also go by Gaming with Infamous. We also have a channel on YouTube for the Wonderful World of Weirdness, as well as on Odyssey. Now on Odyssey, if you go on there and check out the channel, you can go and see all the older videos that were there that John Clark did with the UFO sightings and the paranormal ghost sightings and things of that, but we had to take those off of YouTube. Now if you go on Odyssey and check it out, you can see all of that, and then the new stuff that we have too. So I'd recommend that you go check that out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd enjoy it. That's what got me to where I actually got involved with the channel in the first place. So that's a good thing to do. Now on Rumble, I have everything on there. I'm in the process now of merging all of my content over from YouTube to Rumble. That's a process in the making or work. And plus I have the Storyteller. The Storyteller is my personal project that I've been working on for a while now. I haven't really gotten it up and going like I would have liked to gotten it going, but it is a work in the process. I've got it on Rumble as well as on YouTube, and I do live stream it on X as well as Odyssey, but I don't have playlists or anything of that nature for it. I do have a channel on Rumble for the Storyteller. If you guys are on there, do me a favor and become just follow it. I don't know what the word is. A subscriber, I think, is something you have to pay for. So I don't even want to play with that. Just follow it, and we'll talk more. But it is on YouTube as well, so feel free to go to either one of those. And I've reached an hour. I'm done running my mouth and trying to cover an hour. So with that, I'm going to shut up and let you guys go. I hope you enjoyed the show, and thank you for watching.
The discovery of the Qumran horoscopes among the Dead Sea Scrolls has sparked both intrigue and debate among scholars and historians. These manuscripts, also known as astrological physiognomies, for Q186, offer a unique glimpse into the mystical and philosophical beliefs of the ancient Qumran community. However, unlike traditional horoscopes, which rely on the positions of celestial bodies, the Qumran horoscopes are distinct in their approach, utilizing the physical features of an individual to foretell their fate. The Qumran texts describe individuals in a manner that intertwines their physical characteristics with their spiritual essence. For example, a man with 6 parts from the house of light and 3 parts from the pit of darkness is depicted as long and lean and is expected to be meek. This blending of astrological and physiognomic elements creates a unique challenge in accurately categorizing these fragments. The text reflects the dualistic worldview prevalent in the Qumran community, which often emphasized the cosmic battle between light and darkness. However, the exact significance of these descriptions remains a topic of ongoing scholarly debate. The practice of physiognomy, or face reading, has a long and controversial history. At its core, physiognomy involves assessing a person's character or personality based on their physical appearance, particularly their facial features. This practice, while popular in ancient times, has often been regarded as pseudoscience, largely due to its lack of empirical support. Nevertheless, physiognomy has seen various periods of acceptance and rejection throughout history, reflecting the changing attitudes and beliefs of different eras. In ancient Greece, philosophers embraced physiognomy as a legitimate means of understanding human nature. However, by the 16th century, the practice had fallen into disrepute, often associated with vagabonds and charlatans. It wasn't until the late 18th century that physiognomy experienced a revival, thanks in large part to the work of Johann Caspar Lavater. Lavater's writings and illustrations popularized the notion that a person's moral and intellectual qualities could be discerned from their facial features. Yet, by the late 19th century, physiognomy once again lost favor as scientific rigor became the hallmark of legitimate inquiry. One of the most notable figures to explore physiognomy during this period was Sir Francis Galton, an English psychometrician. Galton sought to define physiognomic characteristics of health, beauty, and even criminality through a method known as composite photography. By superimposing multiple facial images through photographic exposures, Galton created composite portraits that, to his surprise, appeared more respectable than the individual faces that composed them. This outcome was likely due to the averaging of skin irregularities across the images, resulting in a smoother and more uniform appearance. With the advent of computer technology in the early 1990s, Galton's composite technique was revisited and refined using modern software. The ability to digitally manipulate and analyze facial features has reignited interest in the study of physiognomy, particularly within the context of machine learning and facial recognition technology. However, this renewed interest has also raised significant ethical concerns, particularly regarding privacy and the potential misuse of physiognomic data. Today, the study of physiognomy remains a controversial field. While advances in artificial intelligence have provided new tools for analyzing human faces, the practice is still largely viewed with skepticism by the scientific community. The risks associated with facial recognition algorithms, particularly in terms of privacy and bias, continue to be a major concern. The Qumran horoscopes and the broader history of physiognomy offer a fascinating window into the ways in which humans have sought to understand themselves and the world around them. Whether through the mystical lens of ancient manuscripts or the cutting-edge technologies of the modern age, the quest to link appearance with character persists, reflecting our enduring fascination with the mysteries of the human face.
The Princess Nausicaa returns to the city, and Ulysses soon after follows thither. He is met by Pallas in the form of a young virgin, who guides him to the palace, and directs him in what manner to address the Queen Arete. She then involves him in a mist which causes him to pass invisible. The palace and gardens of Alcinous described. Ulysses falling at the feet of the queen, the mist disperses, the Phaeacians admire, and receive him with respect. The queen inquiring by what means he had the garments he then wore, relates to her and Alcinous his departure from Calypso, and his arrival in their dominions. The same day continues, and the book ends with the night. The patient heavenly man thus suppliant prayed, while the slow mules draws on the imperial maid. Through the proud street she moves, the public gaze, the turning wheel before the palace stays. With ready love her brothers, gathering round, received the vestures, and the mules unbound. She seeks the bridal bower, a matron there the rising fire supplies with busy care, whose charms in youth her father's heart inflamed, now worn with age, Eurymedusa named, the captive dame Phaeacian rovers bore, snatched from Epirus, her sweet native shore a grateful prize, and in her bloom bestowed on good Alcinous, honored as a god, nurse of Nausicaa from her infant years, and tender second to a mother's cares. Now from the sacred thicket where he lay, to town Ulysses took the winding way. Propitious Pallas, to secure her care, around him spread a veil of thickened air, to shun the encounter of the vulgar crowd, insulting still, inquisitive and loud. When near the famed Phaeacian walls he drew, the beauteous city opening to his view, his step a virgin met, and stood before, a polished urn the seeming virgin bore, and youthful smiled, but in the low disguise lay hid the goddess with the azure eyes. Show me, fair daughter, thus the chief demands, the house of him who rules these happy lands. Through many woes and wanderings, do I come to good Alcinous' hospitable dome. Far from my native coast, I rove alone, a wretched stranger, and of all unknown. The goddess answered, Father, I obey, and point the wandering traveler his way. Well known to me the palace you inquire, for fast beside it dwells my honored sire. But silent march, nor greet the common train with question needless, or inquiry vain. A race of ragged mariners are these, unpolished men, and boisterous as their seas the native islanders alone their care, and hateful he who breathes a foreign air. These did the ruler of the deep ordain to build proud navies, and command the main, on canvas wings to cut the watery way, no bird so light, no thought so swift as they. Thus having spoke, the unknown celestial leads, the footsteps of the duty he treads, and secret moves along the crowded space, unseen of all the rude Phaeacian race. So Pallas ordered, Pallas to their eyes the mist objected, and condensed the skies. The chief with wonder sees the extended streets, the spreading harbors, and the riding fleets. He next their princes' lofty domes admires, in separate islands, crowned with rising spires, and deep entrenchments, and high walls of stone, that gird the city like a marble zone. At length the kingly palace gates he viewed, there stopped the goddess, and her speech renewed, My task is done, the mansion you inquire appears before you, enter and admire. High-throned and feasting, there thou shalt behold the sceptred rulers. Fear not, but be bold, a decent boldness ever meets with friends, succeeds, and even a stranger recommends first to the queen prefer a suppliant's claim, Alcinous queen, Arete is her name. The same her parents, and her power the same. For know, from ocean's god Nausicaa sprung, and Peribea, beautiful and young, Eurymedon's last hope, who ruled of old the race of giants, impious, proud, and bold, perished the nation in unrighteous war, perished the prince, and left this only heir, who now, by Neptune's amorous power compressed, produced a monarch that his people blessed, father and prince of the Phaeacian name, from him Rhexenor and Alcinous came. The first by Phoebus hurtling arrows fired, new from his nuptials, hapless youth expired. No son survived, Arete heired his state, and her, Alcinous chose his royal mate. With honors yet to womankind unknown, this queen he graces, and divides the throne, in equal tenderness her sons conspire, and all the children emulate their sire. When through the streets she gracious deigns to move, the public wonder and the public love, the tongues of all with transport sound her praise, the eyes of all, as on a goddess, gaze. She feels the triumph of a generous breast, to heal divisions, to relieve the oppressed, in virtue rich, in blessing others, blessed. To then secure, thy humble suit prefer, and owe thy country and thy friends to her. With that the goddess deigned no longer stay, but o'er the world of waters winged her way, forsaking Sceria's ever-pleasing shore, the winds to Marathon the Virgin bore. Thence, where proud Athens rears her towery head, with opening streets, and shining structures spread, she passed, delighted with the well-known seats, and to Erechthea sacred dome retreats. Meanwhile Ulysses at the palace waits, there stops, and anxious with his soul debates, fixed in amaze before the royal gates. The front appeared with radiant splendors gay, bright as the lamp of night, or orb of day, the walls were massy brass, the cornice high blue metals crowned in colors of the sky, rich plates of gold the folding doors encase, the pillars silver, on a brazen base, silver the lintels deep projecting o'er, and gold the ringlets that command the door. 2 rows of stately dogs, on either hand, in sculptured gold and labored silver stood these Vulcan formed with art divine, to wait immortal guardians at Alcinous gate. Alive each animated frame appears, and still to live beyond the power of years. Fair thrones within from space to space were raised, where various carpets with embroidery blessed, the work of matrons. These the princes pressed. Day following day, a long-continued feast, refulgent pedestals the walls surround, which boys of gold with illuming torches crowned, the polished ore, reflecting every ray, blazed on the banquets with a double day. Full 50 handmaids form the household train, some turn the mill, or sift the golden grain, some ply the loom, their busy fingers move like poplar leaves when Zephyr fans the grove. Not more renowned the men of Sceria's isle for sailing arts and all the naval toil, than works of female skill their women's pride, the flying shuttle through the threads to guide. Pallas to these her double gifts imparts, incentive genius and industrious arts. Close to the gates a spacious garden lies, from storms defended and inclement skies. 4 acres was the allotted space of ground, fenced with a green enclosure all around. Tall thriving trees confessed the fruitful mold, the reddening apple ripens here to gold. Here the blue fig with luscious juice o'erflows, with deeper red the full pomegranate glows, the branch here bends beneath the weighty pear, and verdant olives flourish round the year, the balmy spirit of the western gale eternal breathes on fruits, unthought to fail. Each dropping pear following pear supplies, on apples apples, figs on figs arise. The same mild season gives the blooms to blow, the buds to harden, and the fruits to grow. Here ordered vines in equal ranks appear, with all the united labors of the year. Some to unload the fertile branches run, some dry the blackening clusters in the sun, others to tread the liquid harvest join. The groaning presses foam with floods of wine. Here are the vines in early flower descried, here grapes discolored on the sunny side, and there in autumn's richest purple dyed, beds of all various herbs, for evergreen, in beauteous order terminate the scene. 2 plenteous fountains the whole prospect crowned, this through the gardens leads its streams around, visits each plant, and waters all the ground, while that in pipes beneath the palace flows, and thence its current on the town bestows. To various use their various streams they bring, the people one, and one supplies the king. Such were the glories which the gods ordained, to grace Alcinous, and his happy land. E'en from the chief whom men and nations knew, the unwonted scene surprise and rapture drew, in pleasing thought he ran the prospect o'er, then hasty entered at the lofty door. Night now approaching, in the palace stand, with goblets crowned, the rulers of the land, prepared for rest, and offering to the god who bears the virtue of the sleepy rod, unseen he glided through the joyous crowd, with darkness circled, and an ambient cloud. Direct to great Alcinous' throne he came, and prostrate fell before the imperial dame. Then from around him dropped the veil of night, sudden he shines, and manifest to sight. The nobles gaze, with awful fear oppressed, silent they gaze, and I the godlike guest. Daughter of great Rhexenor. Thus began, low at her knees, the much-enduring man, to thee, thy consort, and this royal train, to all that share the blessings of your reign, a suppliant bends. O pity human woe! 'Tis what the happy to the unhappy owe. A wretched exile to his country send, long worn with griefs, and long without a friend. So may the gods your better days increase, and all your joys descend on all your race. So reign forever on your country's breast, your people blessing, by your people blessed. Then to the genial hearth he bowed his face, and humbled in the ashes took his place. Silence ensued. The eldest first began, Aeschines sage, a venerable man, whose well-taught mind the present age surpassed, and joined to that the experience of the last. Fit words attended on his weighty sense, and mild persuasion flowed in eloquence. O sight, he cried, dishonest and unjust! A guest, a stranger, seated in the dust. To raise the lowly suppliant from the ground befits a monarch. Lo! The peers around but wait thy word, the gentle guest to grace, and seat him fair in some distinguished place. Let first the herald due libation pay to Jove, who guides the wanderer on his way, then set the genial banquet in his view, and give the stranger guest a stranger's due. His sage advice the listening king obeys, he stretched his hand the prudent chief to raise, and from his seat Laodamas removed the monarch's offspring, and his best beloved. Then next his side the godlike hero sate, with stars of silver shone the bed of state. The golden ewer beauteous handmaid brings, replenished from the cool translucent springs, whose polished vase with copious streams supplies a silver layer of capacious size. The table next in regal order spread, the glittering canisters are heaped with bread. Viands of various kinds invite the taste, of choicest sort and savour, rich repast. Thus feasting high, Alcinous gave the sign, and bade the herald pour the rosy wine. Let all around the due libation pay to Jove, who guides the wanderer on his way. He said. Pontonous heard the king's command, the circling goblet moves from hand to hand, each drinks the juice that glads the heart of man. Alcinous then, with aspect mild, began, Princes and peers, attend, while we impart to you the thoughts of no inhuman heart. Now pleased and satiate from the social rite repair we to the blessings of the night, but with the rising day, assembled here, let all the elders of the land appear, pious observe our hospitable laws, and heaven propitiate in the stranger's cause. Then joined in council, proper means explore safe to transport him to the wished-for shore, how distant that, imports us not to know, nor weigh the labor, but relieve the woe. Meantime, nor harm nor anguish let him bear this interval, heaven trusts him to our care, but to his native land our charge resigned, heaven's is his life to come, and all the woes behind. Then must he suffer what the fates ordain, for fate has wove the thread of life with pain. And twins, e'en from the birth, are misery and man. But if, descended from the Olympian bower, gracious approach us some immortal power, if in that form thou comest a guest divine, some high event the conscious God's design. As yet, unbid they never graced our feast, the solemn sacrifice called down the guest, then manifest of heaven the vision stood, and to our eyes familiar was the God. Oft with some favored traveler they stray, and shine before him all the desert way, with social intercourse, and face to face, the friends and guardians of our pious race. So near approach we their celestial kind, by justice, truth, and probity of mind, as our dire neighbors of Cyclopean birth match in fierce wrong the giant sons of earth. Let no such thought, with modest grace rejoined the prudent Greek, possess the royal mind. Alas! A mortal, like thyself, am I, no glorious native of yon azure sky, in form, are how unlike their heavenly kind. How more inferior in the gifts of mind. Alas, a mortal! Most oppressed of those whom fate has loaded with a weight of woes, by a sad train of miseries alone distinguished long, and second now to none. By heaven's high will compelled from shore to shore, with heaven's high will prepared to suffer more. What histories of toil could I declare? But still long-wearied nature wants repair, spent with fatigue, and shrunk with pining fast, my craving bowels still require repast. How the noble, suffering mind may grieve its load of anguish, and disdain to live, necessity demands our daily bread, hunger is insolent, and will be fed. But finish, O ye peers, what you propose, and let the morrow's dawn conclude my woes. Pleased will I suffer all the gods ordain, to see my soil, my son, my friends again. That view vouchsafed, let instant death surprise with ever-during shade these happy eyes. The assembled peers with general praise approved his pleaded reason, and the suit he moved. Each drinks a full oblivion of his cares, and to the gifts of balmy sleep repairs. Ulysses in the regal walls alone remained, beside him, on a splendid throne, divine Arete and Alcinous shone. The queen, and nearer view, the guest surveyed, robed in the garments her own hands had made, not without wonder seen. Then thus began, her words addressing to the godlike man, "Camest thou hither, wondrous stranger I say, from lands remote and o'er a length of sea? Tell, then, whence art thou? Whence, that princely air? And robes like these, so recent and so fair? Hard is the task, O princess. You impose," thus sighing spoke the man of many woes, "the long, the mournful series to relate of all my sorrows sent by heaven and fate. Yet what you ask, attend. An island lies beyond these tracts, and under other skies, Ogygia named, in ocean's watery arms, where dwells Calypso, dreadful in her charms. Remote from gods or men she holds her reign, amid the terrors of a rolling main. Me, only me, the hand of fortune bore, unblessed, to tread that interdicted shore, when Jove tremendous in the sable deeps launched his red lightning at our scattered ships, then, all my fleet and all my followers lost. Soul on a plank on boiling surges tossed, heaven drove my wreck the Aegean Isle to find, full 9 days floating to the wave and wind. Met by the goddess there with open arms, she bribed my stay with more than human charms, nay, promised, vainly promised, to bestow immortal life, exempt from age and woe, but all her blandishments successless prove, to banish from my breast my country's love. I stay reluctant 7 continued years, and water her ambrosial couch with tears. The 8th she voluntary moves to part, or urged by Jove, or her own changeful heart. A raft was formed to cross the surging sea, herself supplied the stores and rich array, and gave the gales to waft me on my way. In 17 days appeared your pleasing coast, and woody mountains half in vapors lost. Joy touched my soul was joyed in vain, for angry Neptune roused the raging main, the wild winds whistle, and the billows roar, the splitting raft the furious tempest tore, and storms vindictive intercept the shore. Soon as their rage subsides, the seas I brave with naked force, and shoot along the wave, to reach this isle, but there my hopes were lost, the surge impelled me on a craggy coast. I chose the safer sea, and chanced to find a river's mouth impervious to the wind, and clear of rocks. I fainted by the flood, then took the shelter of the neighboring wood. 'Twas night, and, covered in the foliage deep, Jove plunged my senses in the death of sleep. All night I slept, oblivious of my pain, Aurora dawned and Phoebus shined in vain, nor, till oblique he sloped his evening ray, had somnus dried the balmy dews away. Then female voices from the shore I heard, a maid amidst them, goddess-like appeared, to her I sued, she pitied my distress, like thee in beauty, nor in virtue less. Who from such youth could hope considerate care? In youth and beauty wisdom is but rare. She gave me life, relieved with just supplies my wants, and lent these robes that strike your eyes. This is the truth, and oh, ye powers on high, forbid that want should sink me to a lie. To this the king, our daughter, but expressed her cares imperfect to our godlike guest. Suppliant to her, since first he chose to pray, why not herself did she conduct the way, and with her handmaids to our court convey? Hero and king, Ulysses thus replied, nor blame her faultless nor suspect of pride. She bade me follow in the attendant train, but fear and reverence did my steps detain, lest rash suspicion might alarm thy mind, man's of a jealous and mistaken kind. Far from my soul, he cried, the gods efface all wrath ill-grounded, and suspicion base. Whate'er is honest, stranger, I approve, and would to Phoebus, Pallas, and to Jove, such as thou art, thy thought and mine were one, nor thou unwilling to be called my son. In such alliance couldst thou wish to join, a palace stored with treasures should be thine. But if reluctant, who shall force thy stay? Jove bids to set the stranger on his way, and ships shall wait thee with the morning ray. Till then, let slumber cross thy careful eyes. The wakeful mariners shall watch the skies, and seize the moment when the breezes rise. Then gently waft thee to the pleasing shore, where thy soul rests, and labor is no more. Far as Euboea though thy country lay, our ships with ease transport thee in a day. Thither of old, earth's giant son to view, on wings of wind with Rhadamanth they flew. This land, from whence their morning course begun, saw them returning with the setting sun. Your eyes shall witness and confirm my tale, our youth how dexterous, and how fleet our sail, when justly timed with equal sweep they row, and ocean whitens in long tracks below. Thus he. No word the experienced man replies, but thus to heaven, and heavenward lifts his eyes, O Jove. O Father! What the King accords do thou make perfect. Sacred be his words. Wide o'er the world Alcinous' glory shine. Let fame be his, and our. My country mine. Meantime Arete, for the hour of rest, ordains the fleecy couch, and covering vest, bids her fair train the purple quilts prepare, and the thick carpets spread with busy care. With torches blazing in their hands they passed, and finished all their queen's command with haste, then gave the signal to the willing guest. He rose with pleasure, and retired to rest. There, soft extended, to the murmuring sound of the high porch, Ulysses sleeps profound. Within, released from cares, Alcinous lies, and fast beside were closed Arete's eyes.
The Sibyls occupy a conspicuous place in the traditions and history of ancient Greece and Rome. Their fame was spread abroad long before the beginning of the Christian era. Heraclitus of Ephesus, 5 centuries before Christ, compared himself to the Sibyl, who, speaking with inspired mouth, without a smile, without ornament, and without perfume, penetrates through centuries by the power of the gods. The ancient traditions vary in reporting the number and the names of these weird prophetesses, and much of what has been handed down to us is legendary. But whatever opinion one may hold respecting the various legends, there can be little doubt that a collection of Sibylline oracles was at one time preserved at Rome. There are, moreover, various oracles, purporting to have been written by ancient Sibyls, found in the writings of Pausanias, Plutarch, Livy, and in other Greek and Latin authors. Whether any of these citations formed a portion of the Sibylline books once kept in Rome we cannot now determine. But the Roman capital was destroyed by fire in the time of Sulla, and again in the time of Vespasian, and whatever books were at those dates kept therein doubtless perished in the flames. It is said by some of the ancients that a subsequent collection of oracles was made, but if so, there is now no certainty that any fragments of them remain. The 12 books of Greek hexameters, of which a rhythmic English translation is furnished, have been in existence for more than 1,000 years, and may be properly called the Pseudo-Sibyllines. They belong to that large body of pseudepigraphical literature which flourished near the beginning of the Christian era, and which consists of such works as the Book of Enoch, the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs, the Book of Jubilees, the Assumption of Moses, the Psalms of Solomon, the Ascension of Isaiah, and the 4th Book of Esdras. The production of this class of literature was most notable at Alexandria in the time of the Ptolemies. The influence of Greek civilization and culture upon the large Jewish population of the Egyptian metropolis, and the marked favors shown this people in that country, turned them far from the strict usages of their Palestinian brethren. No fact could more strikingly show the results of this foreign influence than the building of the temple and altar at Leontopolis, as described by Josephus. If the son of the high priest Onias saw propriety in converting a heathen temple to the worship of Almighty God, and building it after the pattern of the one in Jerusalem, We need not wonder that the religious and literary taste of the Alexandrian Jews found gratification in harmonizing Hebrew traditions and Greek philosophy. The ingenuity, a warrant for the building of such a temple and altar might easily discover among the responses of heathen oracles much that was capable of appearing to great advantage in a Jewish dress. In this way, no doubt, arose the Jewish Sibyl, assuming to be a daughter-in-law of Noah, and skilled in prophetic knowledge. And this passion for reproducing famous oracles spread beyond the land of Egypt, and gathered breadth and volume with its years of growth. Not only were the historical and philosophical productions of the Greeks made use of, but the speculations of the Persians, the mysteries of Egyptian priests, and the poetical myths and legends of all nations contributed to the medley which Hellenistic Jews were fond of turning to a pious purpose. And just as the allegorical method of interpreting Scripture was handed over as a sort of inheritance to the early Christian Church, so the passion for producing pseudonymous books took easy possession of many Christian writers of the first centuries.
Sure, Peter, let's go to my car, Scott said while sealing the folder and starting to step toward the front door. You aren't going to handcuff me or anything like that, are you, Scott? Peter asked. Scott shook his head and replied, No, we just need to get some formal information from you to follow up. The more background we have, the better chance we'll have at finding Sarah. I know, Scott. I'll help as much as I can. Thank you, Peter replied as he started toward the front door. Scott propped the door open and let Peter pass through first. Keith was on the porch waiting for the sheriff deputies to assist with the search. Keith nodded to Peter as he and Scott walked across the porch. It was still raining, so Scott and Peter walked quickly to Scott's car parked in the street. As they approached the car, Scott said, Sorry, Peter, but it's policy that only officers can ride in the front, so you will have to ride in the back. Sure, Scott, I understand, Peter replied as Scott opened the rear door and motioned for Peter to get inside. Peter got into the back seat, and Scott closed the door behind him. Scott then walked quickly to the driver's side and climbed inside. After starting the car up, he pulled away from the curb and drove toward the police station. Scott and Peter arrived at the Brick Police Station in downtown Wharton. Scott pulled the police car into the small lot alongside the building and parked in a spot near the building. Scott shut off the car and got out and put his hat back on. He then opened the rear door to let Peter out of the car. Okay, Peter, you can get out now, Scott told Peter. Sure, Scott, Peter replied as he slid over to the edge of the seat to make his way out of the back seat. He then stood up. Where do you need me to go? Peter asked. Let's go around to the front door, Peter, Scott replied, while tilting his head to gesture toward the front of the building. They walked around to the front of the building. Scott opened the front door and held it for Peter. The two walked up to the front desk. The woman behind the counter could see the two of them. When Scott reached the counter, he said, Hi Rachel, I need to use one of the interview rooms with Peter here. Oh, and let Mark know I'll be with Peter Corbin in the room. Thanks. Sure, I'll let Mark know, Rachel said, smiling at the two of them. Scott led Peter to the left, past the front desk. They stopped in front of a door to their left with a translucent glass window in it. Scott reached in his pocket and said, Just a minute, let me get the door here. He removed a set of keys and sorted through them. After choosing one, he unlocked the door. He held it open for Peter and said, Okay, Peter, just have a seat in here. I'm going to see if I can find Mark, who is the chief. Oh, would you like some coffee? Thanks, Scott, black coffee will be fine, Peter replied, walking into the room and toward one of the 4 chairs around a rectangular table. Scott closed the door behind him, leaving Peter alone in the room. Peter took a seat in one of the chairs at the table. There was not much for him to look at in the room. Everything seemed barren. The lighting was a simple fluorescent fixture above him and the door had the only window. There was a large mirror on one wall. He realized this may be a two-way mirror, like he had seen in TV shows before. The walls were covered with acoustical tiles, probably so he could not hear what people were saying outside. After he had a chance to settle in a bit, he remembered why he was there. Where was Sarah? Was it possible that he did something to her while he was drunk during the night? He noticed that his head was hurting and his stomach was uneasy from the hangover, which was now beginning to hit him hard. He rubbed his forehead a few times with his eyes closed. Could the police think that he was guilty? What should he say to them, and maybe what should he not say to them? Peter took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The room was too quiet, he noticed. He could even hear his heartbeat, which seemed to be getting faster. Where did Scott go, and how long would he be waiting? He just wanted to get back home and continue to look for Sarah. He closed his eyes again and took another long deep breath. After slowly exhaling, he found himself calming down just a bit. He really could not solve anything in here alone. He knew he might just as well try to relax and wait for Scott to come back, maybe with Mark as well. Hopefully they would be able to help. He just stared at a tear in an acoustical tile. After several minutes had passed, Peter heard the doorknob. He stopped staring at the torn tile and focused on the door. The door opened, and he could see Scott and another uniformed officer. The two officers walked into the room and took the seats on the opposite side of the rectangular table. Scott sat to Peter's left, and the other officer, likely Mark, sat to his right. In addition to a cup of coffee, Scott had a notepad that he placed on the table in front of him. Scott then set the cup of coffee in front of Peter. After seated, Scott started by saying, Peter, this is Chief Mark Campbell. He'll be sitting in with me on this interview, if that is okay. Sure, that's fine with me. Hello, Chief Campbell, Peter replied. Officer Campbell nodded his head and replied, Peter. Mark took audible breath, and then asked Peter, you and your wife Sarah are new to town, correct? Yes, that's correct. We just moved here last week from Farmington, Peter replied. And where are you employed? Mark continued. I work as a realtor with WHN Realty. I work with Carl Bishop and Phyllis Carlton, Peter replied. Does Sarah have a job in town too? Mark asked. Yes, she works as a retail clerk at the clothing store on Main Street. I can't remember the name of the place right now. I've actually never been inside it yet, Peter replied. Mark was focused on the middle of the table for a moment, then looked at Peter. He asked, okay, next Peter, what we need from you is to basically retrace your steps from yesterday, to see if there is anything that will help us locate your wife Sarah. Fair enough, where would you like me to start? Peter asked. Let's start in the morning. Do you two get up at the same time? Mark asked. Peter could see that Scott was jotting down a few notes. Peter took a sip of coffee, then replied, well, we stagger it a bit, since we just have one shower. Sarah gets up first, and then I get up. She starts her job before I do. So whose car is in the driveway and whose is in the garage? Scott asked. Well, normally my car is in the garage, but since we went to the party last night, it's my car that's in the driveway and Sarah's car is in the garage, Peter replied. Scott continued to record notes on the pad. Did you eat breakfast together in the morning? Mark asked. Well, we did cross paths in the morning, as we usually do. She starts eating before I get downstairs after my shower, Peter replied. Was there anything out of the ordinary that morning? Mark asked. Peter shook his head and replied, no, not that I can think of. It was a usual morning, although we have really only been in the routine for the past week though. Oh yeah, did you talk to Sarah before that evening? Mark asked. Yes, we met for lunch at the Chiltern River Inn, Peter replied. Anything strange happened while you were at lunch? Mark asked. Peter paused and thought to himself for a moment. He then replied, well, nothing happened while we were at lunch, but we did talk on the way back from the restaurant. She surprised me a bit by saying she really didn't feel she was fitting in here. She felt like she wasn't fitting in. How so? Scott asked. Peter sighed and replied, well, you see, we moved here because I really wanted to live in a small town, since I grew up in one, you know. Sarah is used to bigger towns or cities. So living here is, well, different than she is used to. I don't know much more than that, since she just told me today. Was there anything else about that conversation that you remember? Mark asked. Peter thought for a moment, and replied, no, other than that I tried to convince her to keep giving this town a try, since we have only been here a short time. She agreed, and then we both went back to work. Then you saw Sarah again last evening after work? Mark asked. Yes, she was there when I came home. She had been looking through things in the downstairs office in the house. You see, the previous owner left many of the furnishing in the house, including a desk full of papers. Sarah was just sorting through things again when I got home, Peter replied. You and Sarah went to a party then? Mark asked. Well, first we had a quick dinner and then we went to the party. It was at Carl Bishop's house. Again, he's the realtor I work with. He and his wife had invited Sarah and me over to meet some business associates and their spouses, Peter replied. He then took another sip of coffee. Mark whispered to Scott for a moment. Scott nodded, got up, and left the room. He shut the door behind him after he was out of the room. Mark said, pardon me, Peter. I'm just going to have Scott check something out. Mark continued, okay, Peter, according to Scott, it sounds like you had too much to drink at this party. Well, yes sir, I did, Peter admits and adds, I knew I had too much, so I let Sarah drive home. That's smart at least. Tell me about the party, Mark asked. Peter shut his eyes for a moment and rubbed his forehead. Afterward he explained, sorry, I'm still feeling the hangover pretty hard right now. Anyway, let's see, we got to the party at Carl's house around 6:45 or so. We had met some of the people before, but not their spouses. Carl introduced us to the guests, and then we mingled and obviously I drank a bit too. Does anything happen at the party that stands out? Mark asked. Peter sighed, shook his head, and replied, well, after a certain point my memory of the party is a little fuzzy. Nothing is coming to mind though. Nothing that I can remember being strange. So you and Sarah left the party. Do you know approximately when you left? Mark asked. If I had to guess, I would have to say around midnight, but it's only a guess, Peter replied. Then Sarah drove the two of you home? Mark asked. Yeah, we got home, parked in the driveway, and went to the back door, if I can remember correctly. She helped me upstairs, and also helped me into bed. My memory was flashing in and out. I remember seeing things just for a moment. I may have blacked out or something, Peter responded. Okay, then tell me what you do remember after you were in bed last night, Mark asked. Well, Sarah was in the bed originally. Then she must have needed to go to the bathroom, because I saw her go into the bathroom of our bedroom, you know. She did turn on the light and close the door. I think she may have been throwing up some in there, Peter replied. You think she may have been sick? Mark asked. I guess so, as I told Scott, it doesn't take much alcohol to get her sick, Peter replied. Is there anything after that you can remember? Mark asked. I do remember hearing some noises, but I didn't look around to see what they were. Let's see, I think there may have been something like footsteps creaking on the floor. You know it is an old house and it is hard to sneak around in it, Peter replied. Did you hear any other noises? Mark asked. Peter sighed and said, I think so. I vaguely remember something like a muffled thump or something strange like that. Though at that point I suppose it's possible I could have imagined it. I can guarantee it'll be quite a while before I drink again. My stomach still is in knots and my head aches. Okay, Scott mentioned that you woke up on the floor in the foyer of your house, correct? Mark asked. Yes, I did. I have no idea how I got there or what I was doing. The last thing I remember was being in the bed and maybe hearing a few things, Peter responded. You really do not remember anything about how you ended up on the floor, Peter? Mark asked with slight sense of doubt. Peter shook his head and replied, honestly, I have no idea. If I had a clue, I would tell you. Now, do you think that your wife could have any enemies? Mark asked. Peter thought for a moment and said, no, she was well liked at her job in farming time as far as I know, and she was out with co-workers from the new place she works just a few nights ago. We have not been here long enough to make enemies, have we? I just have to ask, Peter. Anything else that you think may be helpful? Mark asked. Well, Sarah had been hearing voices at night in the house. I really didn't hear much myself, but she is not the type to lie about that kind of thing. Oh, and she did say she found some information about the previous homeowner just before we left for the party, Peter answers. Do you think these voices could have anything to do with her disappearance? Mark asked. Peter was a bit stunned by the question, partially due to the word disappearance. It took him a few seconds before he can respond with, I'm not sure if it has anything to do with it. I just wanted to mention it. I have heard the house did have some people disappear from it in the past. What's the address for the house? Mark asked. 65 4th Street. I believe the previous owner was a Mildred Croft or something like that, Peter responded. Mark paused a moment to think. He then said, I do remember that name. You may be right about that. Mark said, well, Peter, can you wait here a while longer? I need to go over some things with Scott for a bit. Peter sighed and said, yeah, I can stay. I do want to get home before too long and start looking for Sarah again. Thanks, Peter, I'll try to keep this time short, Mark replied as he stood up from the chair. He pushed the chair under the table and then walked to the door. Before he reached the door, Mark turned around and asked, oh, are you feeling well enough to eat anything yet? Since it is close to lunchtime, I could see if I could get you something. Thanks for offering, but I have to pass. My stomach's just not ready for food yet. I'm not even sure the coffee will stay down, Peter replied. Okay, again, I'll be back in a few minutes, Mark commented. Mark opened the door and walked out into the hallway. He closed the door behind himself, leaving Peter alone again in the room. The room was quiet once again. The soundproofing must work, Peter thought, since he could hear very little of what was going on outside. With the silence, he began to think about his situation again. Where could Sarah be? Could her disappearance be related in any way to the previous ones? Hopefully the police would be able to help. He wondered how many people were looking for her. The police did mention getting the sheriff office involved, so at least it was more than just a few. Peter sighed again. He took another sip of the coffee, which was now about room temperature, but the caffeine would help the hangover a bit, he figured. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes. After what seemed like half an hour, the door opened again. Both Scott and Mark entered the room. They took the same seats as they did in the earlier session. Scott has his notepad with him again. Mark cleared his throat and told Peter, we contacted a few people who were at the party you attended last night. One person mentioned that you and Sarah got into an argument before you left. Do you remember this? Oh yeah, we did have a few words. I had been working with this appraiser, who is a single woman, last week, and she was at the party. I guess I had been talking with her at the party and Sarah apparently got a bit jealous about it. We worked things out though. I told Sarah I'll keep things professional with this woman, and that I would deal with her mostly by phone, rather than in person, Peter replied. Who is this appraiser? Mark asked. Colleen Phillips, Peter replied. Okay. Well, Peter, I have to tell you that I'm not sure what's going on here, but I just get a feeling that there's something you are not telling us, Mark said. Peter was stunned for a moment. His mouth opened slightly. He noticed that Scott was looking away from him, and away from Mark. Peter asked, like, what do you think I'm not telling you? I just have a feeling that you know something more about what happened after you went to bed, Mark said while Scott stared downward toward the table. Peter put his head down and moved his hand to his forehead. After sighing again and looking back up at the two officers, he replied, honestly, I'm telling you everything I remember from last night. If I knew more I would tell you. I was drunk. I just don't remember. The room was quiet for a moment. Peter then realized that he could be in trouble, so he said, well, I had no idea I would need to say this, but I think I would be better off with a lawyer now. Mark nodded his head and said, okay Peter, do you have one you can contact yet? Peter shook his head and said, no. Scott pipes up and asked, is there anyone in town you can ask for a recommendation? Mark turned to look towards Scott for a moment. Peter replied, I suppose if anyone knows it would be Carl. Can I try to contact Carl please? Okay Peter, go with Scott, and you can use the phone at his desk, Mark replied. They got up from their chairs and began walking toward the door. Mark opened the door and held it for Scott and Peter to exit the room. Scott pointed to a desk in the middle of the room and said, my desk is over here. You can sit in the chair behind the desk if you would like. Just dial a 9 to get an outside line. Thanks Scott, Peter replied as he made his way to Scott's desk. The desk was fairly neat, but there were a few papers lying on top. Peter sat in the chair, and then he picked up the phone. He dialed Carl's home number first. The phone rang a few times. A woman answers the phone and said, hello. Hello Mary, this is Peter Corbin. I'm down at the police station now. Is Carl at home? Peter asked. Oh Peter, we are so sorry to hear that Sarah is missing. Yes, Carl is here. He stayed home today to see if there is anything he could do to help you. Let me call him to the phone, just a minute, Mary offered. Thank you Mary, Peter replied. He could hear a muffled call for Carl in the background followed by some footsteps. Someone picked up the phone and said, hello Peter, it is good to hear from you. We both feel so sorry for you. It was my fault about last night. I just kept pouring you more and more martinis. I just feel awful Peter. Carl, you weren't forcing me to drink. I did that on my own. Anyway, I'm at the police station, and I don't really like how things are looking for me. Do you know a lawyer who could help me now? Peter asked. A lawyer, let's see. Oh, that would be Laura. Her name is Laura Monroe. She has been practicing law around here for at least 5 years now, Carl replied. Sarah seemed to be a bit upset with Colleen, especially since she was single. So it might be better if Laura were married, you know, Peter commented. Carl chuckled a bit and replied, well, you can relax. Laura is married. Tell you what, I can take care of contacting her, and I can have her meet you at the police station, if that's okay with you? Carl asked. Sure Carl, that should work. Thanks so much for your support, Peter replied. Oh, it's the least I can do for you Peter. Please take at least a few days off, just keep in touch and let me know how I can help, Carl said. Well, if I figure out where to start looking for Sarah, I'll see if I can get people to help, Peter replied. I will be there for you, Peter. Also, I'll see if I can get others to help out as well. For now, I'll contact Laura and get her to meet you soon, Carl adds. Thanks again, Carl. Take care, Peter said. You take care too, Peter. Goodbye, Carl said. Goodbye, Carl, Peter said just before he hung up the phone. He remained at the desk. Scott noticed that Peter is off the phone, so he started walking toward his desk. When Scott reached the desk, he sat on the edge and asked, were you able to find a lawyer, Peter? Yeah, my supervisor Carl is going to have one come over here to meet me. Thanks for letting me use your phone, Peter replied. No problem, Peter, Scott adds. Did you want me to move to another chair so you can use your desk? Peter asked. Well, that's up to you. I don't need it this minute anyway, Scott replied. Peter started to get up and offered, I'll just move somewhere else for now. I can just try one of the chairs in the walkway along the wall there. Sure, just let me know if you need anything, Peter, Scott commented. As Peter started to walk toward the chair, he turns back around and asked, Scott, do you think I'm telling the truth? Scott looked up from the desk chair he just sat in and replied, well, legally I'm not sure how much I should say, but other than a few strange things you have described, it seems plausible so far. Peter nodded and replied, thanks Scott, that helps. Scott nodded in acknowledgement. Peter turned and continued walking toward the chair. He reached the chair and he took a seat. Peter closed his eyes and leaned his head against the wall. His head ached, and he was still in disbelief of everything that had happened. Peter remained in the seat for about another half an hour. His head was still leaning back against the wall behind the bench. In the background, Peter could occasionally hear the muffled sound of Rachel working dispatch. With his eyes still shut, he could hear the sound of someone entering through the front door. He brought his head forward and opened his eyes. A woman was walking up to the front desk. She removed her sunglasses as she reached the desk. Before she said anything, she made eye contact with Peter. He remembered that he was a new face around this town. The woman said something to Rachel and pointed back toward him. Rachel nodded and turned to look at him. The woman then made her way towards Peter. Peter stood up as the woman approached him. She extended her hand and said, you must be Peter. I'm Laura Monroe. Peter reached his hand to shake Laura's hand and replied, yes, I'm Peter Corbin. Thanks so much for coming. I really didn't like where the questioning was going and I felt I needed to talk with a lawyer. Well, that's why I'm here, Peter, Laura replied. Mark approached the two of them and said, hello Laura. So you are going to be helping Peter? Yes, I am. So is he done here, Mark? She asked, looking directly at him. Mark paused for a moment and said, well, I suppose we don't have enough to charge him yet. We may have more questions for him, so don't let him go too far, okay? Guilty until proven innocent, Laura replied with a slight smirk. Mark sighed and then said, he is free to go. Thank you, Mark, she replied, while leading Peter toward the front desk. I take it you were brought here from your house and you need a ride to home, she asked Peter. Yeah, I'll need a ride. Could you drop me off, please? Peter asked. Sure, I was planning on it. If you can spare some time when we get to your house, we can go over some of the details of this case, Laura offered as they made their way to the front door of the police station. That should work. I can try to bring you up to speed with what I told the police. Maybe you can help figure out where my wife Sarah is, too, Peter replied as he held the door for Laura. Laura sighed and said, Peter, I will do what I can, but finding a missing person is not my specialty. The two walked through the door and Peter replied, well, I think anything will help at this point. Laura pointed to the lot around the building and said, my car is in the lot here. It's the blue sedan right there. They walked toward the car. Once both of them were in the car, she started it. Okay, where do you live, Peter? She asked. Oh, the address is 65 4th Street. It shouldn't be too far, Peter replied. No, it's not too far and I know about where it is, she replied as she put the car into gear and backed out of the parking space. They then drive toward Peter and Sarah's house. When they approached Peter and Sarah's house, they could see one sheriff car still in front of the house and yellow police tape surrounding the house. Peter let out an audible sigh when he saw the tape, since he was reminded that Sarah was still missing. Laura pulls the car along the curb in front of the house and the two of them get out of the car. Laura took a legal pad and pen with her from the car. As they made their way to the sidewalk toward the front walk, a uniformed man in a wide-brimmed hat begins walking from the front door toward them. The two duck under the yellow police tape and greet the uniformed man on the front walk. "Are you Peter Corbin, sir?" the uniformed man asked. "Yes, I'm Peter Corbin, and this is my attorney Laura Monroe," Peter replied. He said as he tipped his head downward to acknowledge Laura. "My name is Sheriff Gordon Hughes. I have been taking the lead of the search of your residence. The others have left and I'm just finishing up. Have you found Sarah or at least any clues as to where she could be?" Peter asked. Gordon replied, "Well, sorry to tell you that we have been unable to find anything that would lead us to locate your wife, Peter." "So you didn't find any clues or anything strange in the whole house?" Peter asked. "Let's see. We did investigate the spot in the foyer where you said you awoke this morning and the upstairs bathroom where you said that you last heard your wife. From that we did not find anything out of the ordinary."
Tiana had dark long, straight, black hair and dark tanned skin. Her eyes were solid black without pupils, and she was a slender woman weighing about 105 pounds. A cloak hung over her head. Tiana was a ruthless leader who held the reins tight. She came from a culture where women ruled and men held no place other than being slaves and a way to procreate. She enjoyed the tortures too, a common practice among the women of her society. Annual tortures of men in special chambers that were usually custom designed and filled with devices, whips, chains, and other toys used. Each night, Tiana would sleep above her chamber, where she delighted in the sounds of pain inflicted on her slaves. When Tiana was young, a draconian attack took place on her planet and they destroyed many of the cities. Death and destruction turned her into a person of vengeance and hate. Dark emotions, with an even darker path, and no man had ever been in charge of this planet called Lexi. Men became the brutal outlet for all destructive thoughts and emotions.
Tiana fought her way to the position of head priestess, overthrew her queen, and took her place. She would build a society under the strictest of terms, making all men fodder in battle, or slaves to women. The women looked down on the men, and thought of them as lesser beings. This was called order among disorder, after years of being hunted by the draconian. These women warriors grew in power, after holding off one invasion after the other. Life meant little to these women, but they would fight until the last of them remained standing. Men were allowed to fight in battle in order to stay alive. When they were no longer good at fighting though, they were turned into slaves. The men who were slaves did manual labor, and if they couldn't, they are then tortured to death. In Tiana's mind, this was the gracious side of her rule. Instead of killing all of the men, she knew that they had to help with procreation. While they served their purpose in the way of impregnation, they could work and fight if they wished to remain alive. Nobody knew what the cause for this kind of society, and the hostility that these warrior women had for men. It was just that way.
One night, while torturing her slave, Zutra watched Tiana through his pool of visions. He was attracted to her sultry looks and slender body. She was a fine physical specimen that Zutra could not turn away from, and he had to have her as a wife. While Tiana's slave was in his cell, one night, Zutra visited him and disguised himself as the slave. He took the slave's place in Tiana's custom-made torture chamber, filled with all kinds of mortal devices. As Tiana beat Zutra with her whip, the blood from each gouge of his skin began to saturate the whip, then fell to the floor. Blood spattered, hitting Tiana in the face, and she fell drunk with a sense of pleasure. She began to hit Zutra harder and harder, but it wasn't enough. Soon, she was soaked in the blood that drained from Zutra's body. Zutra seduced Tiana that night, making love to her and impregnating her with his third child, consummating his marriage to her and making her one of his wives. Anger from the act enraged Tiana. Though she was married to Zutra, she never allowed him to claim her. She revolted against him every chance she could, and swore vengeance upon him for his trickery.
The recorded prices for Dogecoin were taken at or around midnight, Central Standard Time. On July 14, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0598, down 0.0081 from the recorded price of 0.0679 on June 26, 2022, the day I started recording Dogecoin prices. The price was also down 0.0018 from 0.0616, the recorded price for July 13, 2022, the day before. On July 15, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0626, down 0.0053 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, but up 0.028 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 16, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0625, down 0.054 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and down 0.0001 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 17, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0642, down 0.0037 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but up 0.0017 from the price recorded on July 16, 2022, the day before. On July 18, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0651, down 0.0028 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and also up 0.0009 from the price recorded the day before. On July 19, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0663, down 0.0016 from the recorded price on June 26, 2022, and up 0.0012 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 20, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0711, up from the recorded price on June 26, 2022 of 0.0679 by 0.0032, and also up 0.0048 from the price recorded the day before. On July 21, 2022, the recorded price for Dogecoin was 0.0685, up 0.0006 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but down 0.026 from 0.0711, the recorded price for July 20, 2022, the day before. On July 22, 2022, the recorded price was 0.0694, up 0.0015 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, and up 0.009 from the recorded price from the day before. On July 23, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0685, up 0.0006 from the price recorded on June 26, 2022, but down 0.009 from 0.0694, recorded price for July 22, 2022, the day before. After July 23, 2022, I no longer recorded Dogecoin prices. First, like before, I wasn't interested in getting into decimal points at that extent. Second, Dogecoin doesn't draw interest, and I really don't see much profit off of buying into it, unless you buy a lot of the token.
My second week of watching prices for cryptocurrencies started on June 30, 2022, and ended on July 6, 2022. Keeping track of the prices on the first day I started watching cryptocurrencies, on June 23, 2022, I kept track of the original price I first recorded on that date, and compared each day afterward with it, determining if the price went up on a token or if its price fell. From there, I then compared that date's price with the day before to determine if the price fell or rose from the day before. The prices were recorded around midnight, Central Standard Time each day. The prices of the first weeks are all recorded in the previous 6 notes before this one. For Bitcoin, the first price I recorded on June 23, 2022 was $20,532.19. During the first week the price rose 6 out of 7 days, from the original price recorded on June 23, 2022. On a day-to-day basis it rose higher in price from the day before, but, on the 4th to the 7th days the price fell. Even though the price did fall, it did stay about the original price until the 7th day. On June 29, 2022 its price was at $20,080.67, down 451.52. From the original price of $20,532.19 on June 23, 2022. For the entire second week of my prices, Between June 30, 2022 until July 1, 2022, the price for Bitcoin dropped in price. On June 30, 2022, the price rose above the day before by 35.27, but was still below 20,532.19 on June 23, 2022, at 20,045.40. The price continued to drop from the price taken on June 23, 2022, at 20,532. On July 1, 2022, the price was 19,464.73, down 1,067.46 from June 23, 2022. It dropped 580.67 below what the price was a day before on June 30, 2022. On July 2, 2022, the price dropped 1,375.76 from the price on June 23, 2022 to 19,156.43. The price also dropped 308.30 from the day before. On July 3, 2022, the price fell again 1,596.38 from the price 20,532.19 recorded on June 23, 2022. It also fell 220.62 from the day before on July 2, 2022. Even though the price was down 1,397.99 on July 4, 2022, from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, at 20,532.19. The price for July 4, 2022 rose from the day before up 198.39 at a price of 19,134.20.
Finishing up on the second week of watching the prices for Bitcoin, on July 25, 2022, at midnight, Bitcoin's price was $20,287.05. It was down from the price I first recorded on June 23, 2022 by 244.48, but rose from the price the day before of $19,134.20 by 1,153.15. On July 6, 2022, the price for Bitcoin was at $19,871.78, dropping from the price on June 23, 2022 by 660.41, and dropping from the price the day before of $20,287.35 by 415.57. The price continued to fall from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, until the next day, July 7, 2022, to the price of $20,381.24, down by 150.95. It did, though, rise from the price a day before on July 6, 2022 by 509.45. On July 1, 2022, Ethereum was priced at $1,058.16, down from the price recorded on June 23, 2022 of $1,098.55 by 40.39. It had also fallen in price from the day before on June 30, 2022 at the price of $1,090.59 by 32.43. The price for Ethereum stayed below the other price taken on June 23, 2022 until July 4, 2022. On July 2, 2022, Ethereum dropped 55.12 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, and dropped from the price recorded the day before of $1,058.16 by 14.73. On July 3, 2022, the price of Ethereum was still below the price recorded on June 23, 2022 by 45.52 at $1,053.03, but rose 9.60 from $1,043.43 recorded the day before. On July 4, 2022, the price for Ethereum was $1,053.34, taken sometime around midnight. The price was down from the price taken on June 23, 2022 of $1,098.55 by 45.21, but was up in price from the day before by 0.31. Finally, on July 5, 2022, the price rose above the price taken on June 23, 2022 to $1,153.41 by 54.86, and rose 100.07 from the price of $1,053.34 recorded the day before on July 4, 2022. On July 6, 2022, the price remained above the price recorded on June 23, 2022 at $1,121.55. Rising above the price recorded on June 23, 2022 by 23.00, but falling in price from $1,153.41, recorded the day before by 31.86.
Watching the prices for the graph on June 29, 2022, I compared the price recorded of 0.0993 to the first price I started recording off the graph on June 23, 2022 of 0.11. The price fell on June 29, 2022 by 0.1007 from the price of 0.11 recorded on June 23, 2022 and stayed at the same price the following day. The price was 0.11 on June 28, 2022, making the price drop the same as amount from that day from the first day that I started recording prices for the graph. From this date on, all rises and drops in price for the graph are in decimals. On June 30, 2022, the price dropped 0.1064 to 0.0936 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022 of 0.11. It also dropped 0.0057 from the price of 0.0993 from the day before on June 29, 2022. On July 1, 2022, the graph dropped 0.1085 to 0.0915 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, and dropped 0.0021 below the price from the day before 0.0936. On July 2, 2022, the price dropped again to 0.013, down 0.0187 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022. It also dropped from the price recorded the day before of 0.0915 by 0.0002. 0 and July 3, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0916, down 0.1084 from the price taken on June 23, 2022, but rose 0.0003 from the 0.0913, the price recorded the day before. Again, on July 4, 2022, the price dropped to 0.0926 from 0.11, the price recorded on June 23, 2022. It rose though 0.0010 from the price recorded July 3, 2022, the day before. On July 5, 2022, the price of the graph rose to 0.1, but was still below 0.11, the price taken on June 23, 2022. It had rises 0.0074 from the price take the day before of 0.0926. On July 6, 2022, the graph's price was still below the price of the price recorded on June 23, 2022 by 0.1029, and also dropped again from the price of 0.1 recorded the day before, on July 5, 2022.
On June 30, 2022, AMP started out with 0.0086, down 0.0010 from 0.0096. The price recorded on June 23, 2022. It also fell 0.0002 from 0.0088, the price recorded the day before. On July 1, 2022, the price recorded was 0.0105, up from 0.0096, the price recorded on June 23, 2022 by 0.009. AMP also rose 0.019 from the price recorded the day before of 0.0086. On July 2, 2022, the price was at 0.0093, down 0.0003 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, but it also fell 0.0012 from the price of 0.0105 recorded the day before. On July 3, 2022, the price recorded was 0.009, down 0.0006 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, and down 0.0003 from the price recorded on July 2, 2022, the before, at 0.0093. July 4, 2022, the price was recorded at 0.0091, down 0.0005 from 0.0096, the price set on June 23, 2022. The price for July 4, 2022 did go up 0.0001 from 0.009, the price recorded the day before, on July 3, 2022. On July 5, 2022, the price was recorded at 0.0093, down from the price recorded on June 23, 2022 by 0.0003, but up 0.0002 from the price recorded the day before at 0.0091 on July 4, 2022. On July 6, 2022, the price recorded for AMP was 0.0091, down 0.005 from the price set on June 23, 2022. AMP's price also dropped 0.0002 from the price recorded on July 5, 2022, the day before. On June 30, 2022, the price of Cardano was 0.46, down 0.01 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, and also down 0.01 from the price set on June 29, 2022, the day before. From July 1, 2022 until July 4, 2022, the price recorded for Cardano remained at 0.45, down 0.02 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022 of 0.47. On July 1, 2022, Cardano's recorded price dropped 0.01 from the price set the day before of 0.46. On July 5, 2022, the recorded price rose to the same price recorded on June 23, 2022 of 0.47, rising 0.02 from the previous four recorded prices of 0.45. On July 6, 2022, the recorded price fell 0.02 from the price recorded on June 23, 2022, back to 0.45. The recorded price also dropped 0.02 from the price recorded on July 5, 2022, the day before.
I'm still wanting to focus on the stuff that's going on Minds too, try to get things going on there. I've postponed a lot of it for July that we were doing because that's going to be my start date on Minds, but I want to keep the roundtable going. I'm kind of iffy on the tech talk thing, you know what I mean, because everybody's running out of topics. So
I unfortunately have a clash with another show that I do at the exact same time as that you do the Tech Talk. So, and also I think, Roger, to be honest, I actually really don't understand much of what you say on that show.
I don't either. I really don't understand very much of it, to be honest with you.
I listened to them once or twice and I was like, oh my, this is hurting my brain. I'm going.
I need an entry level thing, really.
Like for me, we came up with the idea because it was what's his name, Pecos Dave came on and he was talking about some ideas that he wanted to do. So then me, him, and Mark and Tan said, well, why don't we make a video stream of it? Well, we started doing it and Pecos Dave disappeared. You know what I mean? So then So then we're stuck with doing it, and that's when we just kept it going. So I think we're up to like 16 episodes, maybe. No, 12 episodes. And
I need to come on your show and ask you our questions so that you can help us. You can call it Tech Talk for Noobs.
Tech Talk for Noobs. Now, I'm not sure how all that's going to work out with Mark and Tan right now, because they're kind of contrary, you know what I mean? That they get moody. So like I don't know for sure if they even want to do it anymore, to be honest. After New Year's Eve, they've been kind of acting kind of on the fence. So, but they did show up for the round table. So.
Okay. Yes.
It's the accent. It's the accent. It's like I told you. You got that Wells accent. And then
Yeah.
Bob Dub, she's got that. Well, I'd like to say New Zealand, but it's a mix between African and New Zealand accent, which is cool too. You know what I mean? And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's not. I mean, people are drawn to that. You know what I mean? Like Mr. Robot. Okay? Like, I turned around and I did that one with him where he was talking about, oh God, what was it? We were talking a conspiracy theory one, and because, I mean, I know it had to have been because of his accent, but it got crap loads of views and stuff off of it.
Oh?
Yeah. And, oh, we were talking about...
Conspiracy theories get so many views. Chemtrails MS said that he's made his channel of only conspiracy theories.
Well, we got to be careful about that too, because like with John, he's got like a limit on what he'll do, and I respect that when it comes to like the wonderful world of weirdness. Like it's like the stuff me and you're gonna go, or me you and Otto's gonna go over. That's cool. That's Shakespeare. You know what I mean? But like when they start getting into the crazy political stuff.
Oh yeah, you see, I haven't really listened much to Mr. Robot, so I don't really know what level. But he has said some kind of weird things to me.
Mr. Robot goes overboard. like I told you about with Tech Talk, right? He said one word, just one word, and bam, I got a warning. Just because. Yeah. Hey.
Wow.
It's like it's.
Well.
So I mean, when it comes to my channel, I can do like the real hardcore stuff. That's why. That's why whenever I told Austin about like his interview, I want to do an interview on my channel first. That way I can find out what's going on in his thing before we do the series, because I don't want to. Because the viewers on here are used to a certain thing, you know what I mean? It's
right.
So
I just saying about conspiracy theory. This channel got labelled. I know I'm echoing now, as a conspiracy theory channel years ago, and it wasn't even grounded, because I've never really been into it that way. Because I've had UFOs and stuff videos on it. Doesn't mean I'm a conspiracy channel. But if you look, if you're logged into Wonderful World of Weirdness and you go to content, analytics, content, suggested videos, proportion of your total traffic, 0.9%. It used to be 30 to 50%, and then you'd have hundreds of thousands of views a day. One day YouTube decided I was a conspiracy channel. Something I even talked on chat to them, and they said I was a conspiracy channel. I can remember something happened like that. Now you go on my game channel, I'm on 30%, and my new channel is 30%. Wonderful World of Weirdness, the biggest channel of the lot, 0.9%, not even 1% suggested videos. It means YouTube is not sharing our videos anywhere on this channel. They're not doing it. This is why we're battling to get views, because we're deemed conspiracy channel. And if we actually started doing stuff that really proper was, well, we've got no hope anyway, you know. But that's the reason for it, because I was doing UFO videos. I think mostly they deemed me then as that's what they deemed me. So that was the end of that. And once they tar you with a brush on YouTube, it's very hard to get out of it. Very hard, no matter what you do.
Yes.
So
I think we can get out of it though. You know why? You know
Why?
why? Because freaking I learned the secret of SEO, and I know you are big on freaking vidIQ and everything. But let me just tell you this, okay? Take that vidIQ for the content you're putting out and freaking just flush it down the toilet, okay?
Yeah, I use TubeBuddy. I use.
Now, if
I don't use it for this channel, I use it for my game one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you're using it for your gaming, that's cool, okay?
Yeah, it doesn't work for this channel at all.
But when it comes to SEO here, the best feature you got for this is the new feature that YouTube put in, and it's the freaking researched one that's in analytics. And with that, it'll also give you the opportunity to go right directly onto Google and use Google's SEO as well. So if you take a word and you want to find out what the best words are for frickin' YouTube, you can use that, or you can go farther and it'll transfer you to Google's analytics, and Google will show you the best words for the Google analytics.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I never used that either. I used that. I use TubeBuddy on my game channel. It works quite well for that. I got it for my new channel, but there's some stuff it's good for, but it's because it's pretty much like a 2-tier videos on there. It's easy. It's much easier to find stuff for. When I tried it once on this channel years ago, and it didn't find me no tags. It was absolutely hopeless. So I had a trial of it, but I never used it anymore because it was just no good. It just couldn't find what I needed for this channel. Because I had compilation videos, it just didn't work for him.
I walked away from them. I called them frauds in the comment section. When I was on Facebook, I was like, man, you guys are so full of shit. Like, they'd post their advertisements on Facebook, and I'd get on the comment section and I'd say, you guys are so full of shit. Because, like, I actually got tired of it, and I went on freaking LinkedIn and freaking used their learning program that they got on there about SEO. And I found out a little bit of information about YouTube that a lot of people don't know, okay? Like, when these people like vidIQ and everything promise that they're going to set you up with good SEO, what they're actually doing is creating their own networking, okay? It has absolutely nothing to do with YouTube's algorithms whatsoever. It has to do with their algorithms. And every time you use their SEO, what you're doing is you're giving them information. You see? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the whole deal is you're not going to get the freaking good SEO if you're not paying them the good money. So because they want you to pay for their premium program, and they don't want to give you, good SEO for free. So they're going to give you a limited amount, and then when you pay extra money to them, that's when they'll start giving you more SEO, which is their algorithm. It's not YouTube's. But you can go ahead and you can do it yourself if you know what you're doing directly through YouTube. So
yeah, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
For the
I never really, to be honest, I said to talking, Bob earlier. I was talking about. She was saying something about YouTube and all these things they have on there about you've got to do this to become successful, that to successful. And I said to her, I got this channel to nearly 145,000 subs without no fancy thumbnails, without no tags, without nothing, no SEO. I just did it because I did it. And yes, that stuff can help you. Yeah, it can in the right perspective. But if you're driven and you're focused and you could give the people what they wanted, so to speak, you don't need any of it. You know what I mean? There's a guy on YouTube I saw the other day, a weight trainer. He hasn't got no fancy thumbs and all this, and he's on like 2 million views, subs now, and he hasn't done any of the tag things and nothing, and he's done it.
Yeah. Now,
but
the one thing that I do think would be a good idea, though, is the new views. Okay, like your return viewers are really good on here, but like the new views that you're getting is still below your returning views, and that's the one thing that we do have to focus on, because
that's why if there's suggested videos, this was suggested more like it used to be. We'd have loads of new viewers because what it was is when that Chopra whatever thing came out with the children, are your videos suitable for children? When that came out, obviously I declared straight away this channel's not for children, and I was earning like I think about $1,000 a month from the channel then, and it went down to £100 a month straight away. Lost the views overnight because the suggested videos, they basically just turned them off. I don't know why. They just basically turned it off for this channel. It's just That's hence the reason I started other channels, because I knew this. I was being like throttled on this one. You know what I mean?
Well, also, like you can kind of read into that too, though. Like a lot of the old videos you was putting out was probably ghost stories that a lot of these kids like to watch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So whenever you said it wasn't made for children, it probably cut like a freaking about 2/3 of freaking people that were watching your videos. You know?
Yeah, could well be. It happened exact straight away. Anyway, as soon as I said that, poof, it was gone.
Because kids love that kind of stuff. My nephews and nieces used to watch your videos religiously, dude. They found out Uncle Roger was watching ghost stories, and they were on it, dude. They freaking used to watch them left and right. Now they probably still do, but they're older, you know. But back when they were young, they loved watching your ghost stories.
But the thing about it,
that's what they call
when
them.
I was doing them videos, I knew that I needed to talk on them. I knew I needed to do different stuff. I tried to do it, but all my audience weren't having it. They were not having it. They were, oh, what the hell are you doing talking? We don't want you talking on your videos. All this crap I was getting.